Daggers in Dark Souls are best known for awesome critical damage over regular weapons and extremely fast attacks. They can make a great secondary weapon and sometimes are all you need in certain situations, but I decided it would be more interesting to speedrun the entire Dark Souls trilogy with daggers as my main weapon, while only leveling the dexterity stat. This means my character stays as weak as possible in every other aspect while becoming a slice and dice close range machine of mass destruction. The goal is to beat the whole entire trilogy in under 5 hours. I won't spoil which one now, but before we start, place your guess of which one will be the hardest to do dagger and dex only in the comments. If you aren't subscribed, by the way, be sure to hit the sub button and notification bell for future content. Alright guys, I tried to commentate this video 2 times, being that they were the wrong runs that had the longer runtime on this. Like I explained in the beginning, I redid 2 of the 3 runs since one of the 3 runs was really cool, and I wanted to spice up the other 2 and redo them. So this is the right one this time, at least. We're naming the character just straight Dex because I got tired of naming him Dex only after resetting. We're picking the Thief class since it comes with the Master Key, of course, and it also has a dagger from the beginning, so you don't have to worry about grabbing a dagger at all. Black firebombs are objectively the best choice for the starting gift at that point, since because we have the Master Key, then we can use black firebombs to try to alleviate some of the time frame it takes to kill Asylum Demon, and as well as that, we can use the rest of them on other things, like for example, if I need to get a quicker kill on gargoyles because they're lagging behind, or basic enemies, you know, maybe enemies in the Capra Demon area. Could even be just used for Beta Chaos later, who knows. But we're throwing one in the air as the Asylum Demon comes down, throwing the second one, getting ready to actually dodge the attack. This time, I usually get hit by him a lot. But look at that, this is a perfect kill. Couldn't have really gotten better there, running through the gate super early. Amazing. Okay, so just under a minute to kill him. I don't even really know if that's a good time, because I don't watch speedruns for this game that much. I used to a long time ago. But yeah. That's not bad in my opinion. Picking up our essential items right now, so we got the bandit knife, target shield. We're actually going to be using not just the bandit's knife, but the target shield does come in handy on this. And I do want to clarify again, even though I went over the rules in the beginning, this is dexterity only. We're only leveling dex, but I can use other tools. I'm just not going to rely on other primary weapons to kill enemies. The bow will be helpful for the actual target. For shooting some arrows, yes, don't kill me. I'm going to shoot some arrows, but I'm not going to use bows to kill things straight up like all the time or anything. It's just an assistance. And because it's a speedy run, so yeah. So just keep that in mind, but it'll be primarily the daggers the whole entire time. Like you're not going to see much without the daggers. So now that we already cleared Asylum Demon, sorry, I can't speak. Let's see if we can get the English back. As we open the doors for Asylum, it just feels a little bit more vacant now. It's weird. I'm always used to falling down there and doing the plunge. So not too bad, about 2:15-ish to get to this hill and exit. And just to go over a quick set of rules here as well. So I'm not using any glitches that I know of or any major skips, but if you guys see anything that qualifies as such and I'm not aware of that, let me know. And if there's anything you think I could improve on these, just definitely comment, you know, oh, you could have used this and it would have been a huge improvement for time, this routing would have been better, etc. I didn't think of this endlessly, but I did do basically a run that was full and it was finished and I was gonna go with it. It was my original attempt on this, I was happy. And then I think it was once I got to a particular game that I was like, you know, out of the 3, I needed to improve a couple of them. So you'll have to see what that is. But yeah, if there's anything else you know that's major as an oversight, let me know. Homeward Bones in the chest right there, put them on immediately and then use them to warp. We don't need the Lloyd's Talismans, seeing as the Mimic in Sense Fortress, it can lower our health, but as we're running with it, because of the equip load weight, it's going to slow us down. And there's not a lot of obvious setups to actually use it to make Red Tearstone faster. It would actually be quicker to get counter hit by an enemy or fall off ledges with a combination of hits from different things to get the perfect calculation of that 10% or less. It is possible to do that all the time, but it's very hard because then it would depend on the RNG of the attacks, the enemies, the placement of where they're located, if it's a counter versus not being a counter based on your movement, and then just, you know, maybe cumulative ledges and falling, all that equated to whatever you need it to be, as well as maybe you have to put on pieces of armor, like in the kiln later on, you can get one shot if you don't have certain armor on. like full armor sets, you'll still die basically. So a lot of that factors in, and I do get some interesting ones, but by no means are those planned out fully. A lot of this stuff was on the fly. I thought it was going to be fun to add some pressure to it. I think that typical challenges that are done like this usually are pretty much for one purpose or the other, but not all three. So it would be dex only with the choice of a weapon that is either kind of really good for dex, like the best dex weapon, or a set of the best dex weapons. Could be any dex weapon or as many weapons as possible, or it would just be a particular weapon challenge itself without the restriction of leveling that stat. But I was like, well, why not do all three? I think that'd be way better. And it's almost kind of like SL1 Plus, if you think of it that way, with SL1 in this game theoretically being better than the Thief class, though the Thief being actually a really strong contender as one of the, I would say the top 3 at least. Possibly number 2. I would say Bandit comes so high as a starting class because of its axe and the health and all that. Brigand armor is really good for poison. Spider shield's 100% physical reduction, but yeah, Thief is great with that Master Key, man. The dagger. So as we get through Valley of Drakes, we loot some souls and we're gonna pop them in the lift right here. I'm only gonna try to pop 2 on a regular basis. So you see that I almost popped the 3rd and fumbled, but I saved myself from wasting some time there, since the lift, by the time you're done popping, the 3rd one just hangs there on the platform and you're waiting for a while. So better to just wait and then go back down to get Red Tear Stone Ring, then use that 3rd soul. Touching down at the bonfire in the cave so we can have a checkpoint when we warp back, and everything's fine and dandy. Coming up here with the Valley of Drakes, when you go backwards through the Brigand Bridge, you do have to worry a little bit about the 3 drakes at the back. So this one on the left side, he can fly right away. Probably the worst thing he'll do. This one in the middle, I've never seen him do anything dangerous. If you're just lining him up on the right side here, then you pivot around, you're good. I like to go slightly center, then swerve off to the left, then do a slight zigzag with the lightning on these drakes. But there is a scenario, and I was explaining this on the other run that I was misinterpreting for the run that I was supposed to commentate, where they did actually push me with their wings, and then you try to counter the force of them pushing you to the left. They usually push you to the right. If you get pushed to the right and you just keep going straight, you will get pushed into lightning oftentimes and die. And if you go right even further, then you're dead even sooner. Rolling it doesn't help because you're still technically more to the right. So you really actually have to keep sprinting against the force that's pushing you if you want to survive that without killing anything. Donald's setup is just chilling on the ledge. He goes for his classic poke from a distance. And they did a little bit of a 360 there. So I was going to try to backstab him, but I gave up on it because it's a little too slow. We're going to parry. And we're just staying with the parry instead of trying to get the critical. Seeing as if I do crit him right there, it's going to be a slower animation. I'm not going to get him pushed back as soon. And then we need the Grass Crest Shield for the stamina regeneration. It's going to be so much faster. So even though, again, this shield doesn't meet requirements for Thief to use fully, you'll see a little X on it if it's one-handed. I think it does meet requirements two-handed, and obviously on your back it doesn't matter, so you're not going to see that right now. And though we do have this inconsistency with one-handing it, I still do use the one-handed Grass Crest Shield for certain things. So I'll explain that when we see it, but yeah, it's good for magic reduction for different things. And there's one particular scenario that's classic when you are allowed to take damage that I think it is one of the best things for, since we already have it. Havel right here is just chilling. He didn't even swing for me as I opened the door. It's a little bit depressing. I thought he was going to say hi. But yeah, just running up the staircase. Havel is something that I was debating trying to get for this run. Never really found a reason though. 3,000 souls roughly. Not a huge boost. Wouldn't change anything with the upgrade path of the dagger, and then the dex that I get extra wouldn't be a different AR on the weapon. That'd be significant in dealing damage. Right away I decided, hey, let's firebomb this barrel, get the lizard in one shot, easy, and then we get a Titanite chunk that's extra there. That's perfect for later on. So much better also than using the dagger to kill it, because it would have taken forever. Make that guy hit the barrel himself so he dies by his own explosion. Put the armor back on, and then we're gonna swivel this dude right here. See if we can kill the guy with the spear. Be a little bit more patient. But debating, do I skip them? Do I use firebombs? Just thinking on the fly here. I take out one of them with a firebomb. That guy's resisting. We go for the slice and dice to not waste too much more time. Trying to go for the backstab on this dude. And at this point you might think, okay, that's kind of slow. Now, if I didn't do this, I wouldn't have more room to try to separate these guys or just chill and firebomb them from a distance. So I missed that one. Gives me more time to set up without getting hit off screen or the other one's chasing me. And now I can comfortably just kill a couple of them. I could kill all 3. Doesn't really matter. And I go for only 2 of them. Comfortably escape the final ambush guy. And then we get the lightning pine resin chest, which is going to be great for the beginning of the game. We got 3 of them, so we got to make that count. But if we don't die or anything, it will give me such a boost for the beginning that even the stuff that doesn't bleed will actually suffer a lot more damage. And because we're dealing it so quickly, no matter what my attack rating is, the DPS is really good. So our damage per second with the gold pine resin is great. Now we're going back up through the mountainside over here. And next thing on the objective list is getting the bow. Again, bow is going to be used a little bit. It's not the main weapon. I'm not using it to straight up kill bosses or kill significant enemies of any sort, really. And then I slide off the edge, but I still recover, so it's good. Little fumbles like that when you're on the fly and you're not routing this heavily or religiously resetting is what makes doing this fun. So I definitely challenge you guys, even if you don't really speedrun or you don't have any type of ambition to do a run quickly or even in one sitting, maybe break it up, put a clock on though, and then see how much more it makes you just sweat in terms of, oh, I got to do this right, got to do that right, and then you'll probably have slip-ups you would never have before. And then you'll have some really cool breakthroughs where there is a certain point you get to where the decisions will be so good that you would have never thought of that stuff on the fly either, and that's kind of the takeaway that is a little bit of a bonus of doing this that you can take with you. You can get better at thinking really quickly. So we got that lizard. You can see how much slower that one was to slice up rather than just using the fire bombs, but I do want to save the other ones for more important situations. For example, this tree guy right here, he's weak to fire. We got that extra fire bomb. Let's see how much more damage it does. And it doesn't kill him straight up, but it does cut off a lot of the time it would take to chop him down. Can we get a purple moss? No purple moss, unfortunately. We're at 11:15 roughly. We're going for the second one. I'm using the black fire bomb, but I miss. Kind of just double down and go for the knife again. Debating going for black fire bombs, but I don't want to waste too many in case we need them for gargoyles. And this is where we get to a situation where I just decide to use it because I'm afraid of backing him off the cliff, but we still don't get a purple moss. So if this was gambling right now, if I was doing slots, dude, it's over. Like anything you promised in terms of what you were originally going to invest in, it's out the window, and you're just a liar because you got screwed when it came to the odds, and sunken cost fallacy is setting in. So we're just getting greedy here, trying to kill all these guys. We finally got the purple moss, and it took almost an extra full minute from the first one, maybe a little bit more than that if I'm looking at the clock correctly. That's okay, but it's one of those things that just is purely random. Like there's no way to guarantee getting it. You have to play around with the odds. There is ways to increase the odds. Now, if I popped the humanities that we had gotten on the lift up to Donald or on the way down to, I guess it would be New Londo Ruins from Firelink originally, that 4 humanity would increase my item discovery just enough where the percentage would go up slightly, but it still wouldn't make such a big difference that I really am relying on that. I want to play it a little bit safer in case I died with those humanities twice and then I can't get the shortcut for Bed of Chaos. The way I have that calculated roughly is within the neighborhood of only having 2 extra to spare on average. And so if I don't have those, I mean, that's the 4 right there. It's going to put me at a deficit. I'll be at like 28 or something like that, maybe 29. Won't have the 30 to go through the door, and that takes way longer to fix than just kind of playing around with the forest guys. So we got the bandit's knife increased a bit, 13 minutes on the clock, going to level dexterity. Got 17. And still have no armor on. We're still keeping it a little bit light until we actually get into the fight with gargoyles or a little bit further into the church. And we're just heading straight for the Firekeeper Soul as our next destination over here. The hollows up the stairs aren't too dangerous, so I'm going to decide to put on most of the black leather set now. I wanted to actually have the pants on and not the hood. There we go. There we go. Gotta fix that. Gotta show that bald beef jerky. Firekeeper Soul right here, very important. That's going to get us 5 humanities for later. And then we have the Baldur Knight on the stairs. If I go slightly left, it seems to be a better direction than going right a lot of the time. But then also you just block his attack or just roll through him, and he'll give you a little bit of a pocket on the side. If you go dead center or anything but touching the wall, it's very, very hard to get a gap to go around him. So that's a surefire way to at least have a setup. Right here, I was really worried about the Chandler sniping me on the ladder. He actually went for a melee attack, but then he goes for the soul arrow. And by the time he shoots it, I'm already over the first ladder, meaning that he does not have the line of sight. Very clean. But just, again, purely lucky on that. If he did hit me on the ladder, I don't know if it would have killed me because I think he already had done his buff, meaning he'll hit for a percentage that's a bit more than normal. Now I'm letting the boulder try to hit me. See if I can actually get set up for gargoyles, but look at that. He killed me. He's also buffed. I'm not exactly sure if that would have killed normally because I don't think it counts as a counter hit. Correct me if I'm wrong. I wasn't sprinting or anything. I was just standing still. But it's hard to say. It's a one-handed attack. It's not a heavier attack that he does that I'm aware of. It just seems like a combo. But that was probably a good 65% of the health in one shot, maybe 70. And I was really, really hoping that I could block through that, but we're just gonna run back anyways. That is the first death. Hopefully no more for a long time. It's still quick enough where I'm like, you know what, we got the lightning pine resin. I want to test it on gargoyles, see how quickly I can get the fight with the knife. Let's just do it. Right here's an example of where the boulder blocked me, but he backstepped and gave me a little bit of lenience after. And then we got a hollow ambush off screen. Got the one from the center, but I kill him to make it a little bit quicker. And let's see if we can rerun that scenario, but just not die at the top of the stairs, or sorry, the ladder. So getting the soul retrieval going back through the fog right here, getting the gold pine resin ready, and I'm going to use it right before the cutscene, so we're just able to run up immediately. Gargoyle does a pretty good opener. Get a tail cut right away. 112's not bad. And we're one hand in the dagger. Look how much damage that is, man. So this is just most of the damage we're getting here. It would not be comparable if we were just using the dagger, even though +5's the most we're going to be seeing for a little bit till we get Large Ember. And I would have had to have started with Capra Demon to already have the possibility of that, and then looted Large Shards and Blighttown in reverse of the order we're doing this. So way slower. Boom, one down already. I got double fire. That's really lucky. It does happen, obviously. It happens fairly frequently, but just the fact that it happened that soon made it so much quicker than all of the scenarios where the timers of their attacks start to mismatch and don't synchronize, and then we have a lower chance of getting double fire after, because we can get staggered fire, where one fire is ending, the other one's starting, but that doesn't help me too much, and they could also protect each other that way. So very nice. Now we're going to the top of the tower to ring the bell. One thing that's important here is actually not going back down to Oswald, mainly because if I did do that, you know, it's not really that worth it. Homeward Bones are available in the water channel from the Undead Merchant if we go to Capra Demon, so if I were to just use the ones right here and then run out of them, I still have a backup plan, and I could probably get more before I even ran out anyways. Now we're back at Undead Parish. Gonna level Dex a little bit more, get 26 in total, spend pretty much almost all of that 10k, and now we're hustling back up because we got to go back to Firelink to connect into Blighttown. So all the armor's back off, going speedy mode again. So in this lift, I'm going to make sure the purple moss is actually on the character if I can. I think. Am I that smart? Let's see. That's what I should be doing. There we go. Yes. Okay, I did. Trying to make sure. Dropping from the very top. So if you get the wall clearance where the overhang is letting you fall from the very, very top of the height of the ladder, do it. It won't kill you. It's probably the quickest way to get down there. Saves a lot of time. And then, do I touch the bonfire? Yes. Probably would be smart because we want to respawn over here anyways. I think that the logic I was going with was that before Sense Fortress, Capra, so we want to respawn at this to be closer to Capra to do the skip. And then Lautrec spawns conveniently right in front of us once we're out of the Firelink bonfire area, and then we're just going to quit out after kicking him off the cliff. The classic 300 moment. Picking up the Ring of Favor and Protection. Only issue though, Ring of Favor and Protection, it's great. It's actually probably the best item on this entire run that we can get that's not the weapon setup. The problem is, we're gonna have to break it pretty early enough where it's painful. And that's mainly to do with the Order for Humanity, because Beta Chaos coming much sooner would mean we would need the 30 Humanity immediately. and I don't seem to get it that often where I order Beta Chaos pretty late into the Lords. So just due to that, and then due to the fact that Nito also makes you break the rings for his rings that you need for stealth, it's a little bit of a toss-up to keep the favor and protection ring on for the whole entire game, unfortunately. Four Kings obviously requires you to take off a ring in general, and if you're going to use Red Tearstone, which I think you'd be absolutely crazy if you did this run without Red Tearstone on them. I mean, good luck. That's one way to save it, but then you're still taking it off for Nito because a cult club violates the rules of using a dagger as the primary weapon. Normally, that's probably the only way you're getting away with having it until the very end, is just you forego extra damage on Four Kings and probably aren't that fast. But yeah, even with like regular speedruns on this game, if you're not familiar, I'm not an expert on them. By no means have I seen all the most recent world records. I don't know all the updated strategies, even from way back. I've never actually really officially speedran this game with a regular character for competitive times in my entire life. I've only done weird challenge runs fast. That's it. I have speedran Dark Souls 3 for world records. I have gotten, I think, I got one for no major skips, all bosses, and SL1, all bosses. I still might even have top 10 for SL1, unless people have gone crazy on it in recent time. I had second place for a while because I just stopped doing it. But yeah, I have actually done competitive stuff on that is like world class. So I could speak a little bit about really crazy things on that. This, I have no right doing it. So if you want to correct me on things that can improve these, I would love to incorporate them the next time I do it. But you will know if you've seen them, and if you don't, Red Tearstone's used in a lot of the fights. Pretty much every single one you can use it on. And the way that the speedrun works is unique in this game, particularly because it's just kind of like to the wire, where any single slip up, you're dead. Whereas in Dark Souls 3, if you slip up, you're not dead. You actually get to slip up many times and not die, and you can still get a record, even if you make like 3 or 4 mistakes in one fight, just depending on the RNG for everything else and how good your skips are. So that's like a really unique nuance that changes the gameplay so much. This one actually has to be pretty much perfect. And on things like ONS, it's scary. So this resembles that to a slight degree, but unfortunately, because I do such little damage in comparison to something like the Dragon Tooth moveset swap for a Rapier or something like that, I'm not getting that multi-hit strength weapon damage or anything with the Rapier's stab. So I kind of have to play tactical. And for that being said, it's definitely more of a challenge run feel for the actual fights. As you see right there, we go for like a huge amount of damage on Quailag as she does her biggest combo for lava, but then we do back away. We are trying to get another opening that's big, preferably that same attack. I'm not going to go and stick in the armpit on this one because anytime she jumps away, it'll chip damage me with her legs. And if I don't time the roll of her jump away like that, or I just get unlucky with getting hooked on the head, I will die in RTSR after about 2 of those, maybe even 1 if I'm just getting counter hit or something. So really, really not worth it on that, but she does another one pretty early on. And one thing on Quailag that's great, I've talked about this before, but if you haven't heard it, I try to make her do placement where if there's lava nearby, I don't run away from her exclusively and then wait for her to catch up to me. I actually pre-roll the distance to be even further away, but not so far that she does the jump across the map. This makes it so she zooms to the place that I was in originally, has a high chance of doing the attack I want, but is placed slightly further away from the fire than if I just sprinted in a straight line, or if I sprinted too far. Guaranteeing no big jump, plus a little bit more control over where the lava pools go. I look at it as like if you're on Microsoft Paint and your cursor is super laggy and you're trying to draw a picture, but like there's a 5-second delay because you're looking at a screen that was recording it back in time. That's basically what the feel is for placing lava. That might sound really stupid, but you probably completely understand what I'm talking about if you do the same thing where you pre-roll the distance and set up time potential events in the future of where she could put it. With your general pathing included in the directions and all that. Very helpful for challenge runs. Anyways, we're going to heal up fully, fall down the pit here, pull the second bell, and we're under 25 minutes on our way to Ceaseless. I have been doing Ceaseless normally lately. We're definitely not doing that on this run. I'll reintroduce killing him normally again soon, but it's going to have to be on a magic run or something because I really miss being able to look at his face while attacking him rather than just hitting his arm from the cavern. It feels a little cheap still. He's just very stupid as a boss anyways. Like it doesn't really feel like a boss fight. It feels almost kind of like Shadow of the Colossus when you're fighting one of the Colossi that are easier, but you already understand the game well enough where you don't struggle trying to figure out the physics of it and you take him down first try. That's the level of satisfaction with it. Probably even less, I would say. There's nothing special you can really do with them. I think what they would need to do if they wanted to make Ceaseless fun is make an environment that suits them a bit better than this, where you have more platforms to move around on, stuff that involves parkour, particularly with maybe one extra attack that allows a bit more environmental spontaneity when platforming, and you're already cooking right there. Maybe the hitboxes being a little bit tighter on his arms as well, because I have noticed in Randomizer he is a ton of fun in certain environments, but just this one sucks. Luckily, he does have that armor on his dead sister there that he's watching over that he gets pissed off for grave robbing. And Gold Hemset's going to be one of the best ones we can use for the entire run. It's one of my favorites in the entire game as well. So grabbing that's not only just important to start the fight, but considering that we're not going to be using Havel's Ring, we only have the equip bonus from Favor and Protection. It's probably smart that we actually do use that armor for one of the highest defenses at the lightest amount of equip load. And now all there is to do is just run back to the fog gate and let him catch up. Thinking of popping Squillakilla right there, but that's a little zesty, man. I'm not sure if I could pull that one off. Plus, we already have an opportunity when he dies, so unless there's a backlog of souls to pop, you should already be pretty much cleared out of the inventory, and that's the only one left. As soon as Victory Achieved pops up, boom, warping out. We're not waiting for the cutscene to play. We'll get that when we come back to the area. 20,000 loads in as we're already in Firelink. Perfect. And then with that 50k on the character, there's not a huge difference of me leveling Dex in the meantime anyways, so I'm just going to run right to Capra. We've got 26 minutes, still under that 30-minute mark, and I mean, I'm sure you could probably make it to Anor Londo in that 30-minute mark if you didn't have to go and get the Large Ember. If you're using a Twinkling Titanite weapon, this is where the luxury of that would kick in, and it's so much better for that reason. But sadly, that's not the case for the Bandit's Knife, and any Twinkling Titanite dagger in this, it'd be like the Jagged Ghost Blade. That's not guaranteed, unfortunately. If I could start with it, sure, we could go that route, and it's great. But I wanted to be able to show you guys a setup that you could do without using Cheat Engine to load in an item or something like that from the beginning, or any kind of table or mod or whatever. I think that unmodded is probably the best way to go for this route. So we're going to spawn in the thieves that automatically open the doors there. I actually went a little brave and tried to chop them down, successfully getting them. They didn't parry me. The one backflipped dog is being a little bit more of a pain. Debating firebombs now, but then I got to heal. I got bigger problems. That dog not being able to connect the bite was probably the saving grace, to be fair, because I got in over my head. I was a little greedy. The fact that that worked, though, is impressive. Those thieves, they do auto parry your weapon usually, but I'm using the same weapon they are, and I'm not sure if it is the reason that I'm doing that as to why they weren't able to even activate it. The guy actually was in the stance for it, but he didn't trigger it. And you see that sometimes, and you also see missed ones with really slow weapons. But pretty cool. Dog staggers me into the combo from Capra, and then he gets me on the backhand. I do dodge out of the final hit that would kill. Dog bites ankle, almost one hit from death. If Capra jumps across the stairs, I'm dead, but I chug on the corner here. Dogs get stuck, Capra's lingering, and then we're trying to see if we can get firebombs ready, but I decided to just go for the dagger. A lot of weapons hit the wall, and they won't actually allow you to hit the dogs properly, but this one slices through the wall and then comes out of it and hits the dog. So not that it kills right away in one swing, but it's pretty good. So we're gonna wait for him to come back up here again. I actually get a swing as he jumps. That one does bonk. And then we got some non-bonkers. Perfect. Seeing if I can plunge, maybe. I don't know, I'm getting a little bit impatient here. I shouldn't plunge, but I do miss the dog. That's one of the reasons why it's just not worth it. I could have waited a bit longer, but I like fighting Capra Demon out in the open, and I do salvage it a bit, and now we can put on that final gold pine resin that we have. Slice him down very fast. It's making some crazy damage on him as well. He doesn't stagger as easily with this weapon, unfortunately. If that was the case, he'd already be dead, but not too much different. It's pretty good. That last swing was legendary. It literally either phased over my head, or there was some sort of iframes in the handle of his weapon or something like that. That was really cool. You don't see it as often. I have seen it before, but on that angle, that was crazy. This thief with the backhand running attack, because the lightning resin was still overlapping, is beautiful. That wouldn't have killed normally, so we get a little bit more time saved there. And now we get the waterway merchant open, which is great. So gonna quickly talk to her. The only things of interest that she has in general is charcoal pine resin and the homeward bones. You could get purging stones, but I don't plan on getting cursed. And then alluring skulls won't do really anything at all. Other pine resins don't matter. There's nothing other than fire arrows, I would say, on maybe a more extended playthrough that could help you, but we're not going to be shooting arrows to kill. So fire arrows aren't making much of a difference on things like Ingward, or, you know, if I wanted to try to get an enemy's attention or something. Basically just running into the depths full force. Boom, bob and weave, but then he gets me still. And then I got to heal up here, surprise the hollow doesn't snag me as I'm jumping, clear the handrail, and then we're going to see if we can get the corner chest, but I fumble the corner chest. So corner chest, I'll explain in a second, but we're trying to get out of here alive. We have about a third health left. Run into the water as a backup plan. It cancels my menu, then the dog cancels my menu again. It bites backwards while trying to track me in dead angles, but it misses. And then I get the warp, which is crazy. So corner chest is basically, in this game, you can use the prompt for the chest to open the corner of it instead of opening the dead center or anything along the face. In that scenario, what will happen is the dog will try to bite you and it'll often miss or not be able to connect in time, because you're actually on the corner of it, and it gives you just enough time to fall down and then avoid the butcher as well. In that scenario, I was opening in front of the chest, a little bit slower, a little bit scarier. And just the fact that I even escaped in the water there was crazy, but that's my go-to plan if all else fails. Just considering if you make it into the water and that dog doesn't fall on your head, you obviously do have enough time most of the scenarios that I've ever done it. You'd have to run too far into the wrong spot, but it's a nice slight safe zone. You have about another full second or two before the other dog's on you, and Butcher's never going to catch up anyways. Sometimes I do mid-room warp, but there is actually a second dog that didn't trigger yet that is in the middle. That probably was the one that fell on my head, actually, or it was just about to come down there as well. So we don't want any of that stuff. Now we got 49k on the clock, not bad. Basically just spent some of that 50, and we're gonna go back to Andre right away. Reason being, we got the large ember, but we can also get the bandit's knife to +6 now. And this is going to be good because if we get the weaponsmith box from him later, by the time we get to Sen's Fortress, when we buy the large shards, we can increase the weapon to +10 there instead of having to wait to Anor Londo with the giant blacksmith, meaning I can skip a visit to him altogether. So I'm not going to level Dex. I'm still going to keep that 47 for the budget of the large shards. We're going to need exactly 9, I believe, to be able to ascend the weapon in this game. I think the schematics of it are 996, I believe, and then 1 slab. So 9 regular Titanite, 9 large, 6 chunks, 1 slab. I think it's something like that. So we'll see how much extra we have left over. There is some pickups for large shards in here. There's one in a chest, one on the roof. We got Soul Brave Warrior. Not bad. That's a really good one for a poppable, but these guys do kill you very quickly if you screw up trying to get that, and it's really hard to make it fast. So I got lucky. Just running pendulums now. Very, very straightforward. On this ledge, for anyone that's been struggling since Fortress, maybe you're new to the game, just run on the left side of the guy. He'll never hit you. There's no way he can get you if you're full speed. You'll actually go through his weapon before it actually calculates the hitbox for the thrust as well, even if it looks like it's going to get you. So Cobra rebounds off of the close pendulum, and then I get the timing where I can get him killed, which is nice. Sometimes he'll live. Got 2 large shards in that chest. So now I think we have a 3 count for the total with the 1 that was in Blighttown. Roly-poly. Goodbye. Goodbye, Cobra. Or, sorry, I guess that would be a ball python or something. Are the manslayers, do you think they're ball pythons? Possibly vipers? I don't even know, man. I don't know my snakes that well. I've watched a ball python eat frozen rats. That's about it. And I had a snake around my neck that peed on me one time. It was really annoying. It's called Sunshine, ironically, and it was yellow. I was at a shopping mall. Don't ask me more about that story. That's all I want to remember about it. So we're gonna pop the soul while we're waiting for the lift that is the lift of doom. If you stay on this one too long, obviously you get killed by the spikes on the ceiling, so we're not gonna have that happen. But if it's not synced up properly, I always like just making sure my items are good. or popping. The reason I go down there first is because the way to get up with the ball rolling down the stairs is something I've never done well. It's pretty easy. That is something someone might comment on, being like, you should quit out up the stairs, then do the jump method to clear the upper staircase and get into the contraption room way sooner. But it's just something, again, I haven't done as many times as I feel confident in just doing, even though I know how it works. And I think in this run, when I go back to Sense Fortress, I actually do that. It's either right here or it's later. Can't remember if it was one of the earlier attempts or not. We're gonna have to see, actually. But I did pick up Slumbering right there, which is great. This guy's still just lingering. I tried to knock him out of the way, but there's no stun on this, which sucks. So he lunges and then he makes the perfect pocket for me, which is nice. And then we're just running the exact same route that we had with Roly-Poly guy over here. But Roly-Poly Polly is dead, thank God. Steel Protection Ring could have been a decent play on this one for early game. Though, again, like with the way that the Red Tear Stone setup works on ONS, that's the one fight that it would probably help on. Everything else, I don't know. And it is, in fact, the case that I do go up the stairs here. But boom, dead. Because, again, I don't do the quit out. I forget, I fumble. That wasn't quite because I didn't know, though. These kinds of things happen when you're just on the fly. And also, if your pace is pretty good, I notice that you're way more likely to make these really stupid mistakes. So when people watch a speedrun, and you're watching a world record, like a legitimate world record person, and they're on a world record pace, and then they just screw it up and you're like, oh, they did that on purpose. It's like, dude, you have no idea how tempting it is to just screw up. And it's not even because you want to, and people say it's throwing or it's milking content. You have no idea. The brain rewires itself to just do stupid things, man. And it's like, I wish I could make it as urgent as real life and death, because then maybe you would actually like pull through. But just because it is the game and stuff, there's something weird about it where the neurology does not fire properly. And that was one of those moments. No excuses, it was pretty stupid. I did decide, obviously, to go for it. But I think what it's going to happen is anytime I'm going through the Sense Fortress and I'm trying to be quick in the future, the quit out with the jump thing will be the standard. I won't go down to do the Symbol of Avarice room if I'm not actually getting the Symbol of Avarice from the Mimic, or I don't need the Lightning Spear. It's just going to be the normal thing I do. Lesson learned. I'm going to take an actual little snippet of information here and roll with it. No pun intended. And there's the quit out there. Perfect. Now let's see if it was actually enough. Do I have to do a second one? Because I think I could have ran a little bit deeper. Stamina was a little bit short. Oh, perfect. So yeah, the lever is actually not even in the same position there. We're going to do the crazy last second roll on the multi-trap right there. And then we got that last little short pendulum section before the final bridge. This guy I like to knock back a little bit. Just give him a little bit of a backhand, a little bit of a slap. He did yell at us for no reason. I didn't do anything. I just showed up and he's only known us for 1 second and he yells at us. I don't like that. Okay, so I'm just checking some items I have on the bar here as well. Making sure I still have the Trickle Pine Resins on. 4 Golem. Got the large soul. Gonna get the large shard here. Get 2 of them again. So we pick up so many of them that at this point, you know, I need the bonfire anyways. Let's just fall off while we're still on this roof and get it. Could have done that first, technically. It doesn't... I probably wasted a little bit of extra time, but it doesn't matter too much. And we'll circle back up to the top again. For some reason, the song in my head that plays is Bomb on Battlefield, like the... Or maybe, is it Womps? Let me know if Womps is the one where it's like... Do, 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 do. Like, I just feel like I need that theme song on Sens at the very top. Only when you get to the roof, though. The song in the inside would be something very, very scary. Or just like horror movie sounds, maybe. Silent Hill, when the alarm goes off and... the pyramid head comes out, like that would be pretty applicable to the pendulums. Everything else though is like just that Super Mario soundtrack after that. So we're gonna get some black fire bombs, get the rest of the shards we needed in total, and then I am gonna jump back to the bonfire to get our upgrades with the weaponsmith box now, since this is our last opportunity before Iron Golem. Golem has such a high level of defense that with the dagger you're gonna see it's gonna be really hard to even do damage at +10, even though that is 75% of fully upgraded anyways. And we're gonna definitely need that either way. I think that with the fire resin as well, it helps, but it could be negligible. It's very likely that like it wouldn't really make that much of a difference. I can't even remember if I go with red tear stone on this or not. It's one of those things where the Boulder Knight outside shooting the arrows could perfectly help you set it up by direct hits. You could do blocks for partials if you need to like kind of buffer a little bit of the damage or just kind of cushion it. And then it's like one of those things where if you knock him off either way, how much quicker are you really knocking him off with RTSR? I don't know. You probably should use RTSR. I have a feeling that I might have not on this one. So, Baldur right there, I actually killed him. Very likely I'm not using RTSR now because he's dead. That's the guy that would give us the setup. Giant though, I am going ballsy. I do like to see that. Trying to get bleeds on him, just going for ankles. And if he does freak out here, it's kind of sketchy because he'll knock you over and then you're going to be getting up as he's finishing the combo, but you might be in a corner though. And if you do fully get KO'd, then obviously that's really bad, but I guess one saving grace, we had the bonfire in case. He didn't do the freak out. And of course there's angles you can escape it on, so it's not impossible, but it's a really wonky animation for this particular game versus like, let's say if we were in DS3, you could probably roll through all of it. So we're gonna use the Treacle Pine, and we get Air Cutter across the center. We do, but it hits the ground because I'm too far back since I buffed the weapon. Normally I'd be ready to just dodge through that if we sprinted straight in, but we delayed a bit. And now it's just ankle biting until we get the tilty tilts, but we got to get the nice angle for it. So you'll notice like on the hits before he starts actually tilting, I'll try to make sure he's pivoting or in the beginning of a pivot, and that there's a high likelihood that if he falls back, he's closer to the half of the bridge width-wise that's gonna lead to gravity. So you'll see exactly what I mean by that. It might not look super obvious that he actually would make it, but he does clunk back a bit and then have a bit of an extra tumble after. It's not like he just sits down. And you can get some surprisingly good tilts. So this one's obvious. This one's not bad. But I also kind of got lucky that in the middle of him just turning, it activated before I even realized. Now I'm going for the heel as much as I can. If you hit the kneecap or the shin, sometimes it counts as kneecap depending on the weapon height, and you can completely miss the cue to be able to actually contribute to the stagger itself. So even though he's wobbling, you're wondering, well, why didn't he fall off? It's because you're probably still making contact with a part of his leg that doesn't count, even though it's almost the same. So you do have to hit the back of the heel or the foot if you can really manage that. And with some weapons, it's very hard. So you need to change the actual attack you're doing with the weapon. We talked about that a little bit on the Black Knight Halberd on Curse Bro when I was doing that run, particularly on this one. And then with the Halberd, it can be pretty easy because you can just poke the ground and you can directionally influence it. So the dagger's a little bit of an in-between. Now we're touching down with 71k. Still only SL16, so we're going up to 43 dex to make it an even level 33. And now let's go and see what we can do in Anor Londo. Again, nothing we can really budget for to save when it comes to Titanite chunks or anything. We're going to be accumulating a lot of them by picking them up, and we already do have, I think it's like 2 or 3. So can't buy them. Twinkling Titanite's not of interest. Giant Blacksmith does not do a single thing for us on this at all. So we could spend the entire budget. And then I think we still have Core of Iron Golem just in case. We're going to want something to have 20k as a cushion for Andre so we can buy the Crest of Artorias, since I am actually not going to kill him. That is a bit of a spoiler, but I think it's probably for the best. Killing him would be really hard with this weapon. He's very likely to one-shot me and just perpetually dominate me with how close I'll have to be. He's got like some insane frame 1 jabs and the dropkick that I don't actually think is fair. It's probably not even something that they were gonna do, but they're like, let's just make him a cheater. So now we're just running Rafters. This Painting Guardian right here, he doesn't really do much. He's going to keep spamming the throwing knives, but they'll be off screen at some point. This guy actually ambushes, so I hit him in midair. That's one nice luxury of the knife itself. Daggers, knives, whatever, they hit so fast that you can interrupt things that are that quick that normally with another weapon you trade on. And if I traded on that one, I got knockback, and then he did the spin because he has something that's kind of like a dagger. There's a lot of really big weapons that I would have died from in some of those trades. with the following combo or whatever it may be. And also maybe one of the other Painting Guardians caught up, or the, you know, a knife came off screen. Who knows? It all depends on your footwork and how quick you get there too. But the fact that I got the airborne shot is really nice. It's another thing too that your brain will kind of shut down on if you're moving very fast like this, and then in the moment he decides to do that rather than hesitate or do a different attack. It's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors, but you weren't thinking of that as an option, most likely. I've started to try to think of it as an option, but before that wouldn't have even been a selection I would have came up with, so I would have done something else, like back away or try to block. But the interrupt is really cool, and it could just save you way more time. Could be actually safer, even though it looks scary. You also get a counter hit out of that too. The ebook for counterattacks will be well, it'll be in my my manifesto one day. Anyways, we're gonna try to see if we can make sure that no javelins are tossed by the demons here. Looks like they didn't give me bad RNG, so camera goes back forward again. And then as we're making our way up to the ledge of death, just change into the target shield. Fumbled on that one a little bit, but it's okay. And I got good timing for the great arrow from behind me, so it actually hit the pillar, and then I got a little gap of time to run to the other Silver Knight. You don't always get that leisure, so you could kind of hear it coming from behind you with the previous shot's timing, and at a certain point you could actually pre-roll, and you could iframe it from it coming off screen behind you if you get really good at it, or at least have a chance of trying to dodge it. Even if you do this incorrectly, it'll still knock you forward. It won't knock you sideways a lot of the time, and you'll still be on the ledge, so you're fine. And now we're just touching down at the pre-ONS bonfire. Nothing else to really do here at all. Though I do again have Core of Iron Golem. I was considering it, but I'm like, no, save it for Crest of Artorias, of course. And target shield still on. I want Red Tearstone set up on this guy. He backstabbed me. That takes most of the health, so I'm thinking the logic is like, okay, I fall off another ledge, I'm good. So no more need to have enemies attack me. That might have actually been a better turn of events than him hitting me many times, because with these calculations, I actually am not smart enough to tell you Thief with this armor on at this exact level and physical defense will take this much damage per hit, counter or non-counter, from these attacks on this enemy. That's a little bit too much for me. If anybody on the planet could actually tell you that in real time, I would be highly suspicious they're not human. But there's a little bit of like a I guess you could say art of knowing how to get RTSR setups off enemies. I haven't quite got good at that yet. I'm gonna get a lot better as we go, because again, Symbol of Avarice is just too long to wait for, and there's no status effects otherwise in this area. So we got bad RNG on opening for Ornstein. He goes a little bit to the right side. When he does that little glitchiness where he delays and it doesn't go straight towards you, I always go to the right because it kind of corrects his course of where he's traveling very quickly. It also separates Smo as a guarantee every single time. So you'll see that opening as a familiar one very often if you do that. And if he goes straight towards you, obviously that's fine. Another scenario could be that he lingers by just walking. He tries to do the jump attack overhead, or he throws lightning right away. There's a lot of different styles, but the three major ones are slow, directly forward, or glitchy, and then you want to go off to the right. So now we're just in the no man's land, keeping Smo centered. So I always think of this as the one part of your brain, or the subconscious, we'll say peripheral. Peripheral is the easiest way. So everyone's got the vision where you can see without directly looking at something. You want to have that vision being in charge of imagining you're only fighting Smo and keeping him stuck on the pillar like you're in phase 2. Or if you've ever fought him on the pillar before, you just do that. You also want to imagine where he is if he's not on the camera, and how long it's been since he's done something, or if it's possible that he's going to run or do some sort of other attack that could get into the screen and into your field of view, maybe even hitting you. That's it. That's the hardest part with him. Other than that, obviously having the line of sight on him the whole time makes it a lot more obvious, but just getting better at predicting, okay, he's doing like the plow attack, now he's off camera, it's been 2 seconds, he probably couldn't reach me. And you think of it as a worst case scenario where you maybe exaggerate the possibility of it, so you're always a little bit ahead of the timer. And then you really just have to know Ornstein, obviously, on this one, so I'm just trying to make sure I bait out the two-hand with the uppercut attack as a finisher for an opening. Any one-handed attack that I can space on the side of, and I make him pivot a lot, like you see right here. But even again, sometimes I'll be on an angle where I escape clean and I don't need to roll, but I roll anyways, purely for the luxury of the distance from Smo, not actually because I'm iframing Ornstein or preparing for his next attack. And then it creates scenarios that are even more convenient to do damage later. That was beautiful. One thing you have to worry about in phase 1 though is when Smo swings on the cutscene buffer, there's sometimes a damage hitbox that gets created in the actual arena that's invisible, so that once you're fighting phase 2, you walk into that square foot of existence and you die because his attack's still actually a constant calculation of damage in the atmosphere. It doesn't make any sense, really. It is a glitch that happens on both versions of the game. I've died to it quite a few times, but it is more rare than it is common, so you may never see it while playing, but it is something that I always try to be careful for, and that's why I'm not playing close to the fog gate pillar. I was a little spicy, and I think I did run back through that space anyways, which was a little bit of a no-no on most challenge runs, but because we're trying to be fast, I chanced it. You just don't want to run through where he was doing a plow attack, a slam attack, anything that's lingering, and then boom, it cuts to black and then switches to phase 2, as a rule of thumb. If you're curious about what that actually looks like, definitely go and check out some clips on it. There's one that's really funny, actually. I'm going to see if I could recreate it. The guy, I can't remember like where he's from in the world, but it's one of my favorite clips from games in general, out of anything. And he's speedrunning, and he basically just runs into the phase 2, and then he just dies. And he's just like, why did my character just give up on life? Why did he give up? He's just like so... like just heartbroken because he literally thinks the character died of natural causes, possibly cardiovascular. It's really funny. So yeah, you'll probably be left thinking the game cheated you, but it's actually just Smo's attack lingering. And I'm sure at this point, because we have so many other great resources for deep dives on debug and, you know, source code and stuff like that, like Illusory Wall might be able to talk more about it on one of his streams, or maybe he'll make videos about that stuff. Maybe he already did. Who knows? I don't keep up with everything, so could create a little bit more of a discussion about those types of events. Maybe there's some other ones in the game. There's one thing I saw, actually. This is just a really cool story about DS1. Perfect one to share it on while we're finishing off Smo here. So as we get the victory, we're gonna see if we can still get the lift. I do the jump, I think. Oh, I just barely get it. That's cool. That was insane parkour. Okay, besides the point though. So on a side note, I got Smo to whack-a-mole Ornstein his whole body into the ground and only his head was sticking out of it, and I was able to do damage to his head while his entire body was stuck in the ground and he couldn't move. That I've only seen that one time. That was on the, I think, 360 version. It wasn't even on PC, or we can say like previous gen console. Genuinely have no idea if anybody's ever seen that at all. There is a clip actually of it to prove it is real, and it is in one of the videos on my channel. I think it's one of the celebrations for like reaching a milestone or potentially partnership on Twitch, like way back or something. But like it literally is a clip that I still have access to, and then if you guys want to see it, I'll see if I can find it, maybe make a short video. But he hammers him into the ground. I don't understand that at all. That's crazy. Like the collision just fails on the mesh of the floor or something. I've seen him jump out the window before. That's a crazy one as well. He could just go through the window and then die. But that's more common though. Anyways, we're just popping up everything else we got. Just over 30k. And now we're back to Andre, and we're gonna purchase the Crest of Artorias. Again, killing him would probably not be smart, so Crest of Artorias is great. 20,000 is a very small price to pay when you only level Dex. That is, it's very easy to justify here. So now we're gonna try to go and attempt Sif. I was also debating, do I want stone armor for this challenge? Is it possible that when we get to Four Kings, maybe for some reason I feel enticed to not do red tier stone? Or even, let's say, they do something where I have to heal for whatever reason. You can think of probably some scenarios yourself. And then I put the stone armor on halfway through the fight to kind of buffer the fact that it's a little bit more dangerous. Because I do know for a fact, if I had some defense on, the hilt attacks would not kill me. I could probably take more than one and still be alive. They do such a marginal amount of damage versus the actual blade of the weapon, so if I get hit by where their hand is, it's different. And that's where you're going to be standing a lot of the time. So that's something that really makes a huge difference there. Either way, quitting out before this gate right here for the crest helps a little bit. I didn't really want to hit the bonfire. There's no point. I think I did that on the previous attempt that was a little bit slower. I was like, you know what, at this point, the chances of dying on Sif is so low that if I do, I didn't deserve to do the run anyways. Like, what's the point of dying on Sif if you're actually trying to do this, right? I can, however, die on other things, so I'll absolutely tear myself apart. I'll be the first person to when there is some big fumbles. You guys will see. But other than that, though, dying on Sif's just not something that's in the cards. We just can't have that happen. So, are we going stone armor? No, we're not. I think I debated against it at this point. But there was one run I did grab it on just in case. I think it was, again, that attempt that did get finished, because there's only one other attempt in between, and it made it maybe to the first, I want to say, like 10 to 15 minutes. So, yeah. Now we're going to go and see, can we get bleed on Sif? Bleed on Sif is fun. Sif is one of those fights where it kind of goes one of two ways, I would say. The only caveat is, like, if you have magic and you have really strong magic at that point, it's a bit different because he input reads. So you can have a fight that's interesting with, like, pre-timing things, angling things that don't have lock on, and then having him predictively dodge your attacks. But other than that, if you're doing melee, there's only two routes. You're basically hitting him when he's finished attacks, staying outside the range of where his feet is, or, sorry, hit his or her, or they, you decide, is Sif a guy? Let's figure it out. Yeah, you're just basically staying outside the range of the pause, or you're inside the range of the pause, and we want to be locked in it like a cage. We're basically just trying to enter from the front there, swing into the front as we're moving, and then turn around and swing back into the front pause. Back pause don't really come of interest until there's an angle that we get on where she's going to exit a certain, like, you know, maybe like sideways or run away or something, but it's very rare. I mean, right there on that dive in there as she rotates, of course, we get a few, and then it corrects itself back to the center. So we're kind of going with it as if it's a spinning target, but upon being stationary or facing you, just the front paws are perfect. Gives you that perfect little pocket underneath where the chin is, where if she does do the 360 back away, it goes over your head. So even rolling, it's a good safeguard, but it doesn't matter. It won't actually connect. Double spin's great to get in for access on this. You could do one roll and then have the second spin miss you completely if you're this range right here. So as you see that one over my head, it looks like it's about to kill me, but it doesn't. And you're always safe there. You can go for some early attacks for counter, and we do in fact get a juicy bleed right there. I got a little bit zesty and I tried to buff at the same time. It's all good though. This is probably one of the most aggressive Sifs I've done in general, and I even go in pretty crazy when she's limping. Oh, a back leg stab. Ooh, shish kebab the thigh. It's a barbecue, dude. Oh my God. With the fire too. Wonder how that tastes. Actually, no, that's just not, that's an irrelevant question. All right, so we're leveling a little bit more. Dex is at 54. You're gonna notice with this game, as much as I would love to just max out dexterity, there's just not enough of a budget. So if you guys want to put guesses of what the level actually ends up as in the end, go for it right now. But I couldn't even tell you. I can't remember what it gets to. It's not near 99, unfortunately. I wish. There is, however, one game where you get 99 before the game is over. Can you guess that? People that have played all three and like know a lot of the tricks and different things, of course, you're gonna probably know immediately, but you can guess which one of the three. There's only one that you can do this in with the way I'm playing this, but one of them you get 99 dex before you're even done, and there's still a decent amount of content left. And this is just any percent. This is not all content. So pretty impressive that it allows you, and actually just shows the discrepancy of like the amount of things that you get souls from, or just the amounts of souls. So pop and Sif soul right away, rest in peace. And with the Firekeeper soul and the ones we've accumulated in terms of humanity for our budget to go to Bed of Chaos, we're getting there. We still need some more stuff. I'm at the point now where I think draining the seal to New Londo is the next objective, even if we don't attempt Four Kings right away, because the large embers over there, or sorry, the very large ember, the one that is the final for getting to plus 15 with the bandit's knife. That's not something that we have to do. It would be amazing if somehow we got all the extra chunks and then the slab to complete it. But think of it this way. A slab is a rare drop from a Dark Wraith, and then you can get a guaranteed one from Stray Demon if we go back to the Asylum, which we will go back to the Asylum, but killing Stray Demon is such a huge extra time sink that in terms of minutes that you spend doing it, in relation to what you'd gain back getting the slab, if you even have the chunks, probably doesn't math properly to make it faster. I don't think it actually matters. So instead, just starting off this area with going on the Firekeeper Soul adventure in the corner there on the bridge, I do a quit out to despawn the ghost so we can run back right away without having a homeward bone like I usually would. And then the transient curse here makes the ghost tangible, so this first one in the stairwell, if we do have trouble with blockades or anything, we could actually knock him out of the way or kill him straight up. Only that one really matters, but because it lasts so long and it kind of overhangs the whole duration of this area, it's a good safeguard either way. So I will just straight up kill this one in the hallway, why not? And then with that time that we spent up there, the other one should have floated up to the second level where we don't have any kind of blocks on the lower part. Perfect. Getting the bow out, getting it ready ahead of time for Ingward's section. And then I'm not even going to kick down the ladder. We're just going to let these ghosts do their little parade behind us. And the ones that try to shank us through the floor, get those feet. It's like a horror movie, man. I swear I've seen a movie where like someone's stabbing through the floor as people are walking on wooden floorboards, but I can't remember what it is. Might be, dude, what is it? It's not evil. It's not an Evil Dead movie, is it? No, it's not that. It must be like must be something weird. I don't know. It's like a horror movie. It's like a classic one, but yeah. You tell me if you know what I'm talking about. Maybe you can remind me. So for Ingward to get him started, firebomb and an arrow. Now he's running against the gate, and we're just basically free aiming well above his head to arc the bombs so they explode against the wall. And we still have some to spare for Bed of Chaos, which is actually the goal. If I overshot that and I used too many bombs, the amount of time we'd waste going back to Sense Fortress or even to the water channel for the merchant a second time would just be so painful. And that actually did happen in the other run that I finished. So that was one of the huge time saves. I was like, there's no point of having that. So easy to avoid. Just budget properly for the bombs, keep it pretty close to how many you need, and just be accurate with them and you're good. You know, we have a little bit of room for error, but if you, for whatever reason, find yourself screwing up a lot of this stuff, you could just buy extra and level less. It's fine. Just over an hour mark now. And it's looking pretty good for our time overall. I think that gargoyle death was one of the most painful so far. But other than that, everything's looking pretty smooth. The ONS first try is great. RNG wasn't too bad on it. And then I would say even Sif was pretty fast given the circumstance we got. I don't know how he would improve it too much. Sif's another fight. I'm just talking about it in retrospect that Red Tearstone Ring would be sketchy on, kind of like Quailag. The jitters from the pause she jumps away would actually chip you down to death very quickly. It would only take 2 jump aways, possibly 1 if you got countered, to die. So fighting Sif and Red Tearstone, yeah, it's amazing, and you get bleed on top of that. But with that type of aggression, I don't know, you guys tell me exactly what you'd have to do that. You'd probably have to have Sanctus going and then purposely get hit by the paw every so often to put yourself back in range. And then at that point, you would be doing Nito first. So you could, 100% you could, just it's a little bit weird though to hope that the amount of health you regain is perfect to reset your range. There's no way to control that with like a micro heal. So right here, we got a convenient ledge to fall back down into the main room. Just making sure I'm going the right way to the Dark Wraiths over here. And I believe I do take these guys out because I want the chunk in the chest. So I parry this guy with the target shield. Amazing crit with the Bandit's Knife. This guy tries to stab me, but I get the iframes from the residual backstab. We get the parry on him on the wind up too. Now this is something I just love, is just randomly throwing parries out in DS1 on a run where you just can't afford to make a mistake that easily. Luckily this is not as high stakes, but like you'll notice even in a lot of the damageless or hitless runs, especially as I get further into them through the timeline of attempting different versions, there's one particular parry I'll do on the Black Knight at the end of the kill that people were like, why would you even do that far into the game? Like, what's the point of like possibly fucking it up just because of a parry? Because parries are less frames than rolling, so actually strafing is no frames required. It's a freebie if you just do it properly. So you don't actually need to make it the hardest level of difficulty of the 3 scenarios. But for me, I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna parry this guy, even if I don't kill him from the parry, it gets me warmed up for Gwyn, and I should be able to parry him every time no matter what, because I parried him almost as much as you would need to parry Gwyn to succeed in that run anyways. So I'm like, it's the same thing. It's almost like he's like a boss fight where you just parry him. Dark Race, same thing. I've done it so many times that I don't mind throwing it out in this run because it's fast. And if it was a challenge run, I would definitely not try to go for the parry. I would go for a backstab, which is still kind of scary. But with the way you look at it, if you're really good at it though, it's kind of weird. You probably would have better luck if you were calm enough to do it. It would just be you sketching out that would make you fumble, because it's a one shot. It's a you don't have to backstab multiple times or hit them as they get up. And I have in fact died while doing it that way. There's more components to it, right? So it's like a weird trade-off. You do have to kill them either way if you're gonna go and get that chunk, so I mean, good luck running around them and not taking damage. And oh boy, I love being back in this graveyard where there's no big mushrooms walking around punching me to death in one hit. Just God bless not being on a randomizer here, even though I do miss it already. So with the regular skeletons being the only thing that really is a threat, they're long gone in the dust. Like they're not even in tow, man. They're not even chasing. So we're just gonna cruise through catacombs very quickly here. And when we get down to the bonfire on this part, the biggest thing to look out for is the Necromancer's first attack. So he could do immediate fireball, he could do a delayed one. It could be like right before you would theoretically get up to hitting him like this, where you want to make sure you're watching out for that. And then simple, just sit down and hit the contraption and we're good. We're still just over an hour. This isn't too bad for the Lord section, I would say. Again, I'm not sure what a good glitchless speedrun would be on this. And then you factor in, I guess, the whole idea of we didn't level anything other than one stat and we're not getting like a min-max setup or anything. Like it is taking quite a bit of hits to kill things. That plus I'm not like amazing in the speedrun sense at all. So it's kind of like it's a weird middle ground. I'm trying to figure out if this truly is generally good or it's just good for me, because I'm very happy with this so far. That's why I decided to stick with this run. I can see how it could be improved a little bit, but then I was thinking about it pretty critically and I'm like, there's not much of a crazy time save we could actually get. Like at the end of it, for my knowledge, how I would do it, there's not a giant discrepancy I can see. So, you know, I'm not thinking like, oh yeah, an hour flat. This game does take a lot longer because you do have to set up the lords, you have to do the Lord Vessel, you have to travel through areas that require you to do multiple sections. And even with Duke Skip, if I did Duke Skip, for example, Archives is a long area to a degree because you still have Crystal Cave. This area with Pinwheel in between, you have to go back because we're getting the rings for Nito for stealth. You know, if we didn't, then maybe it's a little bit quicker. But yeah, we don't want to try to survive Nito with the dagger and then be visible to the skeletons. That'd be scary. So Pinwheel down pretty quickly. He's just a cutscene. I was really hoping for Mask of the Mother. Oh my god. Mask of the Mother would have given us a little bit more health. Child Mask wouldn't matter too much because even though it was stacked with the Grass Crest Shield, we have pretty good stamina management, so that little boost of health would be great. Father Mask doesn't help on this setup because we're not trying to go too heavy. So I rarely ever even find use for that one anyways, even though I know Giant Dad's kind of like a religion when it comes to, as the Germans say, Zweihanda, and you know, your black fireball or whatever the hell. I'm gonna slide off the left side of this beam here because it's an early exit. It looks so cool too. I'm not sure if that's actually meta, but I remember one day I accidentally actually, like, I think I put the controller down and was like grabbing a drink or something, and then my hand just made the button go to the side, the analog, and I basically just slid off early. And I was like, oh, I thought I was about to die, but it actually is faster. That's how I discovered that one. It wasn't from really seeing it or anything, so who knows, that could be better. Get discount Jeff Bezos once again to kick us into the pit. It's not a Prime Day sale, so we pay full price for all these items with our dignity by getting kicked in the bum into a pit of doom. And now we're gonna go back to Asylum. So Asylum Demon, as much as it is tempting, the real reason I think it would be tempting on this isn't for the slab to be converted to plus 15 on the dagger. It's actually because Framped, if we make friends with him, will chew the slab into chunks. And there is this sweet spot where the gap for chunks is perfectly cushioned by doing that. I'm not sure if our denomination works for that particularly, but yeah, getting him to just recycle the slab into chunks is nice. Haven't done that for a while. I think he also makes a funny sound when he does it too, when he's chewing on it. So going up to Crow Airlines, waiting for our flight. Actually, I haven't checked to see what the schedule's like. Attendees boarding Crow Airlines, be ready for slight delays. Weather's looking like slight overcast, and pilot is still in the air. Oh, never mind. I just got an update. The pilot is landing soon. Coming into the runway right now, in fact. Actually, I am the pilot. I'm just fucking with you. Haha. See, this is the thing with Crow Airlines. You pay for what you get. It's sort of cheap, but it's okay though. It's like better than that one time I paid for a flight that was a normal price. Here's something funny. So There was a flight that was bad that I took, and it was one of the best flights ever. It was one of those ones where like you get the window seat, which I like personally, but you know, whatever does it for you. And then you have the guy sitting beside you, but there's a gap in between, so both of you can put your stuff in the seat in between if you want to like put your backpack there or whatever. It's just a free seat, so you have a little bit of shoulder room. And it's nice, and it's not a packed flight, but then, and there's no loud sounds, no one snoring around you, which is fine. I mean, the world is interesting, so you got to deal with that. So it's not a big deal. And you don't have the crying baby, but then I had the crying baby, a guy falling asleep, slouching on my shoulder, and the seal for the emergency exit that was beside me was leaking water. So I was getting sprayed with water while I guess the attendee was looking at me, and she was just like embarrassed by the fact that like one of the people on her flight was getting soaked by water, but she didn't want to say anything because she's embarrassed. So I'm just like, well, that's what you get for paying more money for the flight, even though it was technically just, you know, it was, compared to that cheap airline, it should be technically a bit better. So airline tickets, I mean, they're just convoluted. I think that I've never been first class before, so maybe that's a lot different, but just with regular economy flights, with the cheapest tickets you can get for a better airline versus a cheap one, I'm going with the cheap one all the time. I don't care. Yeah, I mean, we'll do a little bit of research on the integrity of the plane beforehand, but still. Anyways, while that little story passed us by, we made it through Tomb of Giants. Not bad. And these guys remind me of Super Mario. I've said this many times, but if you ever play Super Mario World, particularly, identical to the cactus cat-looking things, just squint your eyes a little bit, make them blurry, and it fits. I know there's skeletons sticking out, but it's like the adult version of that in retrospect. Now we're trying to go for Soul of Hero here. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, I'm that fast on this one. Okay. Soul of Hero over here, maybe? No, I'm just joking. There's no way. If I skip that first Soul of Hero, there's no way I'm going for the other one. It's just a done deal at that point. That means that the budget's pretty confident. We don't need to worry about power leveling at this point. Nothing's going to change too much. So we drop in for Nito. He does sword dance immediately. This is one thing where if you're bad at that, this kind of run could be hard, because he's going to do that very likely on certain attempts or certain iterations. Let's say you die, you come back. And it could be a lot in the beginning, but he'll still mix it in the fight later too. So the one part where you have to be far away from him is where it's the highest chance right away. And it sucks because you already are missing health, so you're likely to just die. Now, normally, if we had full health and we got hit by that, we would get toxic, which you can reverse with Blooming Moss, but you wouldn't die. And you could probably out-heal the toxic for long enough to survive if you had Kindling or you had the Fire Link count of flasks, maybe like 10 or so. Humanities are also on the table at that point too. So it's like, it sucks that you have to take that fall and then have that happen. Nito, unfortunately, on this does not bleed. If he did, it would be bone marrow, and it would probably cost a crazy amount of money. Like, I don't even know what necrofied bone marrow in the most exquisite culinary establishment would go for and how much you'd pay to eat it. But yeah, per plate, that seems like it's not worth it. I feel like you'd probably get sick. I don't know. Apparently there's like in the crystal world, I went to this expo that had crystals, and there's a necro crystal that grows on, I think it's something to do with corpses in bogs or something. I have no idea. They were saying some weird stuff about it, but they didn't let me hold the actual crystal raw because they were like it could crumble or something, and they're being super, super delicate with it. And they were saying people like go crazy for buying this kind of stuff. Like it's like the higher end of crystals. So maybe his bone marrow would just be put on display in some sort of weird glass display case. Anyways, random thoughts, but as you can see, Nito is taking a while. We do make it faster by chopping the leg and rotating around him. What this does is it makes it a higher likelihood that he's going to come back with a melee attack again. And if, let's say, for example, I linger too long, you're going to see things like this, like the AoE. So I always try, if he's facing me earlier than I expect, to do the quay leg method where I kind of like pre-roll or run away early to force an attack that's going to actually keep him in the loop of not doing the AoEs. And when that leg is sticking out, just get as much damage as possible. Sometimes you can't avoid it at all. He will just force one, but plenty of fights have happened, and even more so more recently, where there's absolutely no AoEs at all, and they're pretty long. Something I didn't really know about before. And you can see him hesitate too. He'll go down to crouch to do the AoE, and he'll actually cancel out of it. So you'll see a little huddle, and then he just stands back up. For how cool Nito actually is, it really sucks. His moveset is just subpar. I really want to see them take the base content for this and just add more moveset variety. That's it. Nothing else changed. No other tweaks. No numbers tweaked for anything. Moveset variety. That's it. Do it. All right, Nito dead. And what shall we go for next with Lords? We got under 115 on the clock. It's not terrible. It's looking like I'm gonna have to predict again. I'm not gonna spoil what the final time is, but the run in the in-game save file time could very well be 130s range, 140s. 2 hours isn't something that's unfamiliar for me on this game. I'm usually expecting to get anywhere from like, I would say 145 to 2 hours is good. So that's pretty decent. This is definitely sizably faster, or measurably faster, sorry. Less sizably. There's actually the other attempt too where I didn't kill Guinevere. I talked to her, and so the giants were still alive. That was weird because I came back through this area. It was daytime, which is a little bit nicer, but you're blocked by the enemies there, and that could go very wrong very quickly. They could just kill you. For the boar, there is a method that I've used quite a bit on some of the runs you might have seen recently where I just roll through them. It's not hard actually at all. It looks kind of weird, but I tried to do it there and he stopped short. That does happen. Still safe because again, he has got to stop and then start again. So as he starts again right before, you just go around him and space him. But I didn't expect it though, so I did freak out a little bit there. This one with full stealth, he goes delayed with his swipe. And I'm not going to do anything with killing them to lock in the bonfire. This means that if I do miss the Duke skip, there's a couple options. So I either quit out perpetually until I get it, but that's only if I don't hit the handrail and die from fall damage because I do my first bit of the Duke skip wrong. But let's say the Duke skip's perfect up to the final step. If I hit the ground or I fumble the quit out for longer than like 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, it's over. So I have to run back from the original bonfire all the way back through here, do the borders again, then go back to set up for the skip again. And the lift's going to be in the up position as well. So I'll have to wait for that while not dying to these guys. The cost of dying here is one of the biggest environmental time sinks that there has been so far, next to running all of Tomb of Giants and maybe like a couple other things such as like a late, like if we had a deep ONS fight near the end, they're about to die, phase 2, and then I die, it's very applicable to that kind of time frame. So for Duke skip, aiming into the corner of the backboard right here, and we center with the bow automatically before we actually do it originally. I'm gonna roll sideways forward back, I'm gonna rotate, put the little soul counter on that black strip on the outside, and then we do W forward with the space bar on the keyboard, and I lock it in with a very clean one that's right centered into the handrail, and I even do that extra roll while still locked on. So that was a very confident one. I have been nailing them first try lately, so like I'm not super surprised by that, but it actually is probably the most consistent I've ever been on it in my life, mainly because that setup is really good. And that is the most fancy thing we do in general in the game. It's not a glitch, it's still in bounds. There's nothing about it that goes and breaks the boundary of the game, but what it does is it uses the geography to be able to go into a place that you would not be able to reach as easily, and you're using the moving object to go into the handrail there where there's no collision. So perfectly fair game. It is a part you access later, but it skips the whole event to having to go to the prison sequence. If you're newer to actually watching this, for anybody that has seen this many times, or you actually do Duke skip, or you're just really good, or maybe you're just someone. Okay, I'm gonna make a wild comment here, and I'm not trying to offend anybody specifically that's of this archetype that's not gonna say this, but if you are gonna say this, and this is you, anime profile picture that makes cheeky comments on 1 video out of 3 every single time, that's never necessarily positive sentiment, that critiques someone's gameplay but never has shown anybody their own gameplay, and no one knows who they are. That kind of comment where it's like, well, you know, just technically this, that, or whatever. It's like, you don't say anything this time. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't even try and shame me for explaining things to people that could actually be wanting to learn things. Because yeah, this is for everybody. But yeah, that would be the person that would say something. It wouldn't, well, I mean, like if you show your face and you say something, that's even crazier. It happens sometimes, but it's usually just someone with like a meme profile picture or an anime profile picture that makes a cheeky comment. I've never heard of you doing anything on this game. And that's fine, you don't have to. You can still make the comments. It fuels me. It's good, but it's usually about me explaining things. So yeah, just I'm gonna explain it as if Most people are knowledgeable, but also there's some that don't know. That's the middle ground. And as we stay in the middle of that beam, actually, because if you go to the right side, you'll slip off. It's kind of weird. It's premature where you go to the right side slightly to swerve the golem, and it pushes you off once you get a little bit right of center on the very end of that one crystal, that bridge. That sucks. That actually really sucks. So I always go and kind of like counter it by going super far left. It's hard when the golem's in the middle of the path, but I do find it actually easier for him to see you when you're approaching him. I will say you could make him run further before you go around him, and then basically your mid-bridge. Waste time though. So if we want to be super, super fast, you know, it's weird. Here's where I slow down a little bit. I do go stealth with no audio masking, and then I put my audio masking back on after shooting the arrow, so it does actually audio cue. And then both of the clams go over to the wall so that when we get the first attempt on Seath, there's no clams in the fog gate actually, because they'll join the fight, they'll screw me up. It'll ruin at the very least the rhythm of the fight, but they can kill me as well at the same time, and they can attack through his body, and I won't be able to see them until it's possibly too late. Fire is really good on Seath. He's not going to bleed at all. Dagger's going to do pretty low damage, so this is our only shot with these charcoal resins, though it is a shame that I didn't buy more. I think I need at least 2 more to make this route better, and I'm using his crystals on this to set up Red Tear Stone. So I swap it right there. Still have Slumbering Dragon Crest on, and I'm trying to get basically a pocket where it's big enough so I can attack, but if I have to backpedal for the big crystals, I won't die straight up at any given moment. That's kind of obvious, but also what I'm doing is I'm doing a little bit of a counting method. So I'm using, I think it's 4 swings on his belly with a certain exit time will always guarantee chip damage as the fade away for the crystals happens if I enter it the way I normally do. So I figured that out by just screwing around a little bit. But as I try to get chips as we're going back, and also even prematurely going in here, now we have Red Tear Stone, so it's perfect. Didn't have to wait till later in the fight. We still have our resins that we can reapply, but without them, look how much damage we're doing right here. It's already more than halfway. Just making sure we avoid the beams, and now we're just playing normally. So my main method's usually, as the crystals fade from previous, you can start to move backwards. So we'll do a full stamina bar pretty much. And then I start running, and then I roll a little bit ahead of time if he does the beam again, but he did big crystal, which gives us more time as the startup happens. And even though you might not believe it, the very small crystals don't do any damage at all if you're already running when they spawn in and you're that far away. It's only if you turn back in pretty deep into them that they would start chipping you up. So it might look sketchy there, but it's all good. And for whatever reason, I don't know if Ceaseless does this on certain camera angles, but I avoided it there. Seath bugs out your camera so heavily if the fade away of his character model happens in the center of your camera as you're running by. Very strange. It's actually how I discovered Dusk Crown particularly has emeralds in it. It's really hard to see. Like, it's such a small detail that you would never really be able to see it that close up because you can't look at your head that close. But maybe if you're playing PvP or you're playing, well, maybe not PvP, sorry. If you summon somebody, maybe seamless co-op nowadays, you'd be able to see it. But remember discovering way back, I'm like, oh shit, like the Dusk Crown has emeralds on it or some sort of green gems, because it just blows your head up to the size of the screen. Now, I think Four Kings is the next thing we're doing here, just to get a little bit more humanity. Let's see, actually, is this applicable? Looks like we're doing it, yeah. Yeah, because it's a debate, like, Beta Chaos, we do need some more humanity still. I'm so happy I got Duke Skip when we did Archives that quickly. It actually wasn't bad. I think beforehand, again, we were coming up on just short of 115. We're at 122 now, so the time frame to finish off 2 more Lords is just at the whim of how long the areas really are, because Four Kings is a fight, even though it is a little longer, with Red Tear Stone, I don't think we're going to have too many problems. We're going to be doing what would be called either like a perfect 4 King or a 3 King cycle, which means that we prematurely kill them before the force spawns. And that's only if we get fadeaway damage, which we have the damage to do, I believe. So plus 13 is actually the target, obviously, for the Bandit's Knife, because the extra chunks weren't available. That slab, again, you need more chunks, you need 14 to be able to get that last upgrade. So it would have been better to just use a slab if we got lucky and had a Dark Wraith drop one by getting Framp to eat it. Right here, I fumble where I would have died there because I didn't have the ring on, but I got to quit out quick enough, which is really nice. That's the first time this has happened in the whole run where I save gravity. But it's actually ironic, though, that it's in there, because technically if the ring was on first, I wouldn't have actually died from that. It just would have eaten my RTSR setup. Now it's a little quicker to get RTSR, though, because I had to have that happen. So it's kind of ironic how that worked out for time's sake. You can skip these little tabs on the spiral staircase and do every other tab and fall down that way to get more fall damage. But because I fumbled that, I got even bigger chip damage, I believe, than you would with the way I was planning. So perfect. One charcoal pine resin left. Again, lightning pine resin would have been amazing for this, so we could save this charcoal for Gwyn. But I'm just banking on the fact the critical on Gwyn's so juicy that it'll carry us. All right, let's see. So no purple missile right away on Four Kings. Perfect. And the goal here, right side, is mainly my point of interest to attack for all intents and purposes, and trying to pivot around him as well to make him have to search for us when we can. Backside of the AoE has a smaller hitbox, so it's always safer. Actually, you'll see the boundary goes a little bit less. That was probably the scariest thing that happened in the entire fight right there, actually. So he did the swoopity-doop, but the recovery of it came across and uppercutted me on the end of the swing, and I dodged the recovery of it, which lingers. So very, very lucky I got that with the fact we're not centered, and I can't really see the depth of the sword. Like, that's like really, really weird. He tried to go and cast missile there, but then canceled it. That was super lucky. Backed away, then came forward, which is perfect. We had to just pre-roll into the armpit and do a little bit of run by to miss the grab. So probably the second hardest thing we're going to deal with right there, because grabs actually still do get me sometimes, even when I think I'm going to get away from them. You do have to be pretty deep into the left side to actually pre-roll the spacing for it, because you're never going to space it backwards at a certain setup. Let's say we were being aggressive before, stamina doesn't support it or timing doesn't. There's no way you're going to back up. You're always going to die. So the only option is go forward. And here we actually get purple missile, which is unlucky. So I heal up. We're doing that super long raise the shield animation just in time to block it. It doesn't get us back into RTSR though. So we're going to play a no RTSR fight to finish. And there's a chance that we get chip damage from the hilt, but I think that it's possible that might kill me if it's a counter. So I'm not trying to. It's just something that I'm open to if we have to, which is why I'm not healing here, and I have confidence that we can play good enough to not get hit for the rest of it anyways, even though it's going to be a little bit longer, I guess. Super lucky, dude. The amount of overheads this guy's doing and spaceable attacks. Absolutely beautiful. Got the over damage, which means as they're fading, their character model that's fading away still takes damage, even though they're not physically there, even when it's invisible for about a full second after. So even though there's still a bit left in the bar, we don't have to worry about the next king after that. And we're out of the fight, 126, not bad. So cruising down to Blighttown. This is basically more of what you've already seen, nothing special about any of this. So I'm just gonna do a little bit of a Q&A here in terms of, I'll ask you a question, I'll answer my own version of it. Probably something that hasn't been asked as much, because it's hard for me to think of on the spot popular questions that I haven't been able to answer before. But I'll include one of those. So I would ask you basically, what would be your, if you could only play one of these games, like of the three of the trilogy for the rest of your life as the only game you can play anytime you play a game, which one and why would it be that? And also, what would you do on it too? Like, what would be the way you would play it? You're allowed to do anything you want, but what would be like the rhyme and reason? So if I had to pick, it's impossible for me to say DS3 because I've put the most hours into it, so I just can't pick that, even though it is mechanically probably the smartest choice, has enough variety, but just, it wouldn't be the case. DS3 is a no-go. DS1 is a no-go. I think it would have to be DS2 because I'm the least versed in it challenge-wise. I've never speedran it officially, like in a really crazy way, and it has so much content, and it's so bad in so many ways that make it good and so weird in ways that people don't understand, that like spending a lifetime understanding that could be something that might be worthwhile, might teach you a lesson. I don't know. Tanamura put some weird stuff in there. So I think for me it would be DS2, even though that makes probably no sense to anybody. There'd be enough, and the PvP would be great. So I think that's like something that's kind of rigged for me because the PvP is my favorite in that. And then I guess a question I could think of that would be something you guys ask quite often. Actually, I guess something that was a little bit more recent topic. that I haven't really like, fully explained to everybody. So you guys are asking about streams again. We will be streaming again in the future. I've just been taking a break to focus on other things. It won't be a crazy amount of hours like you might be used to, or just that other people might do, but it'll be as often as possible, and you'll see some runs like this live once again. And you can also request some things that could be done that I might consider as well. So that is a yes for sure. When exactly is, there's no official date, but when there is, I'll let you know. And it could probably work out to be the case where if I do decide, it'll be like maybe like the week before, so you'll have about, you know, a week's heads up. It's not going to be like a month ahead of time that I decide. Yeah, so that'll definitely be a thing for sure. There's just a few more things I want to get dialed in before that behind the scenes. And on top of that too, if there is any other runs you guys want to see that are speed based specifically, but with a challenge combined, let me know, because these are really fun. So now we're actually getting down to Quayleg's domain to offer the humanities, particularly. This guy right here, I think his name's Engi or whatever, he just crawls so slowly. It's basically like the dude in Ring City, but like imagine Kangaroo Jack at the end, where they think that they find the Slurpee, they're having a mirage, and then the Slurpee literally has just sugar in it, like just the syrup, and it has no ice. And then it makes you even slower because you're so dehydrated that you're literally like trying to speak, but your throat's sticking together, and then you're dying of high blood sugar at the same time as crawling while your blood's boiling, and you also just have eggs on you. It's what I'm thinking of right now for some reason. And then I have to, ironically, I have to be like Jackie Legs. If you've seen Kangaroo Jack, you know I had to kick him. Actually, Kangaroo Jack kicking that guy would probably kill him permanently. He'd probably be deleted from the game. He's pretty strong. Kangaroos are not fun, from what I've heard. Yeah, anyways, so we offered the 30 humanities to essentially Quayleg's sister. And now we're running Demon Ruins. Not bad. Cutscene does trigger from Ceaseless because we warped out earlier. And then for here, we cross over the 130 mark at this point. We only have Gwyn left after this, so we just do Beta Chaos and Gwyn. We're solid. Izalith in the run I did before was something that I got memed on so heavily. So the one point we're going to focus on to not die is the Titanite Demon on the bridge for the shortcut. The way it seems to work, when I trigger its AI with being stealthy, it works pretty well to a fault. So basically it'll do lightning, I run by it, that's fine. But if it doesn't and I just go and rush it, it'll do this swing that's like instantaneous, or it'll jump or something wild. It might even turn and rotate where like the tail pushes me off the bridge. I have no idea. There was a few different scenarios where I died on that particularly. And then there was one where I got into Beta Chaos. I don't think it's on this run. I'm pretty sure it's on one of the other ones. And I was so excited to get there. I think this was the first time I got there. I set up to get to the 6th tile to do the skip for the fire bombs, and the back end of the hand sweeping behind me killed me, which is just something that I don't even remember actually ever doing that in my life. But that's like one of the stupidest things that you could possibly do. Like if I had to imagine a 1 to 10 list of deaths being dumb on this part, that's number 1. There's nothing that beats that. It's impossible to beat that. Whatever way you want to look at the scale, number 1, 10 out of 10. So yeah, Fire Sage, even though I wish that we could fight you, it'd be fun with the dagger. I think that'd be really cool. Goodbye. I skipped off the roots right here too, just to see if I could save a little bit more time. I don't know if that actually really does anything though. I'm not sure. Imagine your front door, or even like if you had a garage that opened like this door right here, that'd be so cool. I mean, whoever built this, it's something of the likeness of just magic elves and golems probably to assemble. I don't know, man. It's mythical creatures of some sort. But why did they make it? It's like, it's not even like a service bar on a phone or Wi-Fi. It's kind of like weird. It's low, super high, medium, and then second lowest. Why does it do that? It's like a middle finger, actually, in a way. Kind of. Yeah, it's like a middle finger, dude, without a thumb. Maybe we're the thumb. I don't know. All right, so basically, Titanite Demon. Don't die on him this time. Break the root right here. I broke the other one. Tried to hit the tail. I fumble. And now he turns. So we're getting jumps. I'm just going to be very careful and scoot around him right there. We got in super quick, though, which is amazing. Backing up and taking my time was something I learned the lesson on the very slow way after I had died so many times on him last time that I think I was ready to rush in. And yeah, we don't have any time to lose. We're still under 140 in total. It's hard to imagine the game being finished in the next like 5 minutes or something like that, but we'll see what happens. I mean, we're almost at the gate, so it's where we close everything off in most cases, as long as I don't get slapped up by a bit of chaos. Couple things could go wrong though. Let's talk about some incidentals. So there is a guarantee that at some point, if I'm super unlucky, the game could shuffle the RNG or the randomization, where the fire pillars that would normally spawn outside of the cave for some reason spawn inside ahead of me and kill me just by chance, no matter what. So if I do everything perfect, they could just kill me anyways. Perfect being the case that I'm not trying to force the attack to happen outside of the tunnel in the safe spot, then run in, because we just don't have time for that. So in the speedy sense, it's a coin flip, or we'll say not a coin flip, but a multi-die roll. We'll say it's like a D20 roll of one number on that D20, one side of the D20, that we get really unlucky. So now I'm safely in this square. I was making sure I was taking extra caution. There's 6 squares back. We throw the 1 firebomb to the right first. And I already repositioned the character's head, so when I aim in on the second one after the cutscene, it's already just there. It makes it a lot easier, save some time. Right here is where we could get screwed though. Super lucky, so yeah, it would have happened right there. And I do use the dagger on Beta Chaos, I do. I actually slice him. Or it, whatever it is. This time I didn't get pogoed by the bonfire either. I feel like that, it's not good luck. I don't like that. Getting beaten up by the bonfire is not nice. 135. Okay, Gwen's coming up. It's kind of weird. I mean, when I'm looking back over this, it feels so fast watching it compared to actually when I was doing it. But at the same time, though, in terms of trying to commentate how many things we're actually doing, I think that's maybe the illusion, is that if I had to think about all the stuff that's happening, not necessarily the macro view, like let's say fighting the bosses or whatever, there's only so many, so it's not that many, obviously, and getting the upgrades, whatever. It's like the little details that I have to actually still think about that you would never know if I didn't tell you in terms of consideration. There's so many more that I can't fit in, right? So like, if I go this way and this dude goes towards me on that angle, these 3 things could happen, but only if I arrive at this time kind of scenario, right? Like all that's still being considered, even though there's like major overviews of themes that are routed where they're random, they're subject to change, right? And so then there's that, then there's me battling the nuance of, oh, don't fuck up on purpose because you're just nervous or something. So yeah, now we decide no RTSR on this. I was gonna jump off the little ashy hill over and over. Decided against it, just going for Gwen with the pure crit damage. And we do have Hornet Rings, that's fine. It's already equipped. As you can see, the little icon underneath the stamina. And we're swerving and bobbing and weaving around the Black Knights. We're not trying to worry too much about stealth at all. It's very possible we get this in under 140. So close. Now I switched back to Grass Crest for stamina, but I realized target shield's the play for this guy. He's the parry warm-up for Gwen that I was talking about earlier. No, by no means do you have to do that at all. It is actually faster, 100%. Unless for some reason you find pivoting around him in the middle of the roll animation on a ledge that has like half a foot of space safe. Because I feel like even if you did that, there's a high chance you roll off the side. So I've personally never done that consistently, but maybe you can get him to off-center to the left or something. I have no clue. At this point now, straight in the fog, we got all the stuff set up. Red Tear Stone staying on. There's no other ring that matters. And we get the opener. Perfect. So 1K, that's going to be about 4 parries there. And I'm basically doing the method that I made for SL1 damage list, where you make him miss you, you back up, and then you reset the range for a long range attack. And if he doesn't do long range and he hesitates, you get a medium, and they're all parryable within a pretty similar manner. So all the mediums parry feel the same, and then the parry feel for the long range is roughly the same too. It's like 2 differences of those, long range and medium. But even though there's so many different attacks within that, it's not bad. And unfortunately there, we got the wraparound. So wraparound only happens on the biggest opener attack you can get. That's the only one that can actually achieve that specifically. and it means that I didn't back up long enough because his hesitation or my exit making him rotate was mistimed. That's it. That's purely just from that. It sucks because it's such a subtle thing, but it's also shitty too because, again, that's also a roll of a die that could have been multiple different attacks from that position. So he had to have decided to do that, and also those other things had to line up for that to happen. But if he decided anything else, it wouldn't matter if my spacing was slightly worse or my timing was worse. It wouldn't change anything. And so I try to go RTSR setup on him now, and I get it successfully in one shot. That's really cool, actually. I forgot about that. So I know I died on this part, but I forgot that when I went back, I got a one-tap RTSR. And I think I learned that lesson because on the previous run, I tried to get that Black Knight to hit me into the range, and I was blocking while having the armor on and then doing combinations without it. I would always die, though. Like, it would just be, like, not the right calculation. It would be basically I'd get 30% taken, and then, like, maybe, like, he'd do something that's a little bit stronger. Then there'd just be one attack that finishes me completely, or I go back again full health, and I try to get just, like, a non-counter hit, and it kills me in one shot no matter what. So, yeah, they hit hard. All right, so we got round 2 at least. Unfortunately, that death, it did ruin the sub 140 on the real-time clock, but keep in mind, the real-time clock's counting loading screens where I'm not playing anything. I did start it just like seconds before we actually loaded in with the character and everything like that. So it's not actually what we're measuring the gameplay time in. The save file is going to be what tells us what the actual time of the run was, where I was actively able to control the character and play. You can count loading screens, you can count other stuff. I mean, for whatever reason, I have both if you want to know, but real-time actual or RTA is not as important. It's always IGT, which is in-game time. For anyone that's not familiar with traditional speedrunning, this is just for fun, so you can consider either. We got a 3-shot for the parry, but I'm not even going to go for another one. I'm just going to try to kill him right here. And he goes for a grab, which is lucky. If he quick swung, the trade might have killed me again. We're just going over 140 on that for real time. And we got Black Knight going through the wall. He could kill me before we even get the victory officially. He could swing through the fog, and we go through and trigger the cutscene. Nice. Crazy. I'm pretty sure he can actually swing in that situation. I'm pretty sure I've died to that. 134.40, not bad. All right, we are on DS2 at 140.32. Time to start a new game. See if we can actually continue this and keep the streak going pretty fast. Again, just to let you guys know, I did these runs separately, but they were all within roughly a 24-hour span from when I had gotten the really fast run, which obviously was not in this game or DS1. Then I went back and redid DS1 and 2. So it was almost back-to-back. 2 of them were actually in one day, and then the other one just the night before. So not all in one sitting. I did break it up a little bit. The reason I wanted to do a trilogy run, though, is because I thought it would be fun to have the theme of the challenge with 3 stipulations: speedrunning, dex only, and daggers. But I wanted to show it on all 3 games and make it kind of unique. I think that just doing it on one of them is cool, but like, why not do all 3, right? So if you want to see more of this, let me know what the next trilogy run is. Dex is the character's name. We're doing Explorer for the starting class for a few reasons. And then we're picking the Bonfire Ascetic as a starting item. So Bonfire Ascetic's classic. It allows us to get a head start with farming extra souls so we can open the Shrine of Winter and get our 1,000,000 soul memory, which we'll talk about a little bit as we go. But the Explorer is a great class to start with because it actually does in fact have a dagger on it by default. So the dagger in this game is just purely the regular dagger. And I'm just going to break it to you right now. That is what we're going with. We're not getting anything more special because in terms of speed, that is very quick as it is. All the armor comes off immediately, even though I will say, when you look at the comparison of all the armor sets you start with, you look at the defense and especially the elemental defenses, Explorer's armor is not too bad. So that's a really nice bonus. But I want to be super quick. Stamina is even more brutal in this game. If you haven't played Dark Souls 2, please ask any questions you can in the comments and I'll answer every single one that I see as usual. But I know it might be a little bit more foreign for the people that have played 1 and 3 religiously, or maybe you've just watched people play DS2, but you don't know these weird, quirky things. So I'll take this as an opportunity to explain some of them as we go. Some of them that are relevant. Estus Flask from Emerald Herald, super important. We're going to go and get the Life Gem and Soul over here, mainly just for the Life Gems. And then making our route around the outside of Majula very quickly. So right away, I believe the Champion's Monument has some homeward bones, so that's up the hill here. It's the next closest thing we can run to. Not a bad idea to go get Homeward Bones before we can actually buy them. And we start off with a nice little bonus of those. And traditionally, you could go and get the merchant set, Mullen's set. But as you notice here, I just go right down the channel into where the rotunda is. The rotunda is the contraption that seals away Huntsman's copes, or cops, whatever you want to call it. I have no idea how to pronounce that. And then Hade's Tower of Flame. Oh my god, streamer, pronounce the name of Hades properly. It's insane, isn't it? Isn't it like a miracle that I was actually able to say the name you said I said wrong the whole time? There was some like really funny comments about that, and I took note of it. So if I ever mispronounce anything again, just let me know exactly how to say it. Except for don't be like saying incorrect pronunciations, because I don't want to look like an idiot. Anyways, Hade's Tower of Flame. I don't really actually care either way. Hyde's Tower of Flame. Hade's actually sounds way cooler, so I'll go with that. That's fine. Hade's Tower of Flame is first up here. We're not going to Huntsman's. Not really relevant right now, or at all. Old Knight's super easy to run by. But yeah, basically, we would normally go to Mullen to get his armor set to boost soul count. We're not doing that right away. We're going to be a little bit speedier and just run here immediately. And we'll see exactly if the soul memory that we accumulate with that little bit of extra surplus not being included from Dragon Rider, if it hurts us or if it gets us to the mark that we need it to right when we need it to. And the thing with Explorer that's also great, other than the dagger, is it comes with items. So not only do you get life gems, you get the magic throwing pots, you get the aromatic ooze, which is a magic resin. Great for the first bosses, like basically Tree Giant. Eats him alive. Amazing. Could be pretty good as a backup for Flexile Sentry and some other fights too. Anything that's a little bit weaker. And of course, later on, if we do save it, still effective against stuff later on. We get 4 of them. So we're going to keep those 3 items as the mainstays here. Then we get the Dragon Rider Soul by making him count 6.5 steps and thrust himself off the cliff. It's basically clockwork at this point. He just knows how to kill himself perfectly. Decided to just swipe Lycia in the back of the head with the knife, give her a little bit of a haircut, but she wouldn't take her hood off, though. I feel like she's just a little bit shy. Maybe she let her hair go too long, and she's just like, it's a bit messy, but I was trying to give her like a nice cut right there. And we're popping up the souls around the corner. No one would suspect anybody's going to be hiding there. Surely not. Oh, no, there's a man just punching me off of the cliff. Skipping the bonfire like a gangster, just going two-handing the offhand ahead of time in case we have to open a door. And for anyone that doesn't know that, when you're playing Dark Souls 2, if you two-hand your offhand, it opens any single thing faster, in the sense that you basically start up the animation quicker. It doesn't look like doors open much quicker, like, so you're going to see it, and if you compare it side by side, it's marginal, but you just latch on and start it up a lot quicker. This means that you get into iframes sooner too, so in the course of danger, if you have a crowd following you and someone swings, it's your surest bet to be able to be protected sooner. So it's almost like having insurance on your doors, just slightly. Now we're popping Dragon Rider Soul on this lift as we go down, and we'll get the small one too, why not? A nice cute 200. It counts. I mean, like arrows and stuff like that, you know, maybe, I guess like that's not even a life gem. That's basically, you know what? Hey, in the world of structured settlements and, you know, debt and frickin', you know, financial plans, dude, we could have a pay-as-you-go, or not pay-as-you-go, like, what's that service called? Klarna? I don't even know what the US versions are. I've seen Klarna before. You could have a payment plan for a life gem and basically pay it off in 2 months with that 200. Because it would be like a down payment for most of the life gem, and then you could just pay the rest in the next month. Oh my god, dude. Okay. So we're gonna get the wharf bonfire right there and just zip on over to Majula once again, because we're actually gonna start off the run now. This is just setting up for later, because we're already in the area with Hade's Tower of Flame. Now, Shalquire is over here. She's got some good stuff for the beginning as well. And of course, we got the rock that gives you the Estus. So we'll pop into Shalquire. We'll see what's going on over here. She's sitting at the desk. I don't know what she's working on, but doing cat stuff like a human for some reason, sitting down. 9 skulls and 7 bones. Don't ask me exactly why that many. I literally just felt like that was the right amount, even though I could have bought all of them or less. Less would have been sketchy. The amount I bought, I think, was not super overkill, but it was just a little bit of extra in case. And then again, if you spend the whole budget too, there's some things that bars you out of with upgrades. I'm still traditionally thinking in the sense that we're leveling multiple stats. Keep in mind, we're not able to actually boost ADP on this, so that's going to be a huge relief when it comes to budget. Just going to make it a little bit more dangerous for rolling around because we have way less frames and it basically acts like we're level 1. The nice thing is Explorer does have decent iframes, not terrible. So it's one of the better classes for that than other ones, but not amazing though when you can't level it. So yes, I will have to time my rolls like I'm in the Matrix compared to the other 2 games. This is going to be the hardest one out of all 3. I like that though. I've actually been really enjoying DS2 lately, so much so I'm not going to tell you what the next run is after this one, but I'm just going to say I enjoyed it in quotations, and you can just guess. Maybe that implies the game, maybe that implies something you've seen, I don't know. But it was one of the hardest things I've done, like I mentioned earlier when we were doing DS1, and it was one of those things where it was frustrating enough to take a break from, but I was thinking about a lot when I wasn't playing it. And I actually even learned some things I've never learned before, so hopefully I can actually note that when I recap it. But dude, that's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be a crazy amount of stuff to actually go through though. I think I actually ended up in that run not only doing all the content, but doing extra. So if you can think of any game or any run, you'd have to do extra content than just specifically one full playthrough of everything, and mini bosses included, and even other iterations of doubles of mini bosses. You can guess. But yeah, up the ladder through Forest of Fallen Giants. We got some skulls that we could use right here actually, but I'm not gonna use them yet since I feel like it's a waste on this fog gate. It's pretty easy to make it through either way. It's not too bad. See, that guy swings. He cut off a little bit of hair on my back, but I was actually wanting that to happen anyways. You know, I want to go to the beach tomorrow, so got to look a little bit more normal. We were a little bit Sasquatch on the back there. And he's got the straight razor with the flick of the wrist. So we got 9 skulls down to 8, using one on that wall right there. And with this ladder, you could throw another one shortly after it, but it's one of those things where if you're going to go talk to Melentia right away, very relevant, very valid. If you're not going to talk to her right away, you still have enough time to light the bonfire and escape down the next ladder. So it doesn't matter too much. And that's what I do here. Usually the classic route would have been stop and talk to her with the 15,000, get ready, get your weapon that you actually need to kill Last Giant, which would have been the hand axe from upstairs if you didn't want to buy one. Or you could actually just buy the hand axe from her to save time. You know, something like that. The club is also relevant too. But we have the dagger, so we're fine. And yeah, that 1550 I'd rather save for once we accumulate a little bit more, and then we could really see where we sit when it comes to budgeting out the items we need that are key to the run, as well as consumables. Right here, falling off this by taking slower steps actually takes less fall damage rather than just running. And I'm just gonna roll through all these barrels so that when the guy throws the bomb, it doesn't blow up the entire field there. Gonna take this item that also has a homeward bone. Perfect. Gonna add an extra one there for free while also spacing out that enemy chasing me. Throw another skull so all 3 of them go for it, including the guy behind me, and it gives me just enough time to two-hand the fog gate. Now, I tried that area so many times without throwing the skull. I love doing this game as if it's Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls 1. There's nothing... Okay, this is exactly like I said about items being used perfectly in a way where you don't waste them, in DS1 being a higher priority for enjoyment than playing the game in the way that I'm intending to play it in the first place. Like, weird quirks, weird nuances that I like a lot about gameplay. This game, playing it against the grain in a way you're not supposed to, and guessing, and trying to get in fog gates without using items and not being careful is so juicy that I still... let's just say there's things you're going to see in the future that are really painful, because I'm so stubborn at just trying to do it that way that I do pull off crazy things like that, but at what cost, right? So we're gonna see if we can table that type of thinking a little bit in this and be more reserved so that we are more tactical when we can. So Shrine of Amana, for example, let's do like a mixture of things. Let's not just repeat what happened before on that randomizer where I just basically got bodied over and over again. Because there is certainly some things on the enemy density side where you can't just run through quickly. Even speedruns will showcase the finest ability to do your own version of bobbing and weaving that is DS2 certified, but it's like, it's not perfect. You do have to kill things sometimes. Speedruns are something I have seen on this quite a bit. I used to watch Distortion do them quite a lot. That is probably my favorite DS2 player. He's one of my favorite content creators in general. I'm sure a lot of you guys know Dis, but His DS2 speedruns were one of the most fun things to watch in gaming history that I've seen in my life. I would love to still watch them to this day if he does them again. There's something about it. He's amazing at it. And me and him also both got a start in content with this game, so it's very nostalgic to me. So we're gonna go in immediately from Last Giant being killed, grab Leningrass Key, the branch to unpetrify, so branch of Yore. We're gonna get some Bright Bugs, talk to Melentia, get the Covetous Silver Serpent +1, then try to send her back to Majula as well, all while going back down the ladder we came from originally and going to challenge Pursuer. So still 153 on the clock carried over. One thing I'm going to mention too, when we get to DS3, the clock is actually not going to be correct. So it's going to be one of two scenarios. You're going to see once the video comes out if I did this or not. It doesn't matter too much. For the sake of discussion, it might actually make more comments happen. Not that I'm trying to bait comments with cheap means. I'd actually rather have discussions. But the clock is going to show the old time I had on the first two games, and then whatever's added to it for DS3 will be shown at the end in the in-game save file, so you can just pay attention to the save files. But I'll try to record a clock if I have some extra time that corrects all this, and it just gets pasted over the corner. So you're going to see a black box behind it, but you're going to have to bear with me on that front so that we can correct the overall timer if I do decide to go that route. If not, then it'll be cleaner, but it'll be incorrect at the very last game. Still, we'll count the total time of it. You're just gonna have to kind of do the math, or just pay attention to the 3 separate times that showed in the timestamps. And I can put those in the description as well. But yeah, Pursuer with the ballista, super quick, super simple. I was moving so fast there, I had not even catching up on what we're doing. So Ring of Blades acquired. We always want to put that on as soon as we can because I forget to do it fairly often. And then we're just gonna loot these chests for some essentials and move onward with Bastille. Lighting the bonfire is also underrated here. It might seem obvious, but I did an attempt where I didn't light the bonfire, and then what happens is you actually homeward bone back to Melentia, and you have to run all of the area to get back to Pursuer with the Eagle again, which sucks. This chest right here spawns the Pursuer, so you could spawn him in and then go to the safe spot right after, but I actually picked up the item. I'm gonna let him attack, roll into the safe spot, and homeward bone immediately, because as soon as you're in it, no matter what, he despawns. This is very similar to if you fought Pursuer in Drangleic Castle specifically. There's a lot of ones that have boundary breaks where you specifically go to the certain line where they're just not meant to fight you, and they have to despawn no matter what. So it doesn't matter how close he is to that boundary, he can attack you into it, but he will not persist to go into combat at that point. He will despawn in front of your face, which is really funny. Trying to make this guy attack so I can waste a little bit of time and get a gap. And he does Fireball, which is a pretty long animation, one of the longest he can do for recovery. Trying to get the chest open at the same time. He's going for Slicey Dice. He misses, which is really lucky. That's amazing, actually. And I can't remember on this one, I didn't get a good look to see if I picked up fire bombs from Melentia or not. I'm gonna have to go and double check that right here. Oh, he hits me with a fire. Speaking of fire through the floor. Oh my god. Yeah, there's some funny things that actually happen on some of these. DS1 was a little bit more mild. Funniest stuff that happened was stuff I did to myself. It was pretty clean. But dude, it gets hilarious. Gold Pine Resin. Keeping that Silver Serpent ring on too. And I do in fact have fire bombs. So this is going to be a nice safeguard for the barrel if I get it in position at least. And in fact we do, but we do not succeed in having it break the wall itself. So we just self-detonate with that firebomb. Couple different ways you could do that. You could use the fire arrows picked up in Cardinal Tower with the bow. I wanted to just go the route of using consumables if I can. Save the bow for later. Yes, there is bow use in this run. I'm just going to tell you right now, DS2 requires a lot of range if you want to make it smoother for the tactical side of things, so there is some bow use. It's not major bow use, and it's not used to kill a boss exclusively, if that makes sense. At least that I can remember. I don't believe I kill a single boss with it as a thing. It's to ring the bell for the ship, small things with enemies and that. But I try to use the dagger as much as I can and still move fast, because in fact, using the dagger for a lot of mild situations or medium difficulty situations is quicker, even though the risk is high. So there's a way more incentive for me to just keep the dagger out at all times, minus a small handful. So we got our large shards from Macduff, got the dagger upgraded as much as we possibly could. We could swing, it looks like a +6 at this point. And that's pretty good. That's 60% there to maximum. Big difference. And we could just start pumping dex from here. But you're going to see the number doesn't increase like crazy for dexterity. So, yeah, the stat goes up a lot. But look at the scaling on weapon 1. It goes up by like a single point sometimes too. It's really rough. It's not like it's jumping up by like 3 or 4 at a time. Now we're going to use Leningrass Key to open up the door. And I'll pick up the short bow as my main bow. Even though I'd love a better one, like Hunter's Black Bow later would be sick. But again, that's not the point of the run, and it does need some more strength, unfortunately, that we're not going to necessarily be able to swing. So we'll just stick with the short bow. I'm going to go right from the blacksmith and immediately run to the, I guess it would be Shaded Woods. Divine Blessing is pretty good, so I'll pick that up on the tree there. And now we're just preparing to unpetrify Rosabeth so we can deal with Ballbag Bobbies as per usual. I would love again to deal with Ballbag Bobbies without skulls, but they go too hard, man. They are hard as a I don't know. I'm not even gonna finish that sentence. That seems kind of sus at that point. We're gonna go with the Homeward Bones by the fake Blue Moon sword guy. That he kind of reminds me for some reason of a character they'd put in Night Rain that objectively is the worst character that you could use. I don't know why. I could just see him being a Night Rain class for some reason, like a Viking or something. And Ballbag Bobbies congregate around the shiny, and we just wait. And then I just throw a skull, but it goes behind me somehow, even though I'm facing the other way. That's classic collision at its best. So basically the skull's hitbox is so big that the wind-up of my arm makes contact with the wall behind me first, and therefore it sticks to the wall behind me. Amazing. Popping that soul before the gate opens fully, just for some more optimizations. There's a lot of pickups that we're going to be doing that with on this run. Though again, the increase in stats relative to how much damage we're doing is fleeting over time, so it's not like we're increasing the damage so much. It does count though. I said that we were getting one of the games to 99 with Dex. I'm still not going to tell you guys which one, but this one little thing about it is that the stats do increase very slow, unfortunately. So it's not like I'm getting crazy damage right away. It's going to take a lot of work to get the dagger super strong. The nice trade-off with that is a lot of enemies in this have less HP pools. They have more opportunities for bigger openings to hit them if you can justify the actual stamina cost, but then stamina in this game gets eaten like crazy. So there's got to be this weird middle ground for us since we can't increase stamina. Now, you're going to notice too, the ghosts in my foggy forest are visible, or a lot more visible than normal, you could notice. There is also another characteristic of them that when you get to them up close in the second area, they actually have color. They're not in white and clear, I guess. They'll be almost looking like a translucent version of a human character. And this is because I realized later on, since I had recently done a randomizer on Dark Souls 2, and I did the revert to standard game through the button that's in the software for the randomizer, that it still actually has randomizer configurations and some of the parameters. There's a couple things that are going to change from that, but this is one of them, and I'll talk about the other ones later. So Chloranthy +1 is the ring that's going to help us with that earlier situation I was talking about, where the stamina is a little sketchy. We can't level it, so it's going to go up faster now, and much better than just base Chloranthy or Green Blossoms for that matter. It's going to be something we could stick with for the long run. Touching down at Shaded Woods, and we could run to, as they've told me to pronounce it, Najka, even though I think Nika sounds cooler. But again, a Swedish fellow that I was considering a dear friend at one point. I'm not sure what he's doing right now, but a guy from Sweden that we actually used to do PvP together quite often in this game told me that is how you pronounce the J. It's silent, or it's kind of like a I sound almost. There's so many languages with like silent J's, G's that are upside down, Y's that sound like X's. I don't even know, man. I'm making stuff up, but that's basically the logic of it. There's weird stuff. There's hieroglyphs. Anything's possible. But if this isn't one of them, I'll take it. That's fine. Still a cool boss. I have a little bit of respect for it because though Quelaag is a better design for the, I guess you'd call it an anthropod or whatever, she actually has magic that does good range attacks, whereas Quelaag's attacks that are ranged with the lava kind of suck. It's just more zoning with the ground. I would like to see projectiles more, And the combination of projectiles on this one with the way it releases on a timer and not purely tracking as soon as it's you know, convenient for the game to get you is pretty cool. It's a little bit of a different system there. It still makes it really hard no matter what. Now we're going into that rear quarter where the tail is to try to bait tail attacks exclusively. You're gonna notice we're gonna keep circling back to that as I've cut off one side of the tail already. If you can time the cutoff with your stamina regen, you can actually get a really big amount of mileage out of the fight, because she'll stagger and then you have full regen again as you're waiting. And as she comes back to, she has another chance of looping another tail attack. Meaning that there's a lot of fights that go down where it's just tail action, that's it. It's nothing much but that. There's another way of doing that where it's, I would say, equally as easy, where you get her stuck on the branch, but the branch is slower. You can use melee, you don't have to actually use the bow for it. The dagger wouldn't be as better served there, because like when she crawls, she can attack in between, and we don't really want that happening. So better left for the rapier or like a spear or something that can reach if you're gonna go that route with melee. And skipping Doors of Pharaoh Spawnfire, I don't need it at all. We're not doing authority, and even though it would be a nice little middle point, or something to kind of cushion the pain of not having enough soul memory. I have farmed the Mastodons before to gap maybe 1,000 or 2 if I needed a little bit extra by the time we get to Shrine of Winter. I think it's a weaker farming spot than some of the other ones. In fact, actually, I've never even sat and thought enough about that to know what the best one is, so I'm just going to go with the flow. That Crystal Lizard there, I don't even care if I got it. I did the jump attack on it. That's really hard with a weapon that has such a small hitbox when jumping. You try to get that Crystal Lizard with a jump attack, one single hit. Just try. Just try. You don't even have to show me. I'll believe you if you say you did it, but like, you know deep down in your heart that it's hard. For no good reason. It's actually annoying that they made it that hard. And the fact it still gets away. Lizards in this game are a crime, and I think they should be punishable. But yeah, we'll see if they maybe fix that with an overhaul such as Scholar of the Second Sin lighting, whatever they were doing with the remake on the graphics. Maybe they'll also fix lizards too. They'll make them cooler. We need Demon Souls lizards. So as the peasants are mining away at whatever the hell they do, we got the boulders rolling. I'll see if we can at least get these ones the normal way, and I am backing away a bit just to be safe. Gotta get to a really desperate heal here in the corner where the large shard is, and I think that prevents me from picking it up actually. Yeah, because I'm being chased right now. Switch to skulls immediately, see if we can bait the crowd from behind, but then I throw a skull off the cliff, which sucks. The throw from the follow-up on that makes me space some of them, but then the one guy still hits me. And luckily they're all slow enough and goofy enough where it allows me to distract them still. That wouldn't have really worked in the other games with some of the enemy types that we have in DS1 or 3, so even though DS2 has its caveats that are the same kind of differences, but vice versa, that was one where it was lenient towards me. It was giving me a little bit of an easier time. Got the human effigy there. What really should have been done here is the secret door by the fog gate and then getting the priestess set, because it has such high elemental resistance. I think for any run I do in the future as a baseline, that's a really good set to have. The gymnastics mentally of having to switch between all the armor swaps and everything and all the extra slots when trying to get extra souls sucks though. So keeping Seldora set on for now is good. Defense on this, even though again it's nice, how high priority could it really be if I'm not leveling health at all? It's kind of, you know, it's a level 1 run essentially, possibly worse, but you know, that's mainly the dagger. It's fine. The dagger just, it rips. When you get it going, if you can plague it, it rips, so I like it. As you can see, this congregation already buffed. My aromatic ooze is not doing anything, but I did destroy their bench there. I hope it wasn't engraved. I feel like that's bad juju. So we're gonna just try to not destroy any other benches on purpose just yet. He did though, so that makes me feel better. And we're gonna take down Magus because he takes more damage right now. He's not buffed by congregation enough to matter. Congregation's still looking stinky with his little BO coming out of him. Okay, I caved, I broke the other bench. What other choice do I have though, right? These guys on the ground are taking a beating from me, but Congregation's just giving me a hard time. He's healing them back up with 3 spellbinding circles. The guy's playing with Kaiba's deck, but he also has Yugi's cards and he summoned 3 Exodias. This is just not fair, come on. Like regulations, like what, like 40 like I guess 40 is ideal, but regulations 50 max, I think, or is it 60 or something? This guy had side deck, and then he had like a third deck, and he had 3 hands, dude. 15 cards on the fucking first turn. Anyways, we killed Congregation. We're good. We're scaling the ladder. Everything's better. And we're gonna go get the bonfire setup up here. So that's the second one that we got. With the one that we started with, again, it's gonna help us farm a bit. So this is the area where we're setting up to do that later. We're gonna go down below the upper Saldora bonfire, and Freya is the fight that I decided to go with for this. There is the Rotten as a potential route for this as well. It's very hard though when you run the gutter. So the gutter, I can run very fast, but with a character that doesn't have a lot of health, and this stamina particularly, I think it's more of the stamina that's the issue for me. It's not that I couldn't do it first try, but there'd be a very high chance I'd die, and then if I have to keep going back, it just snowballs out of control. This game, unfortunately, has the whole effect where you get less health the more you die. Then you have to use effigies to kind of cushion that, and then it's just like, things take so long to get through, and they're so wacky to play in parkour sense, that it's really frustrating. So I was like, you know what, if I do gutter, yes, it's marginally faster for Rotten, and then we can do Ruined Sentinels, but because I hadn't done it in recent time, there's no practice or warm-up on it, and this is how I did the other attempts that failed to be as quick on this. I was like, I'll just go with Freya and go crazy turbo speed and see if we can get it. So, not even using skulls in Wharf, just going right in. That Varangian did the cross-up with the epic fantasy attack there. I don't even know what that was, like the finisher of, I don't even know, man, like Wolverine or something. That was crazy. Did the X-Men move. So 5 minutes on the torch is perfect for this. We only need it for these guys right here. We could actually put it away right when we drop off this cliff, and then switch it up for the bow. But I picked up the item on the side. I don't know why I did that. I think I keep forgetting Emit Force is there, and I get baited into it. But I decided to, for whatever reason, to just pop some of the souls. I think it's, oh, you know what? I want some of the poison items, and we didn't have the budget. And Gavlan does have the poison items. He's also got some suspicious drink in his cup that's probably banned from the game, so I don't know how he's drinking. He's a smuggler. We got 1 poison resin because the dagger is going to distribute damage very fast, and I'm curious if we can poison something with it. That's just for fun. That's like a side objective. There's no reason to do that for being super optimal for any reason at all. It's probably not even a thing that happens even if you had power stance daggers or a poison weapon. You know, versus like, let's say like physical damage straight up dagger wise. I think you're still looking at the regular dagger doing pure elemental damage being better. You could say like Mythos Bent Blade power stance, Poison Spotted Whip, power stance even too. Probably is not as good for PvE considering how long it takes for status to build, but you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I've never done a poison run for PvE in recent time. I made a really cool build for it for PvP and have a video for that. What I remember though is Poison Spotted Whip's great for crits because it gets just instant poison proc on other players if you do get a parry. So that's a really good swap for a crit, where you could just main it and then still have a shield. So as the ship is just settling into place, popping another soul. And now it's time for Fluxile Sentry. So he's super easy. I'm gonna try to showcase the whole thing where you strafe the attacks very slowly. It's not rocket science. I'm sure people have seen this before. I was never doing this before. But as you see right there, boom, strafe. Boom, strafe. And I'm swinging as I'm strafing, and I'm rolling as he's doing stuff. So that was really cool. That's a bit more aggressive. Works amazing with the dagger too. Doing my best to not try to roll onto the side with the curved swords, and it's just pretty simple. Every time he does the swing that's sideways, you anticipate he does an overhead after, and you space it instead of actually double rolling. But with the pins going side to side, you just walk around. You start attacking, you get 1 or 2 swipes, and then you roll. But you're right back in there on the recovery as usual, with a lot more stamina than normal because the consumption of the dagger is not crazy. So, works really well for being aggressive on that. I don't think you could kill him nearly as nicely with a heavy weapon like the mace, particularly. If you were doing level 1, you'd probably be hard-pressed to have more attacks when recovering. But we're going to skip the Pyromancy Soul, I think, or did I say Pyromancy Soul? Oh my god, wow. Pyromancy Soul, that's a new one. The Pyromancy Glove, or Hand, whichever one you want to call it. I think could be cool if we're going to use warmth. Warmth is something I considered. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to go with that. So we skipped it. And as far as any other pyromancy, it just doesn't feel right. I think warmth is a little different because it's like a weird middle ground where it's not magic to use to kill anything. It's not a status effect. It's just its own thing. It also does heal the enemy too, I believe. I can't remember using it in PvE if it heals bosses or heals enemies. Let me know if anyone actually knows the answer for that. That I would be genuinely curious because I could look it up, but I can't do that while I'm doing this now, and I probably won't remember by the end. All right, so we're swerving Royal Soldier over here. Even if these guys hit me, not a big deal. Just need to fall down and not have Forlorn invade, but I don't have the dagger out, so I'm just basically throwing up gang signs to the wood that's on the wall, expecting an open sesame, but getting nothing in return. The dogs go on their little night stroll, and they completely just miss that I ran by them, which is funny, because I usually get ankle bitten on this ladder if I run in aggressively, but not that time. And this dagger doesn't have a lot of stagger power to deal with this guy without Stone Ring, but I still get up in his face and interrupt quite enough of his attacks to deal with him. Shadow Top's crazy legendary. Like, if I had to rank everything we could get dropped on this entire playthrough, Shadow Top would be in the top 10 items in general. Because there's not many other enemies that exist that you fight that are unique that have anything I care about or that we could use. But Shadow Top we can use. And I have this this preference where when it comes to, like, this is in real life and also in the game. So for gameplay sake, DS2 is very heavy emphasis on elemental resistance, not so much just heavy physical with no elemental numbers. That still applies to PvE, it's very nice. And lighter armor having heavier elemental defense is great, or having a good spread of everything doesn't hurt. In real life, if I had to go into combat, I would not want to wear a suit of armor at all. I'd want to be lightweight. So it also is something I would wear. I would want to be like a shinobi. So basically that's really cool. I would wear the Shadow Top and I'd be using those little daggers and stuff in the back as like extra like kunais and stuff like that. That'd be sick. Okay. Now we're getting back into Seldora for the lower part to be able to set up the bonfire for the ascetics. Usually here I'd kill everything. We're just going to run by these guys completely. Just not making the mistake of slipping down that ladder because I think that would be death from gravity. It's just long enough. It's debatable. But because I have the torch out, the spiders won't bother me. And usually that's not how I approach this area. I kill the spiders. The reason in a challenge run, like let's say damageless, like why wouldn't you just do it this way, for example? Well, you can't pull the bowstring with one hand, so that's one aspect. So killing the shaman guys, these guys, or the necromancers, whatever you want to call them, they would be tricky. They do have that melee attack there, and then, you know, you have to kill them with melee with one hand. So you could. Just a little bit tricky for that. And then once you get over that hurdle, the spiders will still attack you with the torch sometimes. So you're taking a bit of a coin flip on that at some point. A little bit of a gamble. Luckily here they didn't, but I actually just was doing something on this game where a spider did attack me while I had a torch out. And it's funny, it actually killed me. So in that video in the future, it could be the far future you see it in, there will be a DS2 moment where maybe you can even comment being like, I remember when you foretold the legend of the spider that attacked with the torch, but it literally, it was at a point where I was already like mentally just like frustrated with what was going on. I was at a low point, and it was the cherry on top that it's like, okay, how often does that happen? When's the last time I saw that? I can't remember. It's probably been like, it might have not even been this year, to be fair. Like I actually don't know. Either way, going into Seldora normally here, we're gonna knock this spider off the ledge, grab the chunk that's underneath him, but he's like, I'm gonna chunk you in the face and take it with me. Just take a bite. Damn. Guy was rude. That's what happens when you don't knock people off ledges that need to be knocked off. Like Alicia, for example, she looks all sweet, but then she invades you later. Spider Guy's no different. He would have been in some rip-off Marvel movie that was a filler in between Avengers 16 or something like that, as his own independent Spider-Man spin-off weird cousin. Anyways, torch time is going up quite a bit. We got over 15 minutes immediately just from hitting up that jar in the corner. That's one of the best ones you can grab. And here I'm gonna throw, oh, I don't throw it. Oh, I go crazy. Oh my God. Okay, so like that was a little bit of a mismatch. I thought the skull would be relevant there, but then see, I don't have them on the character, so I panic. And I'm supposed to have them. You can see me checking for them. The thing that you'd want to do would be have the skull throw it into the pit at a designated area away from the items, or somewhere far away from the big doors, preferably. And then you just get to the big doors, open them, throw one more through them, and you're good. Peasants will still come for you anyways, even when you're doing the back portion of this big room, but at least the extra skull keeps them at the door long enough. And it makes it even worse because I do like to get the soul of the hero and the pine resins right there on every single iteration of Freya. So yeah, and you can see the peasants just still dealing with the spikes there, but it's mainly this guy. This guy wastes a lot of time. I hit him, he hits me back. This is a really bad move here because if a peasant was behind me by any chance, just because I got unlucky, they would have finished me, and that would have wasted a lot of time. Was that a spider that attacked? Was that a spider that attacked right there? Maybe I didn't even notice that that was the most recent time a spider attacked right there. I'm not gonna go and rewind that. We're just doing this in one take. Okay. That could have been a spider that attacked. Anyways. Still have the torch out, possible spider attack. We're gonna two-hand the torch in the offhand to enter the fog gate faster. Now, this is something in this part that really sucks. You can try to two-hand the torch in the offhand, but if you fumble and you don't push the button long enough, you don't hold it down long enough. I've done this where I'm just off by a little bit. I kind of hold it, but not, you know, it counts as a regular button press. And then I two-hand the dagger and the torch goes out. And then you're screwed. Then you're dead. Within like the next 5 seconds, you're probably guaranteed dead, especially in the corner. So that really sucks. That requires you to literally reset the area anyway, so dying would be the fastest thing if you don't have a flame butterfly. And you're just wasting time and increasing chances of Forlorn invading at that point. So with this game, you cannot afford to fumble two-handing the offhand torch. But at that same point of consideration, you could just never do that and never open anything faster. So like I would even recommend, if you're worried about it or you've been having too many of those happen, just don't even open things faster. Don't two-hand offhand on that section then. Happened way too many times, unfortunately, especially recently. All right, so Freya, very simple. There's nothing to get too deep into here. Just rotate every time there's laser. And the way I like to line it up, you just go kind of diagonal with the front arm. She tends to rotate longer, wasting some time, and you have a higher chance of laser. There's even one iteration where I believe she lasered so many times, it was blowing my mind. I was like, how am I getting that lucky? Is it actually being like assisted by how I'm moving on this part, or what? I was kind of under the impression way before that you want to back off super soon, but it's not quite the case. I've seemed to have good luck with lasers being pretty aggressive. And actually not even using sprint or roll to set up the distance, just specifically jogging. So we got the Duke, the guy that made Freya the nightmare that it is. Put her in a cage and she grew too big for the cage, and then put him in a cage, essentially, because he's in that little library hiding, but he's already dead and he doesn't even know it. It's like Resident Evil, man. You got a little parasite-looking thing in your head that's probably already eaten your DNA, and you think you're alive, but you're not. And Leon's gonna come and kick you in the face anyways. So we're homewarding after that when we get the primal, or just using the primal to go back, doesn't matter. Primal's okay, doesn't matter. We're gonna use all of the souls to level up Dex, obviously. That's all we can focus on. And we could use the poppables too, but because again, the discrepancy in how much damage we're doing is not changing too fast, doesn't matter. Dagger being upgraded with the chunks we got, super important, and then we can put a little bit into the short bow to get it started. I would say if we're going to use the bow for anything on this, and it pertains to finishing off an enemy purely with the bow, maybe Shrine of Mana, some of the enemies matter in that way, it's probably going to want to be around +5, so we'll say that the target, or the soft target for the bow is 5, the hard target's 7, because I don't think I'm getting it to 10, there's no chance. If I do, then I was wrong, and I recounted the series of events completely wrong, but I think 7 would be like my maximum of where I would get it to. Just on the fly, you know, skipping certain things on purpose that we don't want to go to the way of getting when we're being speedy. But so far in the realm of speed, speaking of which, we've only put 41 minutes on the clock so far, roughly. Not too bad. And that's since we started this one. It's not terrible for, you know, let's say one great soul down and we're going to farm the other ones, but we already have the setup to do ascetics, and we've just used our second one, in fact. 28 minutes on the torch, so we don't have to replace anything with torch time. Dagger just needs one more cycle through this area for +10. and then we're smooth sailing if we can just play good after that. You might have noticed as well, I don't think I died on anything yet. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen a death yet. So this is where I was really feeling the potential of it being deathless. And after the DS1 run that I did, this is the one in sequence I did right after. I was like, it'd be amazing. But out of all the three, this is the least likely. It has such a hard end game, especially without leveling. And even if you had a leveled character, if you guys have played permadeath on DS2, this is the best way I can explain it, because regular deathless, it only gives you so much exposure. Like, you can slip up and obviously have the same scenarios, but it's amplified to the same degree of how it feels when you do permadeath with a regular character as to the disadvantages you have on an unleveled character or a character with only one stat level. So in permadeath, you go as far as you can, as many new game cycles until you die, and traditionally you only go to the max new game scaling, and then you've completed the entire gauntlet of it, which would be on this game new game +7, so 8 total playthroughs without dying, same character. It gets harder every single time. And then in this game also, unlike the others, there's extra features added in, there's extra characters added in, certain events happen that don't normally happen, that are completely different. There's extra enemies added in to the pools of regular ones that are red phantoms too. So that's crazy. I've only gotten the new game +4 or 5, I believe, doing that. I didn't even complete it on this, but I have completed it on DS1. If you guys like that kind of stuff, would be amazing to try it on everything. I think the goal is in the future to do a permadeath on everything properly, but do a different build each time. And I've seen some people do them that are actually tasteful ones, like they're not just the classic use the meta or the min-max setup the whole time, because then that's kind of just the franticness that you get kind of with like a deathless randomizer to a degree, because you just stick with your good setup and then it's at the whim of the randomness. Same tense nature of that, but you're just looking at like predictable scenarios that you don't know the damage calculation on, because a counter hit will almost kill you with crazy stacked numbers and everything. But yeah, it'd be cool to do them with a different, like a build swap every single time that's either voted, or I randomize it with a tool that spits out a generated one that I'm not going to know ahead of time. Could take forever, but yeah, speaking of taking forever, couldn't be as long as Freya, right? It's actually funny, in that randomizer with Freya, when she didn't do laser, weird, very weird, but we worked with it. Oh wait, was that the one you guys didn't see though? Wait a second, I might be talking about something that was behind the scenes. So in the randomizer speedrun attempts, there was a couple that I did, I think, outside of the one you guys saw. Freya might have spawned on the one that wasn't the video, so I can't remember actually. But there was a Freya, you might have seen it, you might have haven't. It didn't do laser a single time. I think it was in the one, no, it wasn't. Dude, oh my God, you guys, I don't think you guys saw that. So Blue Smelter Demon was in the room for the Scorpion. Freya was in the room for the Scorpion before I had the run with the Blue Smelter Demon, and it just did every other attack except for laser, which made it such a better fight in my opinion. And because it was getting stuck on there was like pillars in the room of stone that I don't recall ever being in the room at all. I don't even know if that was a feature because they added Freya to it in that iteration, but stone pillars were coming out of the ground that don't exist normally. And it was blocking her from being able to do certain things, but then also making me trapped on exiting in certain cases. That was cool. That was probably the most fun I've had fighting Freya. But yes, traditional lasers like just purely a cutscene. So back to that. I could probably get around 6 or 7 hits with this amount of endurance on the head, but I go for extras like you just saw right there on the fadeaway. And then that's round 2, second one down. We're going to switch back to obviously having Seldora set in full to get our full bonus. If I do miss too many of those, it is a guarantee. By the time we get to Shrine of Winter, there is no chance I'm going to have enough souls to be able to actually get in the door. And that's happened way too many times. It doesn't matter on challenge. On this though, oh yeah, we don't really want that. Don't want to will that into existence. But back to Leningrass once again to get our max upgraded dagger now. So we have a few more chunks, 1 slab, and there's extra slabs to spare. Just a shame that we can't really extend that to multiple different weapons that make sense, because again, daggers on this. I think though, with the fact that I am being pretty quick, it's okay that the bow was used. yes, I could totally do this again with just the dagger for everything primarily. It would be so marginally different though that it's like, it's semantics at that point, because then you could just die quite often and be slow and make it look cool, but then like the run's not, it's just not even the same level of difficulty as a whole. So that's why I'm really going for this format of like the raw, uncut. You see every single detail. I'm giving you the entire thought process that I can recall while I actually did it at the same time, and the ideologies, and then also combining 3 challenges, because to me that's cool. I know for like on the sake of content side of things, while we're still setting up this next bonfire aesthetic here, 100% I realize now that people like to see easy things more than they like to see hard things, and it's actually just, there's a strict correlation of that, and I have no problem with that, because I even like to see things that are easier than that are hard, because of the entertainment value being the actual most important component. And that's not necessarily the person being entertaining personality wise. It's how it's presented, it's the package, it's the formatting, it's the presentation and execution. So we'll say that that obviously is peak, right? And I think it's very agreeable that if I did something ridiculous no one ever did, and no one ever could do ever again, yes, that could actually get some attention. But over time though, if you kept doing things that are crazy hard, you'll see correlations. Everybody, including myself, that's done some, I won't say I've done the hardest things ever, but I've done some things that are purely just torture or like actually ridiculous, that most people wouldn't find fun, and then some things that are fun. The fun things outperform on a regular basis, on average, better. Especially if it's more applicable, it's more sustainable, it's easier to perform. If we look at the metric of how easy it is to make as well, I like this as a middle ground, because it's not that easy to make. I still have to do resets. It puts me on the spot. It actually forces me to have to get better at some of this stuff I already know, and it does teach me a few things, even though it is familiar. So it's like there is that nice like fine line of combining stuff. But I have noticed like there is a huge inclination to like, I use this build and I beat the game. It's like, awesome, that's really cool. But then before it was always like, yeah, but I also like took no damage, didn't level, and did every single thing in this many hours, and then didn't make a mistake on this, and then also proved it was live while doing it at the same time, while talking to chat, and also recorded it, and then reformatted it and made a guide from it. Like, that's like a lot more, unfortunately. But by no means like, is there anything wrong with the first iteration? I like doing both of the things. I actually just like making videos in general. It's just interesting because I think this might be a really good piece of information for people that want to make content for Souls as well. If you're out there and you want to make your own videos, that go for it if you want to try to do some stuff, even if you're not necessarily incredibly skilled at like the harder runs on it, just because it's actually very widely applicable, and I think the general response to it's great if you actually make it entertaining. After that small TED Talk, you'll see me again in 2027 at the World Summit for another presentation. Anyways, Freya is almost dead again on the next iteration. 2 hours, 30 minutes on the clock, 50 into this particular run out of the 3. One thing that is funny that I can remember too with the dagger, it brings back some memories on this, is not having enough damage on the dagger. And I can't remember what the stipulation was, but like you can actually break her head off of the body. You can break both of the heads where you're just like, okay, well, where can I hit anything now? Where do I kill her from? Not sure if you guys have had that happen, but if you didn't know, fun fact, Freya, both the heads can be broken completely. It's absolutely maniacal. Oh boy. But yeah, back on that other topic, just to close it off, very curious of what you guys prefer. Would you rather see like something that's more of a middle ground that has challenge to it? Because we're not going to necessarily, like, for sustainability's sake and also me enjoying myself, I will do really hard things once in a while, but they're not all going to be like that. So let's say we have some spiciness to it, we have it pretty difficult, but also it's understandable enough where it's not too much. That, or just like things that are very, very entertainment based, very educational, like how I made the build and going through a lot of the stuff, maybe like getting all the achievements specifically as a challenge with something else combined, something that's just very extensive but like pretty easy that everybody could do. Is that something you'd want to see from me, or do you want like an even amount of both? I'm very curious. I never asked that question particularly. I used to kind of just do what I did, but I think the feedback is very interesting for that particular subject, because there is definitely a clear line in the sand in many different directions, but like it's a similar story for a lot of people where There's some people I know that refuse to ever do anything genuinely that's not hard enough, because like that's their threshold. It has to actually be excruciating for them to do it, and it's really hard for them to necessarily have recognition that's deserved for how hard that actually is. And then there's individuals that have just happened to do hard things that also, on top of that, they do some things that are more widely applicable as well, or they found a way to make it entertaining. And then there's just straight up people that would never be able to do anything super hard without spending years to actually practice it, or really studying up and getting practice and tips from other people, and then they could, but they are doing amazing at entertaining and amazing at doing fun playthroughs. And I think that that's actually like the greater whole of how everything's made up. Also, unfortunate that I did die there. I did exactly what I was talking about, where you two-hand the dagger instead of two-handing offhand. That is the first death of the run, if I recall correctly. Unfortunate, man. And this is what I was trying to not have happen, because I feel like it was going to ruin my momentum here. Not because I lost too much time, but see, like, look what happens. That kind of stuff. Isn't that crazy? Like, I actually got so pissed at that point too, that I was like in my head saying that it's that guy's fault. And then I was like, wait a second, don't become that person. Don't become a victim. Because I was like, as soon as I do that on this, it all falls apart. I'm like, this is that run that it's trying to make you go crazy, because it wants you to think you're a victim, so that Miyazaki wins. Even though he didn't make the game, even though this one's Tanamura, they're both plotting against me and they want me to become weak. So I'm like, I have to literally blame myself. That's the only thing I can do. And I knew that made sense. And I always, that always does make sense. That spider guy though, just falling from the sky is so crazy that even though it's an actual setup ambush, it hurts. There's not many other things in this playthrough, death or not, that actually physically hurt, but yeah, probably took like a good month off my freaking lifespan, dude. Gonna have to go and consult Brian Johnson for some health advice after that one to regain those years that we're gonna be losing over time. Anyways, back to Freya. So we got a little bit more of some dissension here, really trying to not screw up that two-hand offhand, but I've successfully achieved it so far on this iteration, you can see. And we only have this Freya left, and then we can actually get set free. So we're gonna use a Bright Bug on this one. We're getting gold resin ready. I do wish there was a way of justifying doing something like Sinner for the repeat. Sinner's an interesting one because I'm actually good at the fight, especially if like the arena's well lit. It's more engaging, but if you do screw it up, it's easily harder than this or Rotten. The moveset is just kind of unfortunate. And then for being fast too, she jumps around so much that I don't know if it would actually be quicker. It's hard to say. It's like, you have to factor in with this one. The reason outside of actually Rotten being a better choice, I didn't really explain why, but let's go over that before Freya's dead right now. The gutter, it's not super hard to run through in terms of like, you know, the best way to do it. The best way to do it cuts out a lot of the time it takes to get through it, obviously. And you could skip all the items that are irrelevant. So the Fragrant Branch, after you fall out of it into the gulch, only one you really need particularly, but you do like an early jump to the right side in the early section, and you're already almost at the end, and then you break through the back wall behind where the fog would be to exit down the set of ladders, and you're literally in the gulch. That's it. That's the simple speak version. With Seldora, you do have the extra fight of Magus and Congregation, but the campsite's super quick to run through. Now it's the actual lower area where Freya is that takes time every single time. So even though Freya has crazy high DPS where you're just dealing damage most of the time you're in the arena, when you think of her queuing an attack and then you responding to it, just that back and forth is very quick. Rotten can kill you way easier. So like Rotten is not as brain dead to play. And then again, Sinner's way more tricky too, even if that was up for grabs. Salt Fort's not a bad area. I think Salt Fort's pretty short, but yeah, Gulch is infinitely the quickest because you're literally right in front of Rotten. So if you can manage to play Rotten good, it's a no-brainer that would be quicker. Just takes the know-how of getting down there and everything. And so I think that if I ever do a challenge like this again, where it's a trilogy and we level 1 stat and we do a speed run or anything else for that matter, we are doing Rotten. It's a no-brainer to do Rotten. Just couldn't conjure the bravery. I don't even know what it was. Like maybe the belief in myself that I would just be able to go back into doing that, no practice, and then still pull it off quick enough with very minimal deaths. I wouldn't say that I have a number in my head of how little I want to die on this, but I don't want too many. Just want to keep it low. So we're buying some more regular Titanite. We're using that on the bow to get it to +3 now. And after that, all you can really do is large Titanite. So we'll worry about that as it comes along. I think we're sitting pretty here. Look at this though. There's one question answered. What game can you get to 99 dexterity earlier than the end? Well, this is like halfway through. So that's wild. We just got 99 dex and we haven't even gone to Drangleic Castle yet. And there's still souls to spare, mind you. Like I have 153,000 still left over. And in fact, I actually am going to Macduff to get even more large Titanite really quickly. I guess I had fear of missing out on the bow, so we're just gonna FOMO level to +7, and that is the cap. We're leaving it at +7 unless I pick up more chunks randomly. That's my guess. I can't remember actually if that's what I did, but anyways, we're gonna go to the, I guess it would be Ruined Fork Road, I believe, is this bonfire. And now we have some choices to make. Shaded Woods, into Drangleic Castle. This part, usually I'd use the bow to power the golems with the souls of the Royal Soldiers. So on here, I think I actually used the knife for this part. We're gonna see. The falconers on the way over, they'll chase you. One of them does make it to the door. And this is something I learned that's really interesting. Again, I probably already knew this subconsciously while playing before, but I never did the comparison close together, because very often when I play this game, soul memory is how I open this door. It's almost every single time I've played it in the totality since it came out that I use soul memory. Very few runs I use the actual required Great Souls, and the last one would have been the Great Bow run, but with the way that plays and just the fact it's so different, I probably wasn't thinking about this. That door opens differently depending on which one you do, and that changes actually if there's an enemy chasing you. So like it won't matter if you do the Great Souls. If the falconer chases you, you could just run through. If you don't, if you do soul memory, he'll knock you out of the animation because you'll have to physically push it open. That's a really cool detail. Like I know it might just seem like I'm just giving you a long-winded explanation of the door, but the reason that I think that's cool is because there's so many design elements in this game particularly that are like that I didn't understand fully before of why they would choose to do that, but now it makes sense. And it actually kind of goes along with the backstory as well as the actual mechanism they're using to power the motion through the story from the character's perspective. The fact that you gain the strength to open it indirectly versus like you just command the door to be open from actually having the rite of passage from the narrative being fulfilled. It's really, really weird. They could have just made it the exact same thing, but that's a very small detail that's cool. Anyways, the hippo needs to be killed here because I was short on souls, so it didn't quite explain that at face value to you. You're gonna have to wait to see this animation that you probably have already seen before. And as he almost kills me, I'm like, okay, am I getting too in over my head? How many times are we gonna have to kill this hippo? I think the gap is literally enough to be squeezed by one of them, but let's see. 50 and 24, let's check the actual soul counter here. And we got 998. We got one more we got to do. Come on, dude. Now, I don't know if this is the quickest thing I could have done. It's unfortunate because I'm sure there's probably other things. Actually, you know, in fact, on the way to the door, I just realized there's the Ring of Sacrifice, but I think right underneath the pickup for that, there is a soul that's poppable that would have bridged the gap. And I'm sure probably other poppable souls in Seldor or something, but this is where my knowledge fails me for all the item locations of the game. I actually don't know. I could tell you, hey, if you go in this area, you can pick up items off the ground. Like there's a physical icon in this spot, but whatever is actually in that spot in every location that exists, I couldn't tell you. It gets to the point where I get close to being able to tell you 90+% of them, or even 95+% for the other games. Particularly, I would say Bloodborne and DS3, Bloodborne and DS1. DS3, not so much, but I'm getting better. And Demon Souls, no chance. But Bloodborne and DS1, definitely almost at the point where I could tell you 95+% of every single item. Just, you could show me a picture of like, you know, a rough slice of the area and I'll be like, yeah, it's this. Now that's crazy GeoGuessr content right there. I don't actually know if I'd participate because I'm probably putting myself in a very very big hot seat there. But yo, if you want to see people that are just ridiculous at remembering things, or you know, actually pay attention to this stuff, maybe you can make it a game with your friends. Take slices of areas where there's an item on the ground and guess what the item would have been if you picked it up. And that's a whole nother thing, instead of just guessing what the area actually is. Now, maybe that's something that they've done. I haven't watched people do a lot of those streams. I've just seen a little bit of it, but that's a crazy idea that I just was like, wow, would be insane. All right, door open. So now you can actually get a better view of the phantoms being changed from the randomizer that I was talking about. They have actual color of the thief set, and usually they're just completely like hologram, like white, transparent, whatever. Looks way cooler. I think they should have made them like that in the first place, where they're almost like faded humans. So it's like a real ghost. But either way, there's some other stuff that actually does change because I did play the randomizer before this. You'll actually notice one thing that's weird too. Has nothing to do with like a feature, but maybe something to do that's a little bit buggy. When you go through Throne of Want at the end, and it might do this in this particular run, I can't remember. There's one other thing I've done since now, with this game at least, where it did it again. And I think I was doing it today actually as I'm reading or speaking about this. It'll shake the screen as if like there's an earthquake or like a jitter when you're going through one small section of the bridge. And it's only, I believe it's only because the randomizer was installed. And it's still there, but it's just turned off. Changes some rules with some things. We're gonna go into that pretty deep later. So I did actually, in fact, use the arrows here. I used them fire ones to see if I could feed the soul to the golem on the right side of the door. And now we're going with dagger on this side. Stabby stab, easy. Worst case scenario there, we basically knock the guy with stagger into a position where the soul still goes back to us from a distance that doesn't make sense. I don't know why the game does that, but it is something that you probably experienced before, and you might have even seen me while I've been live before do that, where you somehow shoot the dude into a position where the soul gets absorbed across the map instead of the thing right beside him. Classic DS2. Now we're just babysitting these guys till their parents pick them up, and until Chancellor Wellinger is gracing us with his presence over here. Let's see what we can get. So we have 139,000, pretty good. Arrows just seem to be the most likely thing, but there's really good healing items from them too, so I believe that I do grab some of that. Of course, Elizabeth mushrooms are great on a run like this, but again, it's one of those things where then if you use an Elizabeth mushroom, or you use like a really big gemstone to heal constantly over a larger period of time, then that means you're putting yourself in the mindset where you think you're going to get hit really hard. Therefore, if you have this small amount of health and you're thinking like that, you probably should just use regular life gems because they are pretty sufficient. The healing speed's not going to be different really, and it's still going to heal the whole bar. It's not going to overheal or overlap as much. It'll probably be 1-to-1 with the bar almost. But putting yourself in the position where you spend a crazy amount on Elizabeth mushrooms and old radiance and stuff, you literally just are thinking you're going to play bad, and then you probably will play super reckless because of that. I've seen it happen quite often. But Cyan's leggings, another crazy pickup that we got. That's just, I don't even know what the chances of that dropping, but that with Shadow Top combined with the dagger, because it's so light, is an amazing combination for defense now that we can actually go into the late game. So we're taking off Malin's set, which is the Seldora set, and we're checking the equip load with Cyans and Shadow, and it looks like we can still light roll. Amazing. So we have some heavy defense from Cyans. We have Elemental included. 27 equip load, not bad with the rings all on that we have. And I'm going to take out the Stone Soldier right in front of the gate immediately to get the door powered while I'm just kind of keeping the other one at bay. I noticed actually after looking at this Stone Soldier for a while, his moveset reminds me of the Haid Knights that have the spear or the lance or whatever. They do that twirl with the polearm almost kind of like it's a lightsaber, like the dual wield lightsaber sort of thing, instead of just poking you, and it throws you off a lot. Then they do like that plunge after. So this Royal Soldier, he would actually be high priority if Forlorn did invade, specifically because he would sandwich me between the door, and Forlorn would be coming from this other door and I'd be stuck. So I'm taking a huge chance on that. I didn't even have the bone icon to check to see if he did intercept. So that's the only way you'll know if you haven't played this Or maybe if you have a feather, for example, at this point, because you're on New Game Plus, feather or the bone is the only way to know Forlorn's invading ahead of time before it pops up, because it'll go gray. Unless you're online, then someone else might be invading you or something. But yeah, then you would actually be able to turn around and use the staircase, if you had enough time to spare at least, where you loop him with range or just cheese him in that little staircase over where the frozen flower key is. At the beginning, right on the other side of the stone soldiers. That's a really good one for kill spot on this, if we were doing like hitless or damageless. So short bow offhand, so we could fire at the podium Dragon Rider right away is pretty good. Just gotta remember, buttons are reversed. And then we go back to main hand for dagger when he falls. This just makes him fall early. Now, I would love to just get the other one to knock him off by breaking the actual beams, but that means he's really close proximity. And either way, with me saying that, look, he already gets me right in the beginning anyway, so I have to recover now, and they're going to be close together. Very unfortunate. I'm usually better than that, but this guy's not going to last too long, though. He's dead already. Very easy. Just really sketchy if you get into a pinch there, because the recovery is going to get you killed more likely than actually just straight up fighting Dragon Riders. Not too hard to space them apart. Just the method of getting the bow one down early, which is high priority, is gonna lead to pinches and stuff. And I don't think there's a point of trying to even do damage to the main one in the meantime, because he takes so much longer to kill that proportionate to the other guy's health, he'll still be alive by the time the other guy comes down, but then you actually have to back off because the arrows will knock you over. So it seems like a waste of time to go for the main one. All right, now we're trying to trek up the ladder over here to the mannequin area. These guys suck. Mannequins are really annoying. There is a way to trigger one at a time. So I can't remember particularly on this if I did that. I think I might have, because I was like, you know what? This is the point where I got to be smart. I've died one time, and I am pretty quick so far. So let's just try to, you know, just do it the right way. Otherwise, I would have just rushed in. But like theoretically, there's no master plan I can imagine like where every time it works with the dagger taking on two at once. It's just too short range of a weapon to make any sense. Like you're even not likely to hit two of them at the same time. Whereas rapier will go through the one guy's body and then still hit the dude behind him if they're lined up. And that's probably the next best item we would be using if it was like traditional, or even like the mace too. The mace could hit two at the same time. Everything else guaranteed is going to just take out both of them that I can think of. So we got the one down. We did trigger one at a time. I go for a thrust. He actually delays. And then we have a little bit of a movie moment there, but good. He didn't get me. And now we're returning. I like to actually make sure the golem's twisting the contraption first before we do anything. It probably doesn't matter that much. I guarantee you once you hear the sound or he actually activates or animates, it probably is good enough. But I've had times where it looked like he was actually ready to move, and I warp, and it's almost simultaneous as he's doing it, but it doesn't actually count. It doesn't do anything. So it's as if it's basically reset and I have to go do all that again. Considering this is like the biggest trek you have to go on just to open a single door. Like this is the smallest amount of square feet probably in the entire trilogy that we're doing, where you have to do that much work to open a door that's that short of a runway from the bonfire. Like it's just kind of stupid. And then not only that, you have to travel vertically back up adjacent to where you just were on the lift. And then if you don't even have a homeward bone, you have to go down too. But look how long it takes to come down though. This is just, it's weird in the sense that unless there's some skip that I have never seen, which again, maybe I didn't pay attention when I was watching speedruns as much, or I don't remember, this door would literally be the only time you're standing still. Like you would never stand still for anything else other than just very small contraptions opening where you're managing your setup for the menu. There's nothing to manage that takes that long. So like you're actually just standing still, wasting time on this, or so it feels. But yeah, maybe there's a no clip for the door, like King's Passage no key or something like that, I'd imagine. Either way, looking pretty sick with the mannequin top scion legs. I like the, as they would say, the fit on it. It's kind of like, looks like it's like pseudo, like maybe ninja slash, like modern assassin of some sort. I don't even know. It looks like it's really cool. It's like a ninja that has slightly heavier duty gear, but is not over the top. It's not like an Alone Knight, for example, where they're trained with quick draw, but they got like freaking iron armor on, which would not make any sense at all in real life. You'd have to be incredibly strong, almost like a mutant, to be able to swing the sword that quickly. Because I believe, of course, there is people that can swing swords that fast, but you'd never be able to do it with that armor, no matter what. So like, even if the lore implies Sir Alone taught them quick draw, Sir Alone's armor himself is still lighter than the actual knights he's employing that swing as quick as he does. So I'm calling it's a scam, and they're all goblins or some sort of thing like that. There's like some sort of weird ruse going on there. So Brightbug at the end of King's Passage here, before we got the what I would call checkmate situation happening, because all these knights are going to be summoned onto the chessboard and you're dead. That fog gate is one of the quickest time frames to get into out of any of them, even if you have a really good head start, because those guys will scramble to get you very fast. So when it comes to LGK, the thing that I've learned, and a lot of people have told me too, like if you do enough damage when he charges up any lightning attack in general, he's very likely to keep doing them. And so I'm just trying to focus on that. In terms of escaping them and everything, it's pretty straightforward. We're trying to also not bonk off the shield in general. But this is a pretty standard fight. We have made a little bit of mistakes so far. Again, we're just trying to be purely fast, but not get too greedy. So I probably could have killed him there if I used the R2, but either way, boom, dead. And we only have about an hour and 12 minutes maybe so far on this. Not bad. And that's in the real time, so very, very good. I'm gonna grab the Spell Stoneplate Ring +2, as well as the Bonfire Ascetic, though I don't think that's gonna matter too much. But for whatever reason, it comes with one. So yeah, that's actually a pretty good pair of items there. It's one of the best chests. I'd say Spell Stoneplate +2 means they knew Shrine of Amana was probably a mistake, but it was too late in game design before launch for them to go back and erase it. So they're like, we'll just put the chest with the ring to defend against magic because we're idiots. Not actually, but you know what I mean. It's just wild. I don't even think they made this area. I'm pretty sure what happened was it wasn't there, and then on the day of pre-launch, like basically the community management side wanted the trailer out and stuff like that. They're like, okay, now we have pressure for like delivering like the prototype or like the alpha build, and in the alpha build having most of the same things, some dude that got fired the same day got pissed off and uploaded it, and then Miyazaki and Tanimura didn't see it, and then it just launched. They just didn't check. They didn't do quality assurance like on this part, because that salty dude that was fired just put it in the game. That's always how it is for a lot of stuff. I would say I could call that on quite a few things, like the battle before Ivory King being a thing in this. What else could we say? I'm trying to think of like stuff that sucks in the other one. Oh, Beta Chaos and Izalith for sure. Like, you know, they said that they had to rush it. Nah, they didn't rush it. Some guy deleted all the good stuff from it. There's so many secret areas. He changed it. He got mad. Anyways, back to Majula really quickly, just to get ready, get some bright bugs. The price keeps increasing on them, so the way that I like to do it is that you buy them in the bundles for each price set point, and you don't want to miss out on buying them because they'll be replaced by the other ones, and you'll never be able to buy the ones you had before for the cheaper price. It's kind of like gas in a way. Like some people buy gas when it goes down in price and just fill up, and they yield a marginal benefit, but you already know there's somebody out there with jerry cans and like freaking like a truck or something like that. Some sort of weird like, you know, like makeshift depot where they've just siphoned all the gas for the cheapest price that's historic and saved it, even though the octane's breaking down and shit like that. And they're just trying to like cope with the fact that they got better gas. But either way, that's what I'm imagining when I see the bright bugs. It's a very short-lived thrill of being able to make sure we don't have any replace each other and miss out on the total quantity. Though you'll notice, like, I forget to use them left, right, and center. I try to be stingy where I don't use them until there's something really hard, in case I have to do a repeat where I use 2 for 1 fight, but then it doesn't actually end up being a repeat. Though one thing that is really cool that is on point would be the fact we just ran through Shrine of Amana the first part and didn't have to worry about killing a single thing. That's a flex in a way. But then I went a little too hard, and I'm like, let's see if we can continue that, because I'm feeling like it's possible. And this is where we start to pull back a little bit after. I do kill this guy right here, and then I'm like, okay, do I take bow out? Do I just chill? kill this guy. I'm still thinking like, okay, that guy comes from behind, kill him too. I think I just fumbled stamina completely, and this is where I'm like, okay, I'm doing the thing where I'm being stupid. And I think for a second, Bo gets taken out. This is where there's an evolution. It's like the monkey turns into like an intelligent being that's beyond, like it's like a human fully formed brain, right? And so I pop the life gem, and I'm still thinking, I'm like, maybe I kill this guy. Now we're really we're fully in the door of just being careful now. It was originally reckless, but we can't say we're not reckless now. I'm killing the knight. That's a challenge run. That's not speedrun anymore. But that's what you need for this area if you want to be getting through it overall quicker. And it still might not be enough, but let's see if we can actually get through this fully. I can't remember if I die or not. I think I just go through so many revolutions of wanting to be greedy, and then I don't. Because there's like this PTSD I have of flashbacks, almost like it's NAM, dude. It's like literally an actual event that happened where that randomizer I ran through too many times. I've seen that archway that's collapsed where I've jumped off of it into the air and rolled into the water with just glowing beams behind my head too many times. So we're gonna go and see if we can long shot this frog, which I somehow do randomly on the second shot. And you can see I pulled away. I didn't even think I got him, but I did from pretty far. And that signifies a guaranteed path to at least this Ammonocaster with no disturbances. So it looks like I am just locking in and doing it normally. And yeah, again, clock moving a bit heavy here. Like it's slow movement for the speed side. It's okay though. We're already well into the area. This is the final stretch before it gets to be a freebie to run again. So it's really the only one we have to be careful on. And if I had to wager, let's say we already tried to do the method of running through. Yes, I would have already made it to the hut by now, even in like 2-3 attempts. But at what extent would it be that I make it through the final fog gate? That's like so random that no matter how hard I play, there's just not enough stamina on this character's survivability. If I had more health, like let's say we had double, like the bar on the screen for both was double the amount of runway, sure. Even if that's not scaled properly, let's just say like it's double the visual on the thing. Maybe then there's a chance, but it just decreases so much. The backstab on the Archdrake guy was cool. And then we're basically just baiting the other one through the water. But I noticed that because I simultaneously triggered the Ammonocaster, it's a bit of a sketchy endeavor. So we're using the pillars to line up, go back for the dagger to inch her up with the thrust, get a good counter, and we just take him out melee-wise. I'm gonna use the pillar now to just shoot her in the feet. Just do some nice little strafes. In this game, I was talking about how projectiles, especially like soul arrows and stuff, they have an arrows type hitbox where the visual of like the actual missile spanning outwards doesn't actually do any damage if it touches you for a pretty crazy amount of depth. So it's like you could have it brush you completely and it doesn't do anything. In the other games it does. It'll kill you even if it doesn't look like it hits you fully, sometimes even too. I don't know why they did it in this one, but yeah, even that strafe, like that strafe would have gotten me hit in DS1 or 3 in my opinion. So pretty cool. Now we're going to the final frontier here where, let's see if I'm smart here too. I think I might take out the bow and kill Mushroom Guy. Nothing else to do but that really before we move through, but I take off all the gear. Oh, I don't do it that way. Okay, so we're going caveman. Caveman in an actual cave. What do you know? The whole philosophy on that, the gas breaks your armor and all your items. If you guys don't know about it, durability is really bad in this game. So anything that damages durability will actually break it on the spot or very quickly. That one's immediate, like something, maybe even 2 things will break automatically just from being in the vicinity of that mushroom. So that's a pain in the ass because we can't really afford in terms of time to go back and repair anything. We don't have like a repair kit or anything. We basically, even if we had repair powder, it wouldn't matter. It's actually fully broken. It'll only restore durability if it's not maxed out and just cracked completely in half. And look at that, Soul Spear almost within the second of going into the fog gate. That was pretty close. If there was a trailer for this run, that's what it would be. It'd be like, in a world where Demon of Song must be killed, one guy with a dagger goes through the fog gate at the last second. Well, a belly flop happens as soon as the fight begins and he somehow anticipates it's gonna happen and iframes it. But then there was a Soul Spear. The sequel. That would be the next summer film with a generic dude in Shadow Top looking like he shopped at Forever 21 or Zara or something like that, but then put daggers in the back of his pocket. He put like a reverse sweater on to make it look like he was a ninja. And then his pants were literally just like a Halloween costume because I forgot to put on the actual Scion armor. Anyways, yeah, Demon of Song is it's pretty good for damage on this fight. We have lightning resonance in the water. It's going to be better, I would imagine. And yeah, like just daggers cooking at this point, no problems. Key to the Embedded, I miss it. I wish I could use it. I miss having the time to endlessly talk about how cool the animation cancel is on it too, even though it'll never be used for PvE. But here's something interesting. Enough said. Nothing to comment on that. That's just self-explanatory. These doors are kind of trippy though. Kind of looks like sacred geometry a little bit. Or maybe just, again, something that you'd see in a museum. For some reason, looks kind of like an ancient type of textile sort of thing. I don't know. Interesting. I'm gonna pop the souls in the inventory that are remaining. The only budget we could really build up to use here would be for Agdane, and Agdane does have Elizabeth mushrooms. He has Ring of Thorns upgraded version. I think it's +1, as well as he does sell warmth. So if we had gotten the Pyromancer hand on the ship in particular, this is where we'd be using warmth. And that's where you have to kind of think of the trade-off. There'd be no reason of using Pyromancy otherwise. We can't, unless, for example, Power Within was paired with this would be fine, but when are we going to get that? Probably never. So when you look at the available ones, Warmth seems like the best contender, but you're already almost at the end of the game. And yeah, I'm definitely not healing something late game. If it does, in fact, inversely heal the boss, why would we want to boost one of the hardest ones? All you can do now is, you know, just knock on, I guess this guy, you can call him Ding Dong Daryl. Yeah, he just walks out of the way. I didn't even ding dong the door. I think I might knock on the door of the other ones, but you have to wait for his doors to open, and then he just is like, who's there? But he walks the wrong direction. He walks right past you. And Agdane, I actually do go and talk to, interestingly enough. What are we getting? Could be Dark Arrows. That's also another thing. And his armor set's amazing too. It's very similar to Shadowtop. I think it could be my favorite complete armor set in the game for the male character for sure. It just, yeah, it's actually so good in combination with, like, if you just have the exact pieces he has with a different helmet, like Benhart's helmet, that's a really cool look, but it's also so good for defense too. For PvE, it's also pretty light. So yeah, we're just grabbing a little bit of stuff from him, I guess. Will it be used? I don't know. But I probably shouldn't have stopped at him. Now that I'm looking at this back, I think I probably should have kept going. Such a marginal difference. We're not going to hit the bonfire for safety here, so if I get screwed in the crypt, it's a huge reset in terms of going through all that stuff again, which is unfortunate, and again, maybe I'll regret that at some point. We'll see. 3:05 on the clock means that, you know, what do we got? An hour 25, so not terrible. Like, we're closing in on the time frame that I'd ideally want to do this, just for reference as well. Again, you guys can tell me what your average playthrough would be on this if you're really good at these things. I'm sure a lot of you could probably play faster or whatever, but for those that are not absolutely cracked out on gamer fuel or whatever the hell it is, you're probably able to beat the game maybe in like one sitting, but like a large handful of hours. I'm happy with 2 hours to 2.5 hours usually. 2 hours is crazy for me still. Like 2 hours would actually be wild for this one, any percent. The world record for the whole game is literally, I think, over 2 hours still, so it's not much different with a crazy amount of skips and like just actually pushing the limit of everything and years of work. But I've never tried that, so I think my times on everything would improve if I started doing those runs, which I do plan to try. I would like to do world record like formatted attempts for just speed purely for the big category, but I think the biggest learning curve for me is not so much like the actual combat side of it in this game, because it is a little bit more simplistic. It's actually, the skips don't work the same way. And as you see on Velstat, for example, I'm talking about combat not being a problem. I'm trying to hit him in the butt and it's not working. The dude needs to hit a glute day a little bit more because his glutes are too flat. I can't actually like reach him. That's okay. Now I can. He's got the blood flow going. They're pumped up a little bit more. It's perfect. Okay. Sweet. And I probably should just do R2s. Oh, nope, see? Still misses. Still misses a little bit. Very interesting. This is where poison probably would have been pretty cool in the dagger as well. Because you can poison Velstadt reasonably. And alongside with this, definitely would help. Oh, and actually, I think I remember what happens. Prepare to cry, guys. Prepare to cry. In the moment when doing this right here, it felt like I actually got cheated a little bit, but now watching it back, it's actually funny how I perceived it while I was playing, because it's it looks a lot more obvious like a mistake there. I thought I actually had taken at least a couple footsteps, so that was actually like just a complete incorrect recount of the events. Makes me feel a little bit better. Basically, when you try to deal with that attack in particular, when he does the transition, you want to either already be pre-strafed anyways behind him while attacking, or you want to let him face you, then recenter right before, because you're either already dealing damage, then strafing, or you're waiting a really long time to do everything. I did something that was in between both of those, which you just can't get away with, and then try to strafe last second. Doesn't work. And in fact, like when I was saying, the run back through the crypt would be bad. I'm still making good time for it, but like, yeah, I have to go through everything again. I could have got Undead Ditch and then linked the bridge as a safeguard. So we would have been basically starting at the point that we're at right about now. And all those seconds right before wouldn't have counted. Now, just because, actually, you know what? Wait, even furthermore, no, we're still actually ticking time, because we have to go past Undead Ditch Bridge and then go around to the other side of it. So yeah, it's a good chunk of time. The other thing that's even worse, if Forlorn invades here, this is the worst Forlorn invasion in my personal opinion for the entire any percent, because you're trapped in the hallway with these guys right here. Sword dude sticking out of the wall, no time to kill them. They'll kill you if you roll slightly left or right while you're trying to run away from these dudes already. But then Forlorn trapping you from behind doesn't let you activate them in time because he spawns too fast. So you have to delay him by making him do an attack that misses while still constantly being in the range of baiting the Orma and Reeves Great Shield guys, and not basically deviate from the center of the actual hallway so you don't get clipped on the sides of them by the ghosts. That's annoying, and usually the ghost being dead's the only way I can manage that. But again, no time. We're getting very lucky, very fortunate Forlorn's not invading. That's part of why this works so well. So I can't just say it's just skill at all. There is some luck in this one, 100%, without a doubt. I mean, there's been luck in the DS1 run too, and you can see in the DS3 run, I'll try to point it out where there is actually quite a bit of fortunate situations. Nice, we got two-hand, but I'm not dead from it. That feels good. I'm sure when he's buffed, that would be a lot worse. So I didn't apply the poison, and I have a bright bug on too. Interesting. This is where it's a good situation to use them, I guess, because, you know, defense goes up from them. I have a higher chance of fumbling historically. But yeah, still no poison activation. Is it gonna kick in yet? Wow, that's a lot of combos before it actually procs. There we go. Nice. So it took a while. It took about a quarter of his health. Decent amount of time, but see how fast it reduces though, and that's purely the health pool is not really huge on any of these fights. Even some of the crazier high-end ones, like, it's not so much where if you did actually get them poisoned, Blue Smelter's a great example. You see it tick fast, toxic or poison on it. It makes it a completely different ball game. It could actually take off the measurement of minutes if you do it properly. Now with Elstead, even though it ran out fairly early, he's already almost done. We didn't even have to worry about the situation where he cast the magic this time. Should have done that from the beginning, but even then, I had a situation where I could have still got the kill. I just fumbled super heavily on placement. It sucks, but again, I have to look at it this way. If I was doing the run where the challenge was literally just dex only daggers, you could play it any way you wanted to. It's still interesting. The speed part, even with a regular character fully leveled, would still be subjected to the same things. It would just be that I could try to cushion it a lot with Vigor. That's the one trade-off. And then because Vigor being higher as a container for health, the overhealing, or like the way you could spam and stack items that heal for long durations, it would automate such a bigger amount of bandwidth for survival. So imagine like the container is small like this. Once it caps out, you could get hit at different ratios where, like, let's say 30%'s left, you're dead, you know? But if, let's say, you're trying to prevent it from getting to 30% left on the big bar, even though, like, in terms of percentage, that's the same, if the total number's way larger, it's giving you so many more opportunities to do things you can't with a smaller health bar, especially with fall damage on this too. It works very similarly. It's not a percentage-based calculation the same way. Boom. You got a Cyan parry number 2 with the dagger flick of the wrists. Get him. Yeah, I've just been going wild on parries on this game. There's also another run you're going to see some more of those on where I just use unconventional parries. You could say maybe you prefer the dagger parry and that it's completely conventional, and I'm crazy for saying that, but non-shield parries. Super fun. I mean, if anyone goes through here though with like a ultra great sword or ultra great hammer, and you start doing, oh, actually, I guess I think it would be the ultra great sword particularly. If you start doing parries with that though in PvE, I'm gonna take a very long walk away and think about my entire life's decisions and being born in the first place for just a while after that, because that's just stupid. That's like so hard that I don't even know if I've seen someone do that for fun. And God forbid if you parry Throne Watcher with an ultra great, I'm never gonna play this again. Don't send me videos of that. I don't want to see that. That's depressing if you're just doing that kind of stuff. PvE, maybe that's stretching the limit still, because you actually have to guess. Like, there's literally no way to calculate that with the delay, like as a skillful thing, but it's still technically so crazy. And okay, here's another situation right here where this is subjected to the wrath of the randomizer. So all these cages in Eldia's breaking. I already know this is going to happen because, again, I got to around here before I reset previously. So wall breaks automatically. That's still normal. It gets reset in that way where it's fine. If you remember in the randomizer, technically I had to break the wall, which was weird when I did the speed run. Now I get completely destroyed as I'm opening that door, unfortunately. Everything's changing with the fact the mimics are dropping from the ceiling. They're super quick. And this is where, unfortunately, there's a pretty big time sink here. And I'm thinking, okay, well, if I'm going to keep running Aldia's, should I get the bonfire outside? Should I get the one inside? How do we do this? Like, am I going to be super stubborn? I have a chance. I'm being tested to see if I'm going to be big dum-dum. I guess we'll get to see. But yeah, basically all Aldia's experiments free themselves from the cages without you doing anything, in a sense where if you ran through there normally, they'd still be in the cage. They wouldn't fall from the ceiling. So this is infinitely harder than the normal game. This is not normal. If I were to play the normal version of the game, this run would be measurably faster just because of that. But also there's other things later that'd be different that make it different enough where, again, I'll get more into detail, but it wouldn't matter actually with the way that I actually ended up playing it. So this is the situation that would greatly change the time frame if I was just playing the normal version of the game. There's nothing else that I've done so far in terms of movement, in terms of decisions, timing, that would have been affected by the ghost being visible or the third major thing that you'll see after this that's changed. So it's really unfortunate. I do actually kind of wish that I knew this enough or thought about it enough to be able to just revert everything or take all the files out of it, because it is so much harder that it's like, it's not really fair. But again, my fault. I actually did still leave it like that, so it's fair in that sense. Just not what you would get if you were to play this right now. You would not get any of this stuff unless you randomize stuff and then use the setting within the software to unshuffle. I do think it's really cool that the randomizer has features that it kind of forces some, again, spontaneous events, such as this, where you do have to have pressure in this area that would normally not be that lively, because you can't just walk by these enemies in Scholar. So now we got the other experiment here. This guy hits such a crazy amount of damage. I think he'd one-shot me with his tail. I think about the door, though. I do think about it. And then I go long on the hippo again. We got everything open. That chair's blocking me. Oh my god, the chair, dude. It's mahogany, so it's extra heavy. And then I do get this door confirmation, but I'm being chased still. Boom! I forgot that that's a trap too. I should have literally just gotten to the side. It could have been possible I get eaten in the corner by a mimic, but he gets me as well. Hippo number 2. Third time's the charm. Do we go back and do we die again to something on the way, or because the holes are made in the wall, do we just barrel through somehow? I don't know. But this run back's brutal. I'll use the opportunity to I guess speak on more interesting trivias. Okay, trivia of something that's not related to this. We're gonna go carrot fingers route from the previous video. So we asked. Actually, that's really unfortunate too. As a side note, carrot fingers. I was asking basically, would you rather have $1 billion or have carrot fingers that are exactly like your regular fingers, but they are made of carrot, in fact, and you could spend the $1 billion to make, you know, replacement hands, gloves, whatever, but you'd actually have to have your original hands turned into carrot. Fully functional in every single other way. People were asking, do they have like neurological and like nerve endings or whatever? It's exactly the same as regular carrot. Would you rather have a carrot body but a head that's made of regular human tissue and brain, and literally be able to have superpowers that you choose, but you can only choose 3 things in general, including a superpower that could still get you the perks of being, you know, in the situation of the first carrot hands thing? Like, so you could just generate like, you know, material wealth or whatever. But the other caveat is that if you don't choose it, you can pick a single power, but the power can't be something that involves material. Which one? 3 powers, carrot body. Yeah, it's a very complicated question for no reason, but still, I think that's kind of interesting. Okay, I actually do touch down at Aldia's first bonfire right here. I should have done that right away. And you can see at this point, this is where just like a huge time sink is forming. It's not possible that I needed to spend this much. I still actually was fairly happy with the time I got on this, but the thing is, when you're doing DS2, because again, there's so much stuff to do in this run, even though you can go between each thing fairly quickly, it actually feels like an eternity. So I was guessing this was like well over 2 hours. The clock that we're seeing right here that's in the corner, I can't actually see while I'm doing this. I purposely make it so I can't see time in general. And there's no way to check the time of the save file for the in-game like you can on DS1, or no, sorry, no, on 3. On 3, you can check the IGT as it's actually ticking, but you'd have to quit out to the menu to check it on this. So I don't actually want to see that at all. I'm kind of just feeling how fast it is, and it ends up feeling like an eternity when these things happen. So Aldia's, again, we'll say round 4, because I died prematurely before getting there, and then I got the bonfire that was a little bit earlier. I actually do go for the door this time. This might be the one where there's some salvation. So hidden bonfire on the wall over here next to the corrosive gas room or whatever it is. I think it might be even like a little bit of a swampy thing. I don't know. There's like water that breaks your stuff in there. That's a really cool feature, by the way, too. They haven't done a swamp that's corrosive that breaks gear. I think they probably should do that. I mean, Scarlet Rot Swamp's pretty interesting for Elden. Obviously, poison, toxic, whatever, but like something that breaks equipment is just evil. And so yeah, I got Mike Tyson by the I guess it would be Hippo 2 of 3. Perfectly fine though, because we actually have the bonfire we needed before. I guarantee you though, if I tried to go for that door originally, and I didn't have like a really good angle on it, like that experiment thing would have gotten me with its tail. Bar none. It would have hit me out of the animation. So that could have been even more stupid than already getting the holes cleared for the wall. It's just, I don't know. At this point, you're literally just coping. It's like copium is on the maximum on this one. Anything you say in general that's not "I suck" is just copium. So I'm just gonna now hopefully be gracing you with the presence of Guardian Dragon so we can forget about this. And now we're going through the final stretch. Brightbug's not even being used. I'm just going quick because that Mimic's right behind me, and we are in Guardian Dragon. Nice. So I'll get a little bit of shots on the wing first. See if we can bait a foot attack, and we do. So amazing. Get a little bit lucky with him not having a super wide hitbox on the foot. From what I remember, he can still stomp you outside the foot from pretty far away. It's kind of like, I guess you'd say Last Giant and the Last Giant, or sorry, Last Giant and the Last Giant. Sorry, Last Giant and Giant Lord. Same guy, different timeline, obviously, but their feet stompies and the sword plunging has crazy hitboxes sometimes. Definitely DS2 things. Oh man, oh man. All right, so reapplying buffs every time he's on the wall, whenever I can manage to. I got the Bright Bug on finally. Let's go for a little bit of head damage there too, see if he bites. He does. Go for knees. And inner kneecaps they're on the fritz. I don't think he needs his knees though, he's flying. That fire he puts on the ground too, it's kind of like fireworks, you know. It's cool to watch, but it doesn't really hurt you though. Until like you don't really see anyone get hurt by fireworks in real life. If you go to like an actual thing where they're celebrating, like it's always just it's like, oh, what would happen if like they launch them on the ground? No one's actually gonna do that. Get him in the chin, and he's dead. Perfect. So now we're swapping King's Ring. I don't know why that was still on too. That was actually kind of weird. But do a little bit of jump into the actual lift there. And just reminisce over the trials and tribulations of Aldia at this point. It's almost kind of like they wanted to put me through the path of Aldia himself, because he probably went through quite a crisis to get into the circumstance of the futile nature of humanity. If you think of, I guess if you don't know the story with Vendrick and with Aldia, Vendrick definitely did not get the long end of the stick. Neither of them did, but Aldia is one of those types of individuals in this where even if they didn't turn into amalgamations or get cursed, whatever, even if like the conflict wasn't the same, he would, okay, I'll use the reference of like maybe some people that we could, if you guys know Mike Menser, he'd be like a Mike Menser essentially. He'd be like way too smart to actually exist normally. So he would just go crazy anyways and still, and I'm not saying Mike Menser rip in a bad way. I mean, rest in peace, respectfully. But if anyone knows him, you know, he was so smart, no one would actually listen to what he was saying, unfortunately, until way later. He became way more popular after he passed. He would be like a mad scientist regardless. So something like that. There's plenty of other individuals, like Nikola Tesla would be a great one as well. He'd just be like, I guess Nikola Tesla would be a little bit more controlled, but he'd be going crazy even without the experiments and everything, because he just sees the extent, unfortunately, and he doesn't do anything beyond you know, the pursuit of that. So that's a madness. And then Vendrick would just be like conquesting the lady, giant golems, build stuff, and then just get screwed by Nishandra. And if Nishandra didn't exist, he gets screwed by another lady. Who knows? It's inevitable. But the good thing is that he did get screwed by her, because then we get to kill her in this run. And we don't have to worry about Aldia because we're not doing all bosses. So I'll save that for a future endeavor. But yeah, I was really feeling like I was like living in the footsteps of the downfall that looked like it was the only answer in the experimentation lab there. So now we're gonna just basically do a hot lap through Dragon Shrine. This is kind of crazy because in every single Drake Keeper you pass, you collect quite a few, I guess we could say, accolades of little dragon dudes chasing you. They would just be like your little collectibles you take along the way, and if they get too close, they'll eat you alive. So we're getting this big dude to swing outward away from the door so that his follow-up makes him turn and we can open the door quick enough. He actually gets stuck in the hinge there. That's perfect. Usually that doesn't happen. Very lucky I could even open it still while being hit. That's impressive that he didn't kill me. But I think, again, Shadowtop and Cyan's legs are helping a bit. I also put the Explorer hat back on. We got a double Greatsword dude at the top. That, oh my god, that's insane damage. Again, sponsored by the gear. There's no way we would survive without that equipment there. I don't think Seldoras would do the job. Straight Explorers might have been close. Here's where we have some interesting stuff. So we tried to get a good angle. I do a mini jump, I block, but then like at the very, that must be like a frame or two apart, I squeeze like the smallest gap under his jump attack. Like that's just, that way on the right side of the hallway of how I did that usually is how I do escape. The left side seems worse. It seems like less dominant, but like it's usually never that close where they pivot in the middle of the walkway for that long. They usually close off and squeeze like a very tight corner against the wall, and then like they'll block from behind you. So the fact I got that first try is insane. Like that's purely just me flipping coins. Like you could do as best of footwork as you possibly can, manage everything perfectly. It just will not work because there's so many variables you cannot consider at the same time on that last part. Irrespective of the guy with the great swords, killing him would have been making it a free ticket to go in there, but killing him would have taken so long. That's one I'm not willing to waste time on, especially because we did have deaths. And the way I was thinking about this at this point was that if this doesn't work out, let's say like I did die there too many times, I would just do another run. It would have been painful. I mean, I had already spent a crazy amount of time on everything included to make this video, including having to recount it and everything, but like, I would have just done another one at that point. because I was like, dude, we cannot have this be greatly over 2 hours. Like, we can't have 2:15s, 2:20s, 2:30s. Like, that's not happening. Especially for that reason. I think it would only be if the methods were all pretty evenly paced and I was pretty clean. That would be fine. So now I was debating. You could see even like I pivoted pretty late there. I was gonna go straight shot to Giant Lord, but I'm like, I'll do the statue and I'll use Brightbug over here so the statue gets set up. Basically pick up the bonfire setup, because what else can we do when we're waiting for the catapult? And there goes the statue head. The giants are in a really good position to get taken out, so we actually just take the time to use the golden pine resin as well. And then I'm hoping with a good synchronization on the catapult later that I could just run past the mini giant statue. But we'll see. Sometimes you actually arrive at it, catapult lands as you arrive, and you can just go straight. Seems like we have to wait a second. Pretty close though, not too bad. That would have still been quicker than buffing there, if you think about it. So, going right in. The dagger is actually really easy to use on Giant Lord because the horizontal moveset will two-handed. So if it had like the thrust as the main light attack, that's where we're getting into some difficulty there, kind of like the rapier. Because I find rapier, it takes a bit of finesse to be able to kill Giant Lord super fast. But this is nice. So many extra little hits we're squeezing in because of the stamina consumption being reasonable. And there he goes. Possibly one of the quickest Giant Lords on NG that I've done. Especially with like this little of setup. It definitely is the quickest one with this amount of setup. There's no way that rapier would have been quicker. I couldn't see it. Maybe, but it just feels so fast. And now we can go Throne. So I'm hoping Throne Watcher and Defender first try. We're clocking in at almost 2 hours. I think we have an hour and we'll just say 50 roughly. Hour 49 to hour 50-ish. King's Ring goes back on so we can open the door. Again, if you haven't played this game before and you don't know how this mechanic works, King's Ring opens these doors after you've defeated Velstadt. But the thing is, though, if you don't put it on right when you walk up to this door, even if you put it on the second you reach it, one of the statues in the corner will animate and he'll actually kill you. It's kind of weird in that sense. It doesn't actually apply to the other doors particularly, but that final one has a dude that turns into an actual enemy if you don't have it while you're walking up through the whole entire walkway. I don't know why that's a thing. If you take it off even after the door's opening prematurely, he'll also attack you. But he doesn't do anything if you leave it on the whole time and arrive with it on in the first place. So, very nice. Doesn't seem like I'm getting the weird shaking thing I was talking about with the randomizer being installed. So I'll point that out in the future video that I was doing for this game that you guys will see. But either way, we got some bright bugs left. We have 2, which is perfect for 1 per fight. I don't know if I want to use one for Throne Watcher and Defender right away, though. Might want to feel it out. Oh, never mind. It looks like I am indeed using it. Oh my god. That hurts me just watching that back. That single bright bug left, but let's hope we get a good one. So my logic with this is bait Defender to separate Watcher right away, and then hope that Watcher does a backflip so I can get a counter hit right off the bat. That's a huge head start. What happens is this fight kind of ebbs and flows through cycles where it's impossible to actually hit either of them for a very long duration, just purely based on the synchronization of when they choose to attack, what they do, and then where in the arena they're placed where you have to head based on gravity. So like that right there would have been one where I was purely greedy. It's not a good example of them naturally reaching a limit where you wouldn't be able to do anything safely. But let's say like there is an actual opportunity where you bait a backflip for Watcher right when Defender's finishing, but then he actually delays an extra thrust and the space behind you has the ledge. You can't even if though normally in the middle of the room that'd be fine because you could strafe. Strafing the thrust when the ledge is behind you and Defender just backflip to give you time means you're pinched against the wall, so you're still actually like deeper away or you're further away from being safe environmentally. So you do have to think of the outer ring that you could fall into a little bit. You do want a lot of things to be more central or along the back wall if you can. There's body blocks that are set up. So basically another good scenario that I look for that's kind of like an unlikely one that happens once in a while, is Thronewatcher jumps for a plunge, but she actually rebounds off the back of Defender, and then she doesn't reach the depth to get you, so you actually can just strafe and walk up to do an attack. And then even if he overlaps, like the overlap's safe on recovery because her recovery's so big for the plunge. There's some other ones as well. Thrust into uppercut is pretty good because you can strafe the first bit of it and uppercut misses on the second. And you could actually, by happenstance, be in the right spot accidentally, and she just misses you with that one. Triple spins, though, are always bad. And for Defender, it's always just sneaky thrust delays and not getting greedy by being tempted with his partial shield, because he does partial shield and you can still hit him completely. Which, again, you guys are probably very familiar with all this stuff, but the interplay of both the timings, those things happening, and then the psychology of it is... it's annoying because like it seems possible to do so much stuff you can't do on this, and it's almost kind of like if you played a lot of ONS. ONS is a perfect fight because you actually can play them perfectly forever if you're actually amazing at it. Like there's no limit to ONS unless the game glitches. With these guys, like there's a point where because of all these other things, theoretically I would imagine you could actually just play it really good, but to be able to perceive the events like in your head, I don't actually know what you'd have to be able to like see it as. It would be something I'm not capable of as freely as ONS, especially not for the same duration. This fight's still one of the hardest in the game for me, but getting better at seeing those things makes it way more fun. It actually was really annoying before and not that fun. Very impressive design once you get into like the nitty gritty, and they have some super rare attacks too. Like they have stuff they almost never do, and when they do, it's more exciting because obviously it's, you know, a high point of the actual playthrough. So we're going with a little bit of bow action here. I got some poison going. Almost greeting into the door. Oh my god, man. Going so deep into that sword and then like trying to escape the extent of the combo when it comes to Thronewatcher right pinched on the fog gate. That's crazy, man. But again, that poison did its work. We're already late into Watcher's health. All we need is just maybe... I'd say like 6 attacks on her that are decent. Oh, and she's buffing, so I take buffs as like maybe a double punish there. It looks like I got 2. And that's only because Defender strafed. If he was walking towards me, even if he wasn't attacking yet, I still wouldn't do that because, again, we count 3 seconds later, roughly, what it would take for me to fully be pivoting and in the iframes to the next roll. He's already able to thrust. And it's kind of like the same thing with the two-hand moveset. There's certain attacks he does where it spans a larger reach, like he jumps forward or whatever. There's no point of trying to be stingy with, or sorry, we'll say overbearing with like, you know, your attacks and stuff like that, because like potentially he does something that you don't think he's gonna do and he squeezes the gap in a way that's just ridiculous. Like it's like on the tip of the sword. I would say Watcher's sword is a little bit longer, but again, she doesn't two-hand her weapon. She has the same moveset the whole time. Much safer bet. Less health too. So we take down Watcher first, and one thing you might notice right now actually is that Watcher physically died. Like she's not waiting for a revive, and this is a different thing that happens because of the randomizer like I was talking about. It's the third major thing. I want you guys to know though, even though that is the case, and the fact that that would make the game potentially easier in this respect, I did kill him in the amount of time where even if he tried to revive, they'd still be dead, so it doesn't matter. I still would have even had another 10 to 15 seconds of free gameplay from the point when I killed. So no matter which way we spin it, it was still a win even under the normal circumstances, and nothing changes. It would actually even give me more attacks that would be even easier if he went over to heal. Or sorry, if he went over to healer. So yeah. It's no difference there at all. Using the bow to start off Nishandra while moving her forward a little bit, waiting for her to approach me. Buffing the dagger, keeping it where the bow is offhand so I can keep that weapon that's main buffed on my actual waist. It's kind of interesting that you could do that. I don't know if you can do that in all the other games. Maybe Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring you can. It's been a while. Don't shame me if I don't remember that, but yeah. I'm not even going to use the brain power to think back on that right this second, but one huge play is just mainly just having offhands that you switch to the two-hand alternate, and then you buff your main so you keep it like that, and you don't have to worry about slotting it, and then switching slots to waste the actual effects. It's pretty good. Got overhead, which is easily the best melee attack right there, and she's gone. Amazing. So I'm glad we had the back-to-back on that with the victory. It would have been a shame to walk back through that little section into the throne once again. Victory spins. And again, that run, it sucks. It wasn't as good as the DS1 run. It wasn't the worst. It was much better than the one I did before that I actually reran for this reason. And the credits are going to play fast speed because randomizer fast forwards the credits for you. You can also just press start and skip them on the first playthrough, which is amazing. That's a good quality of life feature I'd like to keep, actually, that I wish you could install for the main game. So if anyone knows how to do that, let me know. But let's check the in-game time. So we're back at the main menu here. 3:37:13 on the real-time clock. What do we got? Hit that continue button. Hurry up. There we go. 1:54:12. The narrator says, yes, indeed. It is time for the final game. What are we going to do for the name here? I think that we got to follow suit and go with Dex. Just straight Dex. Super serious this time. Now, we do have a character similar to the other games, Thief, that has a dagger to start, but I'm going to change this up a little bit. Now, the weapon that I want to go for in this game has a strength requirement that the Thief's not going to be able to bridge the gap of. And this is mainly because I'm not going to be using Yoel to actually give me a free level, and I'm not going to level strength from anything else. Plus, the rings that boost strength in this game, the one ring in particular, sorry, it's going to be later in the game, so there's no way I'm going to be able to get to that in time to kill bosses with the daggers that I want. I'll keep the weapon of surprise we're going for a little bit. We're going to go Assassin with Black Fire Bombs to start because consumables are fine, and we're picking Zero Lenny, of course. I was debating Gerbil Soccer Mom, and I hold my breath too long, but I think we're going to go with Zero Lenny. Zero Lenny is going to be commemorated as an accomplice in this amazing run that we do. Shout out to him. Wacky guy, amazing dude though. So immediately just taking off some of the excess weight to make the equip load more manageable. And we're picking up the blue flask, of course, so we can allocate flasks. That probably will be important since we are being speedy. And like I was saying, in this game, it's a bit different than DS1. Red Tear Stone Ring's not relied on exclusively or just nearly at all, so not going to be in hyper mode, meaning I can actually defend, and therefore healing is the only way I'm going to be able to keep myself in the mix of things when I start screwing up, or I possibly even make trades on purpose, which I'm much more comfortable with doing on this particular game. That's actually kind of half of the fun of it, is just being absolutely reckless on this one to actually gain speed. And it feels weird, but also it's one of those things where people that don't know what you're doing would say you're actually just getting lucky, or like that you're, you know, the game's really easy, but it's actually way harder to do that, so it feels cool. Right away, starting off fists only because we don't have a dagger so far, and the only fair way to be able to do this is fists only. You could say that, sure, firebombs are going to be included, and that counts for something, but we don't have enough to kill Gundyr straight up. In fact, I wasn't calculated on how many we would need to use for the damage requirement, so I think I kind of undercut it, but fists only gives us a critical opportunity when we parry with the shield. That's slightly chunky, so we still get that yellow damage. Not too bad. And looks like my parries aren't completely lost and forgotten on this particular game. After dialing them back in on DS1 particularly, and then slightly a bit more recently on DS2. It's always different on each one, so for anyone that doesn't know, DS1 parries, you have to be point blank. They're super, super easy to activate amongst every other game they've ever made, next to Bloodborne being probably the second easiest. With DS2, they're the hardest out of any single game. They activate at the end of the weapon tip. They don't activate at the hilt at all. So you want to be far away, and you actually have to do them ahead of time so that at the end of the animation or near the end it activates. That's what it feels like, especially online. And then DS3 is in between both of them, where you have to be in the middle of the weapon ideally, but you can be at the tip. You can't be too close. And yeah, it just feels like a mixture of DS1 and 2. Slightly harder than 1, but still works. You can actually parry sideways, which is cool. But you know what? As Gundyr pops into the Pus of Man curse that he is, looking like a symbiote of some sort, we got our black firebombs ready. The first one does quite a bit of damage, but this is where I should have probably done more. So I stagger him onto the ground at this point. Again, the counter with the firebomb there would have been amazing. We are wasting a little bit of time, unfortunately. I know it's painful for someone that knows the difference of how you're supposed to be doing this. But I think the respect to be given is warranted because I actually get a good time on this run. I'm gonna not spoil the number, but I'm happy with the time on it, given that I started out this way. And we're piecing out of there. There we go. He's dead. We got one to spare. It's not going to be super useful. I'm not going to trade it for anything really either. So just opening the door. We're not doing any quit outs on doors or anything. It'll only be in certain scenarios where maybe I would have fallen to my death, so I save it if I can time it right. Or maybe just for other random things, but not an excessive amount of quit outs on this one. And setup and Firelink's very, very basic right away. In fact, actually, we can buy a dagger right away, which is nice, because there's one in the handmade shop. So that's probably the first thing to do, since the dagger I want is not available yet. We're going to have to kill at least Vort to be able to get the dagger that I want. So over to Andre. We're going to allocate Estus so we have 4 of the regular. And Zero Lenny makes his way into the High Wall of Lothric as the legend he already is. I wonder if they know he's coming to town. It's kind of like almost like TwitchCon or like some sort of YouTube convention, but like he's just in Lothric in old times. I don't know if they have the internet yet. They might have not gotten Wi-Fi, but you know, hopefully we can spread the word. And let's see what's going on over there. Now again, I just apologize. This might not be relevant, but if the clock in the corner is not matching what the time synced up as with the other runs, because I just didn't have the ability to re-record a clock that simulates what it would have been. Again, just do the math of the difference of it. You're going to see the save file at the end. But this total time that says 4:26 in the corner right now is only applicable to the 2 original runs I did before this one when I did the trilogy originally, and then I wanted to redo the times on the first 2, because this run was just, I'm going to tell you right now, this one was pretty fast. Specifically, I wanted to get some better times. And I think you could see as much from me just speaking about the other 2 that this has to be the one that's quick, because the other ones were okay. They're pretty good. Got the resin pickup skip actually in the window there, which is sick. So that's an animation cancel where if you're just pixels away from your feet leaving the ledge, you actually get a pickup while you're in midair. I got the perfect setup for the escape on this alternate route, the speed route of the first bit with the Wyvern, but then unfortunately I didn't react to the guy that backhanded, so I lost a little bit of time there, but whatever, it's fine. No big deal. We're running pretty smooth up to this point, and I think I picked up the fire bombs on the roof here for some reason. Yeah, I just got the 3. I don't know why. It's just, I guess I've just been doing like less optimal things all the time on the other games to such a large extent now that I just have to go and break out some whoopsies on this one and not even realize till after. But Spook was a good choice going down from the roof there. I could have picked the other side and did the handrail, but if I missed the handrail, I would have died. Quit out is the only other way to do the full drop with Spook, and if you don't get the quit out on the frames you need to, you're dead from hitting the ground anyways. It just prevents the death. So that's a skip that's a little bit too technical for me to just pull off right now without practice. Running into Emma's room. I didn't get the glitch with the invisible wall through the doors, which happens sometimes, so that's nice. Got a small Lothric banner, but we're actually leaving her alive because killing her later is quicker since we can actually buff for Dancer while she's dying, giving us the Bazin at the same time and setting up bleed for Dancer. So we're going to be auto-teleported to her instead of having to run back. She's going to be on the ground and going to be a one-shot opportunity instead of having full health. So if I killed her now, it basically takes 3 times the amount of time. It's pretty nice that they give you that alternate ability to just chop her up really fast then, when she has to relinquish the Bazin anyways. And now we get Gold Pine Resin going on the basic dagger for Vort and go to town. So underneath his belly is the method here. What I'm trying to do is basically time my attacks where I start combos as he does his attack to know that I'm going to space it anyways. And I'm just running into his face using a forward strafe to slip every single thing I can other than that backhand across the body, which you do have to roll. Any uppercut sweep misses automatically, headshots for everything else. And then getting a pretty good amount of health down, basically to a quarter by the time he goes phase transition. And we're using the running escape on his triple dash to actually position him closer to the door so we can sit down at the bonfire with no lag at all. Just as it pops up, we're already basically there. And that was timed the quickest we pretty much could get it. Like, you could be basically in a different spot, but because it popped up while I was standing there, that was perfect. There's nothing really else to do there. The fight could have been possibly a bit better, but that's actually fairly fast. So I'm going to be a little bit more lenient with like how I critique my own stuff on this, or explain it at least, because it wasn't terrible. Lighting settlement bonfire is just like an insurance policy in case I did die on the dogs up here. And really I shouldn't, but it is hard. It is a little bit hard to escape them when you're going crazy in high wall, and or sorry, settlement specifically at the beginning. Gonna go and use spook to get down to the dogs there. And when you have spook active, you don't have to worry about tiptoeing to grab the alluring skull through the dog's body. It actually automatically makes you stealthy because it gives you basically like the ability of hush or like any kind of ring that silences footsteps. Now, dog's still circling bonfire perimeter, but we got the light on it anyways, and I'm just gonna keep going while it's chasing me. We have workers coming out of the doorway. One sprints out, which is amazing, so I could actually like push this guy back into the door, but I have to double roll, and the dog doesn't cancel me trying to do that. So that's where we get a little bit of luck there, I would say. Almost grabbed the small other shield, but there's no reason to do that because the shield that comes with the assassin particularly is still the same animation. Its frames are pretty close as far as I know. They might even be identical, meaning that when I parry anything, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter getting that one. We did get the resin though, and now we're gonna go and get some more in this area. Between the cages, we got some charcoal pines. Going down the small staircase. Back alley is gonna be pretty straightforward. I should have ran the straight path here, but I think what I did was I went off to where the one small shard is. Yeah, see, I did the back alley route here. This is more classic hitless kind of stuff. Picked up the small soul too. I might laugh a little bit while watching this one back because, again, though I do remember some of the stuff I did, it's been a little bit since I recorded this. It's been a bit of, I would say, it hasn't quite been a week since this one, but it's been a decent amount because I've been working on something else that was huge that I wanted to get done, so I had 2 in the chamber and then could just work on the back end of the other video while starting to get other stuff ready because I knew that one was going to be really stressful to actually play specifically versus, you know, this one still being a little bit much because I tried to keep getting it more perfect for the other games. But yeah, this next run after this, that was actually kind of madness. Now we're gonna slip up the gravestone over here. We got the sharp gem from the lizard as well, which we're gonna be trying to use in this, mainly because it's dex only, not because the weapon I'm getting actually scales with dex at all. So this is where there's a little bit of a paradox. I don't believe the weapon I have actually scales with dex as the best stat. It's mainly just that I'm forcing it to have to, because there's no other choice to really get the best out of it. I think that's my only option. And it's mainly just a non-negotiable weapon. I just really want to use it. Never used it for a run before. I'm going to tell you right now, though, that by the end of the run, this weapon became my favorite weapon in the game, and I have had a favorite weapon in the game since the game came out that hasn't changed since 2016, I believe it was. 2017 roughly. We'll say like between 2016 and 2017, somewhere late into the year of 2016. So if you can imagine this being out for that long and I haven't changed my mind until just now, that's probably one of the biggest things that have ever happened to me playing this. And someone even said you should try this weapon, like you probably will end up liking it more than cell swords. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but we'll keep it a secret. I really want to try a build on it that is optimized, that has stats with what it does scale with. But in the meantime, skipping the safety bonfire for Curse-Rotted Greatwood, I did kill the dog here for whatever reason. It kind of screwed me though. So I picked up the Ember. I got a courtesy Estus from just the area, but I realized Hodrick was actually spawned in, so I needed to Alt F4 to despawn the fog. And that sucks because it resets the area. It helps you get in the door. It just puts you backwards. So the black screen you see right here is literally to Alt F4 so that I can despawn Hodrick, because there's no way to quit out. It locks you from quitting out of the game. You can think of it as like a hard quit out, and then you'll just see it reload when I open it back up again. In the meantime, this is the new game coming out 2028, Pixel Noir, sponsored by Bandai Namco and FromSoftware. I used to do that on stream. I remember anytime there's a black screen, I'd just be like, yeah, like we're playing Noir 3D. It's pretty good. It's like, you see what happened there, man? Oh my God, that was crazy. All right, we got crossover pots with like one of the craziest sections of crowd control right before it. I'm impressed I actually escaped that. That was really crazy. Like a little bit of luck, but also, dude, what was going on there? That's why I'm saying, like, me doing the Alt F4 there was actually really bad. I should have just made it so Hodrick didn't invade at all, or like just killed him. One of the two. I think the way to do it is you have to have Steam set to a different setting, specifically where offline mode relating to the offline mode specifically on the game is set up adjacent. It's not like one is turned on and then one's turned off. Same thing with Hazel. Hazel won't invade if you have Steam offline mode. I don't know. Hodrick might have been a different one though that you have to do. I think it could be something to do with the area. Oh, the bonfire, sorry. I'm gonna correct myself here. So Hazel is Steam offline mode. Hodrick is particularly, you have to sit at that bonfire that I skipped if you want him to go away. That is it. And then you're good. But we got the skip for the lift with Sigurd at least, or, well, yeah, in this game it's Sigurd, not Sigmire. It's gonna say Sigmire. Same guy. We'll just say different story. But yeah, he allows you to just grace his presence by falling from the heavens with your spook feet and then just toppling over his shoulder into the distance below. It's pretty cool. Now here's where I was a little bit lost. I actually was trying to find the item I needed. Almost fell off a cliff there. Super lucky I didn't, because then that would have been rip for the amazing gameplay on this that I enjoyed. At least I wouldn't say it's like incredible, but it actually is pretty good. So we're lollygagging around here. This is probably the worst part of the run in general where it comes to consistency and like the time itself, other than just the very beginning using fists. Still looking for where I need to go. I should have actually really planned that out better. I've only gone to this area a little bit here and there, but I forgot what items were in the area particularly. And now we got Butcher Knife Brenda with her pointy hat, thinking it's her birthday, but it's just not her birthday. We can't be doing that. But yeah, crazy. Getting out of there, and we got the Brigand Twin Daggers. Brigand Twin Daggers indeed is the weapon that became my favorite. Now we're just trying to escape the Corbians. All right, so now we're making our way to the Halfway Fortress bonfire. And also, guys, if this is not funny, I don't really know what would make you laugh. I think this is prime comedy here. I actually did record the next like 10 minutes of this, and then I realized it wasn't recording, so I'm just recapping again what I already was speaking about. Getting the Titanite shard right there off the side of the cliff, and then I just kind of decide at the last second, hey, the Titanite by the mushroom guys is appealing. I don't know why I went for that one. Almost getting shish kebabbed by the dude with the tree that's sharp in there. I would say though, in terms of whittling, that would be really cool to take a tree and make it into a gigantic spear like that and just joust. Though, you know, maybe with some armor on. And I learned that the dagger is great for dogs. It just gets in their face every time they try to jump away. It's so spammy that it just latches them in and doesn't let them go. It's perfect. So I think that's like the new meta for dealing with Miyazaki dogs. You must carry a dagger with you. Gonna go grab the Grass Crest Shield as well. It's gonna be great for stamina regen as long as we're keeping our equip load low enough, and it seems like everything's fine right now. One of the nice things about that is that because the dagger's normally a little bit lighter, I guess it just fits right away. Boom, we're already in fast movement. We don't have to change anything. Still keep the pants on too. Don't have to make Zero Lenny embarrassed in front of everybody. I mean, I know he's confident, but we don't want to go that far. So we're skipping Sellsword Twin Blades over the overhang here. We're going straight for Fair and Cole, and this is where we get in a situation where the Black Knight can kill us as we're trying to escape here. So rolling away, and then I try to sprint a little bit extra, so I have a bit of leeway when we're homeward boating out there. Now coming back in. Only thing to do is make sure we don't make Mama Crab mad, because Mr. Krabs is definitely already done quite a bit of that today, and we don't need a conundrum. We're gonna go straight forward. We grab Fallen Knight set. That's a great set for defense specifically. It's also really good for poison resistance in the swamp. So ideally I would be putting it on as I'm going down here, right when I get to the bottom. I didn't quite do that though. I was just trying to rush into the swamp super fast. I lit this bonfire just to have the checkpoint. And to think about it this way, like we don't really need to worry too much about having Fallen Knight set for resistance when we're gonna get poisoned anyways at some point. I would have had to have bought poison moss from Firelink to get rid of all the poison, so no big deal. We're just gonna let it sink in there as I'm switching it. And yeah, at least we have Spook to fall from this little mountain over here. That's perfect. We're gonna be doing the third flame in opposite order. Now, I don't know if this is actually faster. I think that when you speedrun it, typically going first flame is a little better. Maybe first flame, homeward bone back to, or even third flame, homeward bone, then do first, second. I think that makes sense, because you don't do this island part in the middle at all then. You're just skipping these Titanite shards. But I'm doing Spook falling into this Titanite Shard bundle here, getting 2 of them really quick. The Gru's just walking alongside me, walking the good path over there, just enjoying the fresh air and not even caring about me. Gonna get this other island shard, and then we're approaching Slug Chapel. I was trying to say before when I was like commentating this part and it wasn't recording, these slugs, they're eating macadamia nut cookies without white chocolate in them. And I forgot to bake some cookies, but I'm actually glad now that I realized that they're just ridiculous for doing that. That's stupid. So, you know, forget them. That's weak, man. You need white chocolate chunks in macadamia nut cookies. Like, that's actually how they're supposed to come. That's a religion in itself. And whatever they're doing in preaching the almighty slug worship of that chapel on a Sunday is all completely down the drain because the cookies did not have white chocolate in it. I'm sorry. It could, at this point, I'm fine with regular chocolate chips. God damn it, dark chocolate's fine. Bittersweet, even. I'm just going to calm down for a second while my character lights the fire over here. So that's the second one. And again, we're going backwards order to the first here. Gru tries to poke me in the behind very quickly, almost lightning speed. I was going to say that it's easiest to think of that attack as something that happens ahead of time where you just roll in case. And the frames that you have they're decent enough, they're juicy enough where he starts that after you've made the decision and it still actually frames it no matter what, because it's a follow-up attack that's so quick. I don't even know how long the duration of that attack is. It just seems instantaneous. So just kind of think of it as a pre-roll and you are golden. On this part, going into the third flame here, we don't do a quit out, which I usually actually would be careful about this guy that does the helicopter swing on the spear. It's a little sketchy. He traps you sometimes on the way out and then just straight up kills you with the flurry. But I actually had a nice escape where I could just pivot and run straight. So that's nice. Got the one Titanite shard there. And then all we need to do is just get the last Estus shard, and everything's basically looted that we would need for the first bit of the swamp. Farron Tower is the final objective before we're going off to Abyss Watchers. So that's nice. And there's one Titanite shard on the side of this bridge when we respawn that I am going to drop down and grab. It just doesn't seem convenient to go and then retrace our steps, circling back up the bridge rather than just going under the underpass there. These are the slugs over here. I'm going to have you know this information is very important, that are of the old religion where the white macadamia chocolate cookie things are a real thing. They appreciate that. They actually even appreciate ginger snaps too, and some other varieties. So that's pretty cool. Those slugs are in my good books. And also they are the original slug lords. If you guys don't remember slug lords, you might have not been in the actual stream when I live streamed a lot. Might have not been an OG, but if you are an OG and you know in your heart what the slug lords is, it's something that no one can take away from you. It's so special that basically it's eternal at this point. You have that for life and beyond, and I will truly just, I will enjoy it with you in a way that's so profound that we're just gonna have to have a moment. Just big deep breaths. Whew, that good old slug lord, man. Can't beat them. They're just invincible, but like they're always there. You know, they always are there for you too. We're gonna get rid of the souls that we have in excess, because in this game selling things actually does get you the exact quantity of popping it, so it's perfect. That's a really quick way of doing that. And with Brigand Daggers being still out of the requirement range, I'm being a little bit careful by not upgrading them first and having no souls left, because the budget is a little bit tight right now. So we're gonna go for 19 on the dex, I think was the plan. Actually 18, sorry, 18 to save a little bit more. And I can infuse them still with that 2700 that's left over, no problem. I think I want to sell a couple more things really quick though. Yeah, I circle back to Emma. Oh man, so frantic. Like I could definitely get away with just doing this the first time and not wasting as much. But again, the time that I have on this in the end, you guys can guess right now if you want to know what it is. Just, you know, you're gonna have to wait and see, but guess if you want. It's pretty good. I'm happy with it for the fact that it's a challenge, and also the context of it's pretty cool by the end. So Brigand Daggers are now set up pretty decently. Farron Coal needs to be distributed to Andre so we can actually get the sharp gem infusion. And I'm just comparing with the heavy gem right here, and I'm seeing C on dexterity scaling, not the greatest. This weapon was not really meant to be exceptional when it came to that, but now it's already, you know what? It's already starting to go up a little bit. Maybe that was just showing beforehand. You know, that's not too bad. It's just one of those things where, again, the number doesn't scale in AR the same way I'm used to seeing really heavy hitting weapons scale. whether it's actually legitimately a heavy weapon like a strength weapon such as Exile, or something that's classic like the Twin Blades, Sellsword Twin Blades particularly with Sharp Gem is just so aggressive in terms of how quickly it actually increases in AR. This is going to be slower, but just when you see how this weapon works, if you've never seen it before, oh my god, dude, it's so funny. I actually almost laughed to myself. I think I might have even laughed out loud while I was playing at one point, because there was just moments where you'll see what I mean. It's mayhem, dude. It's like the reason I think this is my favorite weapon now, and again, I haven't had a change of favorite for so long, is because I just needed something to shock me more than Sellsword Twin Blades. But again, in the context where it's like, it doesn't have to necessarily do more damage, it just has to be providing some sort of level of experience in something like this, where there's a huge amount of deficits all around the board other than dexterity. And again, it wasn't really built to be as crazy with dex. That's the impressive part. Not to mention, again, we're trying to speedrun, so for a speedrun itself, and thinking of secondary weapons or odd choices, I think it's a pretty good odd choice. I would heavily recommend you guys try it if you haven't yet. And I'll leave the rest with you to decide when you see what happens. So now we're gonna go and skedaddle up the staircase over there, barely getting poked off screen by the second Gru on the right. First one's pretty easy to just kind of, I guess, work your way around, because he goes straight for you. He sees you first. It's always those delayed ones that are the off-screen pokes. Am I right? And then we're going for Charcoal Pine Resin into the backstab immediately. 306 is great. I go for the regular follow-up, and then I start to notice, oh, it attacks like that. I see. So there was a moment, basically. This is also a piece of history that you might not be an OG for enough to know, and I don't know if there's a video that exists where I say this in it that was recorded, and then I just made it into a VOD when I was getting into doing YouTube, but like, there's this thing called OK David damage, where when we originally were using the Exile sword, and I've told this story a little bit before, so you might have heard a repeat in somewhat recent time. Basically, Exile Sword was the play for all bosses hitless, and I remember Faraz and I especially really liked it. I think Hob was still using the Stora's Sword for a while when it was originally just us three going for it. And then what happened was this guy named David Tanker, who's a French streamer, he proposed that we go with the Sellsword Twin Blades because they had updated Sharp Gem and Heavy Gem, and we didn't realize, we were only looking at the Heavy Gem side of things, with Exile being so much of a high performer, that we forgot Cell Swords with Sharp would have been crazy, just for damage distribution and how it scaled. Now, Sharp Gem really was the thing that awoken the Twin Blades, but when he showed us this, or basically told us try it, and then we did, the only thing you could say at that point was, okay, David. That's it. Like, just, okay, we see. And this is an okay, David. Once again, I've come full circle from that exact moment in time back to this. That Abyss Watchers was just beyond me describing the nuances. I could tell you, but dude, okay, David. I hope David Tanker sees this for whatever reason. I'm not sure if he will, but if you guys know him, or let's say he still streams and you watch him, please send him this, because I want him to know okay, David lives. And right there, we pop the soul of the Blood Wolf as we're waiting for the actual tomb to open to go to Wolnir. So we're in Catacombs of Karthus now. Spook would have been smart on this little scaffolding adventure here on the side, or, you know, the ledges, whatever you want to call it. I want to test out exactly how good this would be on Wizard Skeleton, and it seems to do the trick, blends them pretty quickly, and we actually are just in time for the ball, for the item to spawn and get it without even a little bit of delay. That was almost pinpoint, so not much better we could have done without a buff there, and even then, we'd probably still be walking alongside the ball waiting to make sure it doesn't get in the way and hit us. Here's where something funny happens. I run Central, not only just counter hit, dude, look at the health left over there. Absolutely ridiculous, man. I can't believe it. Like, so this is one of those moments where that could very well be the closest call, but we'll keep seeing in case I'm wrong. Maybe there's another closer call somehow in some context. Yeah, so sprinting head on into the trap, triple shot, all of them get me. Still got the arrow on my shoulder to prove it. Dude, and then I'm in the menu and I don't even see, like, that's just such a stupid mistake, but only in the United States of Assassinadia. We'll say Assassinadia. Assassin class is the one. It's the true one, and you have to wear the pants and be Zero Lenny to have the perfect defense numbers, with the gloves, of course, to survive by that margin. That's just ridiculous. Now we got Dexterity to 31, perfect. So that's just going to be something that unfortunately you don't see the heights of Dark Souls 2 99 dex with, but it's still already cooking pretty good because we see the damage on Abyss Watchers. It was shredding them decently. Many more increases won't do too much more. It's going to be mainly the ring setup and then just increasing the actual upgrade level of the daggers that moves the damage the most now. But we squeeze everything we can out of it. It's pretty nice. Over here, speaking of upgrades, we got the large shard in the corner. So we'll grab the one large Titanite. And I'm debating, do we go to Walnir prematurely, or do we use the Titanite first, maybe Smoldering Lake, and then we like backtrack? Problem with that is like, do I even want to do Smoldering Lake? Like, should we? I think it makes sense just because, again, like I'm thinking here, it sounds really cliche basically, but smooth is fast basically. Like just be smooth and steady and win the race. Don't try to go crazy aggressive, because like there's a threshold with everything. Basically, I could be considering aggression not just like how fast I actually hit the enemies or the breathing room for opportunities, the trades and everything. I could think of it as like how tactical do I want to be with the strats? Like, do I want to play the areas where I actually loot more things to make the build better? Because I could finish the game with +5 if I wanted to. +5 is technically, I think, at Cinder, the actual speedrun meta. It just seems like it would be ridiculous on this, so like by no means am I planning to do that, but like, do I want +7? Do I want +9? Do I want to go for perfect 10? Anything above 7 is starting to get into like the semantics in my opinion, but it's hard to tell right now when I'm only leveling one stat and endurance isn't carrying extra ability to be more aggressive. There's no survivability to trade with as many things. That's what does carry the traditional speedruns on this, is the fact you have other stats that allowing you to leverage more things. So it's hard to say. I'm just trying to figure that out as I go. We're taking off the gloves for equip load's sake, and then we're gonna just Gold Pine Resin on Walnir's hand right here, go for the bangles immediately. And I was thinking, like, because someone was saying go for the far hand that I don't normally do, technically his right, but you could say your left. First, I'm gonna do a little bit of like a mishmash because he pulled back anyways. We're already close to the lefts, so we'll do one and then skip across, go back to where we started. And being on the inside right here is nice if this does break because we get pushed a little bit closer. But it looks like he's doing fog, so boom, we break the one, and then his hand does block me here for an absurd amount of time. Actually, you know what? It's actually funny. I got stuck inside of it where I couldn't move at all. It actually clipped me into the center of its collision somehow, and I couldn't escape its pathing at all until he actually moved it backwards. But that's okay though. Still got him. Just goes to show again how much damage gets distributed with a +3 on this. Typically, with a lot of the regular weapons, like we'll say broadsword on level 1, dude, you would need like +3 would be okay. It would work, but it would be way harder than that though, in my opinion. Because you're swinging and it's like 1, 2, 3. It's not like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mind you, I haven't even used the weapon art on this yet, so I don't even know what that looks like. I've just only used light attacks, the heavy charge light attacks, and then I think I might have done 1R1, but I'm not even sure though. Might have just done light and heavy with the double format. So now we're going to Smoldering Lake. I did in fact decide to do that, picking up the one shard right here after the demon. And then we're gonna just skip Old Witch's Ring over here. Get the light for the bonfire, but not sit to refresh it while the skeletons torpedo around, because I might as well. They're gonna do their thing, that's fine. And we swerve. All right, so Smoldering Lake's gonna be one of those things where I have to get redemption, because on the actual catapult itself, or the ballista you could call it, was not timing the audio keys properly last time, but I'm happy to see that like I just completely off-screened it on the first set of 3 right there. On the beginning of it at least, means that I'm actually feeling it this time. I'm not just like, oh, I'm gonna have to look and see, or like, I don't know. There's a lot of, this part basically is very simple if you've done it a lot. A lot of you guys are probably amazing at it. It's just, like dying on it makes you feel silly if you've just done it really nicely for a long time. And that last section, it makes you feel like there's no way you're gonna do the last part, because you have to time the worm's lightning sync with it spawning and an off-screen ballista if you don't have the ability to pan the camera really fast while picking up the one item too. It's like, that one's a little bit tense. So this crystal lizard right here, it's gonna try to get away. I am still able to hit it somehow with missing that first attack too. Not bad. Get that one chunk for later. That's going to be great when it comes to trying to get to closer to +7, I would say. Some chunks in barracks are available, they're up for grabs, but then that's the point though where you're already at Dragon Slayer, so it's like, do you want to go that far with upgrades? Very debatable. Archives is not going to be the place to go get upgrades from. It's all barracks or it's bust. It's like, just you pick that, and then you have enough to either get the slab at the bottom of the lift for princes, or you've done DLC slab or something, which wouldn't even be relevant in this. Those are your options for any percent right now as far as I know. Oh, you could also do, let's say, like, for whatever reason you're doing all content, obviously coiled sword fragment trade. I think that's it. Yeah, you're mainly dealing with that stuff. So still looking good on the ballista, trying to line up to get ready for the worm. So we got our final 3 right before the item pickup. This is good timing though, because that means by the time the other ones sync, I can rotate the camera. And I think it searches, yeah. So it doesn't actually do its next cycle immediately, meaning that I can pick this up too, and no matter what I do at this point, I'm safe. So it still does hit a little bit delayed after I pick up the last item, which is the Shield of Want. Shield of Want is going to be great because it's going to boost soul count every time I kill something. And you might have noticed I didn't go upper Firelink on this one. When you go above Firelink, for anyone that doesn't know, Covetous Silver Serpent Ring is a great item to boost soul count, and people that do know about that, I would typically use it on something like this just to try to get more damage sooner. But when I was seeing how slowly the stat was scaling, combining both Shield of Want and that for the time you have to wait to go up and do the tree skip and everything doesn't give enough extra benefits from anything else that seems like it'd be worth it. So I just decided not to do that. And now we're going to go back to Firelink again. We got 24k. We got the soul from Walnir as well to turn in. So immediately selling that one. And I think yeah, was that Umbral Ashes? I literally didn't even notice what that said for the ashes. Anyways, turning in the ashes. I think it's the Karthus ones. And we got unlimited bleed resin now, which is cool. I could have picked up bleed resin just on the ground, but unlimited bleed's not bad. Cinder is relevant, Dancer's relevant for it. Very curious also if the distribution of it's way quicker for activation because of how fast this attacks. It's always a nice thing. It's something you kind of want with bleed. So 34 dexterity, not bad. It's moving pretty quick for only being so far into this in general. Okay, so now we can basically go to Crucifixion Woods to set up Sage and then get in the Deacons for the later portion of the game. Sage will be interesting on this one. I remember specifically because, like I said, I did this and then I did another run after that was a big project, and it's been some days before going back to actually do the commentary. So I actually do remember what happened on Sage on this one, and it was very satisfying, but kind of unexpected as well. It wasn't perfect by any means, but I would say that I've gotten to the point now where, like, when random shit happens, I take advantage of it on at least this game. So making it in there decently. I don't think I have to switch too much stuff here. Oh, I did put on Fallen Knight set, actually. I put on the shield to get ready for parries, but then I see him spawn Crystal Mass, and I'm already attacking into the range where 2 of them miss me, so I'm like, okay, we got to lock in for this one completely. And look how many side hits I get before they release. Oh, they release behind him, though. Isn't that interesting? I'm not sure if that was because of him being stalled for so long, then spinning after, or the wall, but, like, they released behind him. Not familiar as to why that happened. Maybe you guys could tell me. Usually I would expect it would go over my head like the other ones would, but now we have a situation where I almost die again. Look at the health, dude. Oh, insane. Just absolutely ridiculous. Crazy, man. Like, that was almost like a deserved death there because I ran straight into the crystal field on the ground, but come on, like, you love to see it twice. Third time, they're not going to let you get away with it. There's no way. There's no way something like that could happen again. If it does, I'm literally going to call, like, some sort of, like, thing on myself saying, like, dude, there's, like, a genie basically, like, helping me there. That's just wild. Like, so again, like, this run's super lucky in those 2 cases automatically. I can't say anything but that, because who am I to know the calculation of the damage on those exact circumstances would have led to, like, the magic pixel, essentially, right? Even funnier if I did run Red Tear Stone and somehow had access to it because of doing early Dancer and then just used it there, but I mean, completely besides the point. Crazy that we actually got the Homing Soul Mass on Sage so deep into the fight. Sucks I didn't kill him off of it. If I would react to it a little bit quicker, I could have. One problem too that happens is in that spawn location when he does it, if you're stuck on a wall in general, you have to actually counter rotate. So you have to rotate really quickly the other way, and then it kind of retraces the tracking of it to make it where it still holds some of the mass anyways. But if you release too much of the mass too early, obviously, then there's no way to keep him in that spot, and then he's gonna have to do early phase 2. So it's a little bit finessed in attacking and using the attacks to rotate while they're missing you, but not releasing too many by moving too much or into too many obvious spots for it to track you. And I'm sure anyone that's seen speedruns in general will see that. You won't see it in challenge runs as much because it's dangerous on, obviously, a hitless run, no point. Damageless, no point. Deathless, slightly risky. But again, you'll probably see people play it safer. We got the Estus Shard over here. Not bad. I'm starting to think that the Estus Shards aren't going to matter too much now just because of how we're playing this so far, but you never know once you get to Cinder particularly. I think that Princes and Cinder particularly are just going to be a bit different. Everything else up to that, though, not even going to bat an eyelash for how many we have right now. Just it's too much opportunity to actually do well on it to really have any qualms on it. Now, I'd say Yorm's a little bit of an interesting one because if my defense level's high enough and he hits me, we're not using Storm Ruler on this, right? So that's going to be weird because if he hits me and I live somehow, we get Magic Pixel where we have like just fractions of health, maybe like 10%, whatever. Then yeah, having more heals could be super, super important, but I am really good at Yorm. I can't really deny that. Like I actually don't have an excuse not to be. I have to be good at Yorm, especially when doing them with regular weapons like this. I want to take the speedrun route with the Thrall on the lower path here, but I don't go for it. I'm just, again, this is me just thinking smooth and steady. Don't try to do things we could easily get away with that have such a high risk profile that are just ridiculous. So gonna go off the roof here with Spook instead, and that actually helps a bit too because Halberd guy doesn't swing at me. You'll notice he's not there anymore. I think he actually is just in his default, or he just walked, I don't know, but we didn't trigger him. We don't have any weird situations when we land there. Absolutely perfect. It probably is still safe doing that even without the Spook anyways, but I think you just have like less heat on you. Even the Grave Warden was super delayed, which more or less does not matter at this point. Could change the lineup of how certain attacks happen, but it's all up to whatever it starts with. Now we're going through this area, and we are going to get the shortcut. I really want to go and do that before we do the drop down into the water, just in case. You never know. Like if I died on Deacons in this, I'd still continue it. It's fast enough right now where I don't see a problem with that. And areas in this particular game are different than the other two. They seem to have so many checkpoints close together, with the exception that Cathedral's one of the ones where it's a huge run back if we don't get this shortcut. So the amount of time I'd waste on this death versus any other one I can think of, it's really only comparable to, I'd say, Irithyll maybe. Because like think of Anor Londo. Anor Londo, you just run up the stairs and you're at Aldrich. Barracks, lower bonfire, you still just save quit the bridge with the like before the bomb room and you're good. Slayer's right there, even if like you actually had to go back from mid barracks. Even early barracks or Lothric, upper level above Dancer is still fine for that. This one though, dude, you're running whole graveyard, whole rooftop, Grave Warden heat, back through big doors, back through this part. Like it's just so much stuff that it's kind of stupid to do that. Plus then you still have to drop down and do the water as well. So you still have to do like the Trek 2 Deacons. So sizably one of the biggest. Irithyll without Church of Yorshka bonfire for Pontiff and no gate is pretty bad too. But again, these are things I was used to doing without shortcuts. Just lately though, it doesn't seem like it's smart if I'm doing something like this, and I'm happy with how the other two games went. I really want to lock this one in and do a, like I was saying, a sub 5-hour trilogy. And again, don't be fooled if the clock on the screen right now does say over 5 hours. This was the old time that I had from the previous two games. And you're seeing the unchanged version where it's only adding on top of us starting at like 4 hours and change. So that's going to be corrected if you add up the totals of the save files at the end. But I will do my best to try to get a corrected clock for you that just goes over that. If I can't pull it off for whatever reason, I have an idea of how I could do that. But if it doesn't work out well, for any reason whatsoever, and you're seeing over 5 hours at this point, is definitely not at all. It is definitely much lower than that. So immediately going in, we're buffing with Gold Pine Resin, going for the Central Deacon immediately. There's no point of actually even waiting here using Skulls at all. We want to save those for as late as we can. And what I noticed too, the weapon is so fast that 2 L2s feel like a regular single swing for Broadsword almost. It's insane. And then 1 tap automatically kills the small deacons. So that's beautiful. This weapon's just proven to be crazy. Man, I really wish that we power stance daggers for DS2, but it would have been such a burden on upgrades that like only later on it would have became relevant, even though we had access to a second one in betwixt. But this was making me think retrospectively, like I'm like, dude, I wanted to do 2 daggers for that one too, or just would have been cool to do special ones. It just would have been so slow. So maybe next time, maybe NG+. Either way, Deacon's dead in a flash. And now we're on to Walnir. Not even gonna pick up the Archdragon Burger King hat, no problem. Just leave it there. Somebody will come and get it. Pontiff Bridge was something I didn't think about until the moment I actually got there, so you're gonna see me hesitate for a second. I was debating, hey, like, that little intermediary bonfire before the bridge, do we light it just in case if Pontiff Beast gets me? This is another run back that's very small, where it's negligible time loss in the scope of the fact that I'm just probably not likely to die on this part, but I haven't killed Pontiff Beast in long enough where I'm like, yeah, it's 100%. It's definitely feeling more like 85, 80%, which is actually terrible odds when you're doing this kind of stuff. That's really bad. So I'm just gonna run the bridge. I'm gonna see if I can get a good look at what the damage is like, and then still kite him along to the invisible barrier. I'm not gonna kill him on the spot right now. So we run in a little bit late. I missed the nose completely, meaning we don't have a good indicator of damage here. Very lucky that that bite didn't get me. Super nice, no grabs or anything. Still iframing that nicely, so it's like not completely luck, but now we're trying to space out of where the big grab would have been. I still frame it, go back for a nose hit, can't get a nose hit at all. And dude, he bites me down to such a low range that Herald Pants are really what are sponsoring this moment. So the nose is poking through the fog. He's doing some extra attacks, which are great. I am baiting them, but here is where, look at how close this is. Dude, it's purely the speed of these Brigand Twin Daggers that made that possible. He was almost gone, dude. He was almost a ghost. He was literally gonna fade out completely. So amazing. And like, again, it wouldn't matter. Like, you can go all day and just keep repeating Pontiff Beast if you don't kill him, and there's also the secondary to kill him. But in this, though, because I'm trying to be super fast, like, it's so convenient. Oh. And these are the moments that like actually make me smile, like while I'm playing too. It's just like, or just like feel like almost like a, I don't even know, either like I'm having a heart attack or a relief or something like that. Butterflies. It's like a mishmash of things, but it's on that level where we didn't really lose too much doing it that way, even though I fumbled so hard. So Pyromancers over here, Fire Trails are going to be the biggest thing to look at. I actually completely I mind lapsed on the werewolf guys, and they did this like little Triforce around me and almost pinched me in off screen because I forgot they existed. Didn't think to even get ready for them, and I got lucky with the strafe. But double Fire Trails was a thing. Luckily not dead from them. That was a classic that would just straight up kill on speedruns. It wasn't even just hitless run's sake. That was obviously something hard to avoid because they looped over each other. They'd go in the air sometimes and glitch out with like the way the physics worked on them. But when it comes to just straight up like not dying to Fire Trails, the amount of times I've lost a world record time on the classic SL1 all boss attempts and stuff like that, dude, just because the health is low. Wow. And then on a typical character for no major skips, you wouldn't have leveled health that much at this point. You'd still be boosting other stats. So it's pretty adjacent to that, I would say. It's not much different. Fire Trails do suck with counter hits, and they lock you into other attacks too because they stagger you. Very hard to manage the behind view while still sprinting to like a blind spot on the screen while enemies are still in that blind spot, and there's ones approaching on a timer too. So we're gonna go down the stairs here, and I did a little bit of like a skippity-doo off of the handrail, kind of nice. Doesn't save too much time, but why not, dude? This is like, again, the small things that are enjoyable, but probably don't really, it does save a bit. It's kind of like the ledge in Irithyll. Like, you could run on the outside of the ledge versus the inside, and you have a huge chance of falling off and dying if you even shudder a little bit. You have to like actually kind of just follow the curve of it. It's so stupid that like to actually do it makes no sense on a challenge like this, but I still do. But then again, I'll do things like the mushroom guys picking up the Titanite. It's very paradoxical in the sense of speed. The other things at least feel cool and look cool, so that's fine. Now we're going back at the Distant Manor Bonfire, which is our central point for Irithyll to touch down. This is where Patches actually spawns into to lock you in the tower, but we don't need more skulls. We have 7. I've saved so much doing deacons, it doesn't matter. So we can just stay like that and we're good. 61,000 is pretty serious. Good budget for Andre. No way to level up anything though, so it's unfortunate we don't have more upgrades right now. We have to wait until we get the large shard. I think it is the... it's not Dream Chasers. What is it? Irithyll Ashes, maybe? Something with the ashes in the upper part before Enter Orlando. Can't remember the name. They give you the large shards. But yeah, like, I forget what they're called at this point. Anywho, back into where Distant Manor is. We just leveled Dex. That's it. Pretty simple. Pontiff's going to have to deal with that. I think we're going to have enough damage for him either way because the crits are going to be a bit higher considering daggers. I don't think these ones are going to have some sort of modified crit that's lower. Even though I don't know the exact number off by heart, I didn't quite clue into that yet. Next time we open the page to check it, I'll see if I can get a good look. But dagger has to have a higher crit, right? Common sense. And it sucks I can't try what kind of soup they put on today, dude. Like, Sigurd... yeah, I can't say I have like a soft spot for him at all, but I feel like he makes really good soup. And the one time I did try it, character was pretty happy, man. Lenny looks like he needs some too. He's a little bit cold. Could cut some glass if you know what I mean. Like that shirtless look in Irithyll in the snow is it's just awkward. Also with like the Herald pants too, I feel like he's very tense and cold. We need to loosen him up with some soup. And then maybe we could throw it at the enemies too. Throw some soup in their eyes. That's a weird statement though. Throwing soup at somebody's eyeballs could be one of the most diabolical things you could do, but at the same time also dangerous depending on the spice level. Imagine it was chili and it was super, super spicy. And this also begs the question before we get to the next major point of interest here. If you were to make chili really thin, like let's say it wasn't super thick, like what's the viscosity of chili at the point where it becomes soup? And then what's the difference of soup that has ground beef in it and beans? Like, I don't even know what you call that. I'm not an expert with this stuff, but it's like basically is ketchup a smoothie. It goes so far. Hot dog sandwich argument too. Here I fumble a little bit. I put on grass crests, but we want to actually have the shield that comes with the class that we started with anyways, the assassin. I fumble here again too. I get the parry on the intro, but I go for a regular attack that doesn't convert into a crit. I'm lucky though, since we're right on the threshold where we can get another one, and then this pushes us over where the transformation would be. So on the exit right there, dude, quarter health before we've even done anything as he gets up is just ridiculous. And then I have confidence that we're going to be able to just basically power through the transformation here, no problem. Doesn't matter even if we take a little bit of damage and Sword Ring gets affected at all. It is our main mover of damage next to Pontiff's right eye, so that's pretty essential normally, but again, this just ripped through everything. It's like basically Cell Swords is like having a Hamilton Beach blender, and then Brigand feels like having a Ninja the first week you get it. And I've never had a big Ninja blender, but I know people that have, and I've used the one quite a bit. I have the small one. It was like the first week I got the small Ninja blender versus Hamilton Beach, which is another brand that's like okay. And just like you feel like it's not like incredibly better. It's very good, but it's just like it feels like a cheat code. It's like how can now I can understand why phones can be blended into dust, like that guy that blends everything. It just makes sense. It also makes sense why the smoothies tasted so good at the place that you went to get smoothies at. Right here, I'm noticing the frames did drop actually in the run a little bit at this point. I'm not sure why in that one spot, but I mean, it doesn't even matter anyways. It looks like they pick back up there a little bit smoother. It's very rare to see frame drops in any of these games with how I have it set up and how it's running. It's very conservative. Easterner's Ashes was the name of the ashes that has the large shards. Cool. Okay, so I could spook the staircase right here. So I decide to at the very top, a little bit late, but we still do. It's kind of funny, if anyone caught it, there's a moment a little bit further back where the guy that had the spears was trying to chase me and he was running into a wall in the distance. It was really funny. He did make it up almost to the roof, but not quite. And now we're just skirting around the Silver Knights while avoiding these spears, or I like to call them javelins or spears, but they're actually just the arrows. The great arrows could basically be Olympic level javelins, man. Those things are giant. Pop in the other souls we have left over. Pontiff Soul is the one to go next, giving us a nice bonus while this lift is actually connecting too. And we don't have a crazy amount of stuff left. One of the biggest things to actually get done next is Yorm in particular. But I do like to do Aldrich next for the reason that once you're finished Yorm, it brings you right to Dancer. Just feels more correct to do it that way. I don't know why, like Aldrich bringing you to Dancer, I don't know. Doesn't make as much sense to me. It just doesn't feel right. It's almost like, you know what it is? You know what actually it is? It literally is this. So this is just a weird thing. But if you have socks that were actually the right pair of socks, they're supposed to go together, but like you have one sock on perfectly and the other one's slightly rotated to the point where the seam of where the heel is supposed to be is riding up the side of your heel, or like the part where like the ankle bend, and maybe they're really snug socks, maybe they're one size too small, but it still fits because they stretch a bit, and that stitching or whatever, like the way it was supposed to contour feels like it's putting tension on the wrong spot of your foot, just slightly. It's like you could totally go the whole day with it and you would not notice if you just stop thinking about it, but it's just like you can't not think about it, and that is exactly doing it in that order. Feels like that forever. Never will not. Something about it. If you catch me doing it in the other order, you have to actually check for stunt doubles or potentially abductions or something like that. Like it might be that I'm not there anymore. Anyways, spooking right here. Gonna go off of the top part of the staircase again. And we're not going Estus Shard on this one. I think at this point I realize Estus Shards are fine. No point of picking up one that's out of the way either. There might be some other opportunities in the future, but looks good. So full Herald set. I keep forgetting too, the nice thing about Herald set is that with this particular weapon, it doesn't suffer the whole weight limit thing. It actually still allows you to medium roll. So no problems there at all. And we hit 1, 2, 3, 4 on Aldrich. Isn't that awesome? 1450 seems to be around the cap, 1500-ish, where he'll transform right after, so I bait an extra attack. Do the other Charcoal Pine Bundle, trying to hit the human half as much as possible. And we DPS him decently into phase 2, but not as much as I wanted to. I probably could have gotten him with the attack where he either droops down from the ceiling, or this one, the U-shape. The horseshoe that he does gives you the longest amount of time to hit his human half, and then as he retracts, because you can kind of go a little bit shallow into it and let him pass by you, you're rotating while he's hitting you and always getting the best part instead of actually having him slip away on the recovery. So very good opportunity there. And then we Homer Bone. 109,000, not bad. Shield of Want still on. I'm gonna just sell his soul really quick. Turn in those Eastern Ashes. We're gonna get some large shards. And now we can bridge the gap for upgrades. So we got a total of 6. And that's all we needed actually for +6. This is where, again, I got to debate, do I want to do anything else? Because for chunk's sake, I'd need, I think, 1 more. I believe you have to open with 2 in total. So yeah, that's just not happening right now. And I did pick up that one from Smoldering Lake from the Lizard still. I just need another one. Dexterity to 52. Can easily see right here the discrepancy between the difference of dex cap and, or even just again how aggressive we're leveling, how many souls we actually have at the disposal, and at which point DS2 versus DS3. Like, this is pretty late game now, and we're nowhere close. 99 was achievable halfway through DS2. That's like such a crazy difference. What are they doing with balancing there? You know, and I think it's mainly just because ADP is a stat. That's literally it. There's nothing else that has purpose that's different. Like, ADP is the only other stat that's completely different as an addition. It only on the sub level affects substats on a micro level, in my opinion. But the one substat that it's the most like potent for would be agility, which actually is a mechanic specifically, or affects the mechanic of iframes. So because of that addition and everything else being more or less the same, has to be the reason. I couldn't think of anything else. So now we're going straight through Irithel Dungeon, not really worrying about the jailers at all. If you run pretty quick, the drain will happen sometimes, but you can actually get it where it doesn't. Depends on the position of those 2 jailers that were behind us, and you see how it ticks slightly, but it doesn't go down a lot. it can drastically change based on the corner how those ones are standing, mainly the bridge one strafing. And if it gets a nice rotation where it starts to actually cast the drain on you straight, instead of like being against the wall and turning against the wall. Here we're gonna do the Irithel skip. So again, this is not a glitch, it's not out of bounds, still within the boundaries, very nice inbound skip for, you know, major runs and all intents and purposes. Getting the equip load super low, putting the staff back on, and then we line up where we're slightly crooked so that when I actually backstep, I hug into the corner here, and then boom, landing right on that corner perfectly. With Spook, no fall damage taken. It's not non-lethal fall distance with that. And this is that outside ledge I was talking about running before, where it's excessive, it's not needed. It's really dangerous if you fall, but it looks interesting, it looks better to me. It's like it basically entertains me. Let's say I'm a child, let's say I'm an iPad kid actually, let's like make it a reference to iPad kids. And I'm at a restaurant and like my parents just like stop playing Fortnite and I'm just like, I'm not even paying attention. It's basically like a self-soothing method that is like an iPad kid playing Fortnite, trying to do whatever you do. I actually literally haven't played Fortnite before enough to actually remember what the point of it is other than just being good at it. So whatever you do that's not for people that are actually the best at Fortnite, whatever you do on that, it's like I'm getting my crack fix of that while still doing something that I know I have to do because like mom and dad need me to run to Yorm for whatever reason. So I'm getting my iPad in. But it's stupid though. The risk level's crazy. You know, you're gonna get it taken away when you get home because they'll say that you're a bad kid, and even though they bought it for you. Anyways, aside from that, weird references, you know, aside, we're gonna go and actually do Yorm with the weapon, which is always appreciated. I think it's one of the more fun fights. It makes it so much better if you've only used Storm Ruler. You have to kill him with a regular weapon at some point. It's inevitable. I mean, it's like one of those things. It's a demon that's going to chase you for the rest of your life. If you don't do it, you are screwed. Kill Yorm with a weapon, please. Like, if he was endangered as a species and we were actually making him go extinct, I would want you to actually, I want a petition to make him go extinct with a weapon rather than a Storm Ruler. Because he's got to go extinct one way or another. You know, it's like the reverse of like what you'd want to actually think is preservation, but it's like, let's make destruction with something more creative. And also here again, like I said, if I do somehow survive one single hit from him, that's awesome, because I'm not expecting to actually take direct ones on him. They usually hit really hard. And you'll notice the height I have to actually reach his hand, it's not great, but it seems to pull through a little bit. When I start to get the first stagger, I get the idea of roughly how much I have to go through to reach his head. All the damage we're dealing so far is just very preliminary. I get quite a few light slashes with the L1, so like the combos, the flurries, and then I get a crit to finish it off, which is what I call, and many others call, a burrito combo. It's where you stuff as many light attacks, or you could even be like regular heavies that don't cue the critical attack into the stagger animation before you confirm the crit on the last few frames you have to actually get the most damage possible. I didn't optimize it to like the craziest degree, but if I do those, this is going to keep this speedy at least. It's not going to be as bad as just confirming the crit and wasting a lot of opportunity and potential for the damage. There's even moments in between where I'm like, I could hit his ankles, it's fine. Oh, and then he uppercuts me right there. So again, I don't know if I count that as a full-on direct hit. Definitely not a counter from what I could see there, but very heavy damage, man. Without full heralds, rip. Fallen Knight set, debatable. And as his hand back swings, we get the stagger. That looked really cool. Nice. That was a fun one, actually. Get his kneecaps. Take his kneecaps out. Maybe just the one. He could start to aspire to be kind of like Lorien, where instead of crawling full on, he just crawls on one leg. Or he's got like a bicycle that's like a one-leg bicycle. Like a unicycle with one leg would be amazing for Yorm. All right, still just being a little bit shallow of hitting both blades on the double attack when it comes to the hand. We're getting some grazes here and there. It's really tricky. Like it. Maybe the weapon art would have been better, but I didn't check it at this point, and you can see some vertical swings that mix in after you do the first two, or like three or whatever it is. It's like 1, 2, and then he starts to go overhead. That's where they're actually connecting. So it actually might be ingenious to like hit him without, like, maybe I should miss some attacks early and use them to walk into the distance and then start hitting with the overheads. Could be better, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, this is actually moving along pretty fast for Yorm. It's not bad. And at this point, I think I'm just like, yeah, there's no point of getting stagger. It's the same thing. Let's just do damage, and we get his ankles. Much quicker if we had just purely gone ankles, but I was ready for it. Again, durability is not going to be a problem in this game like DS2. That would be the one where you'd have to worry. You'd be like, repair powder, please. Or it's like, like adaptability. Like, again, like even the likelihood of dodging that many attacks for that long, even though that was not nearly as long as I fought Yorm for, it's just a little bit harder. So now Emma's in the spellbinding circle. She dies immediately. A little bit quicker to kill her than normal. When you do it in the beginning, we put back on Grasscrest Shield, get the bays in, and then I'm buffing, I think at the beginning of Dancer, let's see. Oh, no, sorry, we already are buffed, my bad. I'm not even paying attention to that. You could be crazy and buff alongside her, but then you're just risking quick swing. So far, we don't even have any of that. We're getting grab, which is great recovery there. And then idle marching or idle walking, even into the spin too. It's something I take advantage of where I do extra hits even though I don't know what she's going to do, because the weapon's recovery is so quick that if she does react, I can just specifically, on pure impulse, still time what she's doing. It doesn't even have to be like that I'm ready for it or anything. I just can't get too greedy and double tap it. And speaking of greedy, dude, that's like to the wire right there at the Dancer. That was one of the fastest kills I've ever gotten her in my entire life. That was actually crazy. That would have been not bad if it was a regular speedrun. I wouldn't say like people would be impressed by it that are actually speedrunners, but like I would say that they would accept that as valid. Like it would not be bad, even adjacent to cell swords and stuff like that. That's pretty cool. So now we're just, for whatever reason, still in full heralds at this point. I think I'm just trying to be safe through barracks, so I do take a little bit more precaution here. And Grasscrest Shield in this game, luckily with this character class starting off, even though I don't have any other stats, does meet requirements to one hand. So lesson learned, pick the class that has the strength. And if you're playing DS1, I mean, you could go alternatively, again, bandit, then find a knife, but that's no fun. I want to start off with it, and I don't want to, dude, we're not doing fists only Asylum Demon. That's ridiculous. That's a madman's quest. Come on. You know, like someone's like, yeah, well, you could just go get Jagged Ghostblade, just go farm Jagged Ghostblade with the transient curses in the beginning in the pot, and then the secondary ones that are, you know, in New Londo until you literally fail to do it, then reset and keep doing that right away. How about I take glass and eat it? That would be even more entertaining. But before we even see anything like that, we could literally just quit out on this wyvern right here on the fire. As soon as I start to feel like I'm about to get hit by it, or I actually do make contact with the first bit of the flames, we do the quit out, and then you load back in. If it did hit you, worst case scenario, as you see, I still have a little bit of health left. Now, okay, this is where it was a bit of ballsiness, because I'm used to living from it, but again, I was miscalculating the fact that the health's a bit different. The starting class is just base assassin. It's on level. It's not even SL1 technically. So everything's just going to be at the whim of Herald set, but it did let me live. It is counted, I think, as a counter attack from the initial setup of the fire. It's not the full effect of the fire. Still almost killed me immediately just from the initial wave of it. And that was a little bit late. So if I go slightly earlier, I still have enough time to make it through there. And then the worst scenario, the fire hits the ground and I get chipped as I'm going into the bomb room where the guys with the fire bombs. So we're sending the main lift down just in case I die on Dragon Slayer armor. Probably the smartest thing to do. Gonna put on Dark Resin as well, just as a backup. We have 3 of them. Not a bad choice for Dragon Slayer armor. He deals decently with it. I think that the magic resin actually is the best on him, magic and fire particularly. But yeah, Dark Resin in case. As you can see already, so the damage drop off is more apparent here. This is where aggression's gonna have to be used quite a bit because we're not hitting crazy chunks on him. But I go crazy when I have the opportunity. So I'm looking for staggers, I'm looking for openings. He turtles heavily. And it's unfortunate. This is just one of those things where like I could manipulate him to do things that gives me openings, but the only thing that'd be a manipulation of turtling is kind of risky, where he does the slow shield bash, and then he can still turtle after that. So it's not like it goes into any other opportunities that are guaranteed or anything. Whereas if he's open face, let's just say like again shield at the side, you have a lot of interesting starters. Like you could do like 3-piece with like the strafe to the overhead, and then to like backhand shield punish, backhand axe punish, and then even looping those two back and forth by rotating into the spots that they're more likely to happen. So Dragon Slayer armor is a very unique fight. It's the only one in the entire game that works exactly how I just explained, where positioning yourself has that much variety and that much momentum in strafing to be able to speedrun him crazy fast and stagger him. Dancer is kind of similar for survival, but it's not as much for leveraging manipulation and being able to actually just destroy him super fast. And the cool part about it is it's because like it's on the back end of him also possibly turtling, so he isn't just using the shield to attack. There's a nice dynamic there. Now that we got the archives bonfire, or pre-archives, I was thinking, okay, like let's get ready for archives. It's going to be not necessarily a hard area to run through, but I want to get ready for princes because I'm not stopping once I actually get up there. We're just going to go straight from that bonfire and kill princes. So let's see what we got for upgrades. Reinforce. We could do the 2 Titanite chunks because we made our extra one that was on the handrail. I think I grabbed that one or something along the way for that matter. I believe it was handrail though. And beautiful 65 dex. 7 is going to probably be the max upgrade we go with for the whole playthrough, and that does actually keep it a little bit faster, despite people maybe believing that plus 10 would make it astronomically better. There's this, again, sweet spot again, where even on the best speedruns that I've heard of more recent times, maybe even the last year or more, at least, plus 5. Plus 5 can be done up to Cinder, no problem. Now, I don't know about all content. I think you have to go max eventually on that. But any percent, especially glitchless, plus 5 does it well enough where bleed procs cushion the difference. Obviously, like really good gameplay outplays the actual just raw damage per single hit. And then because you're using twin blades too, stagger potential still goes up if you're more aggressive or you trade even more. So like you have more downtime for the enemy that you create by playing better for anything that can stagger reasonably. So it's like a weird 3-pronged thing, I'd say, for major reasons why you don't have to go super aggressive with upgrades. But if you're playing more tactically or casually, or even carefully and high level, in the sense of no damage or anything, like there's no point of going plus 5. Go plus 10 if you can, or plus 9 at least. Definitely. Don't recommend plus 5 unless you're trying to make it like more brutal for yourself. You'd have to purposely be trading or doing silly strafes and stuff like that. So right here, that was very clean archives already. I think we only have the fall damage so far. And as you guys may have noticed, if I can word properly, let's see if I can keep the words going properly. I have not died yet. I don't believe there's been a death so far. So, pretty cool. Still trying to keep it together though, because this is where like if we're gonna die in general and it was a deathless attempt, very likely the likelihood goes up tenfold at this exact moment, like once we walked in the archives doors versus any other thing that happened so far. Unless we were gonna incorporate really weird skips like Irithel skip maybe or something like that. So now Gargoyle's been completely escaped. Feels good. Did I throw a skull at the wrong time here? Yeah, so I threw it early. I didn't actually activate the thralls ahead of time, so that skull is short-lived. It's going to basically fade early, and they're still going to be almost the same position behind me, making it a little bit dangerous here. And I think I thought of that at the time. Decided to run a little bit deeper before throwing the next skull for the 3 goobers over here. And it actually kind of works as a 2 birds, 1 stone. It does actually attract the thralls on the back end chasing me at the same time. We send down the mid lift because that's the one I would be using if I did actually die. I'm not going for the lift by where Slayer's Arena would exit. There's no point. We're going to go by the one that's after. So I guess we could say the entrance of Slayer's area, not the exit. But you know what I mean. Arrow's not hitting my head here, but just shaving off hairs is miraculous. Although I didn't think Lenny liked that kind of look, like the parted middle or whatever. I feel like his bowl cut's got to be eternal. There's something majestic about his character's avatar's hair, and we have a special edition version of him. It's kind of like you know, when you see Zero Lenny, you see his thumbnails, you see, you know, you imagine him. Obviously on camera he does not look like this guy, but his character is like, it's similar appearance. We have the less blue version. He's more like purpley. He's like when you go into Street Fighter and you have alternate costumes, or even like shiny Pokemon. It's like the shiny Zero Lenny. But in reality, shiny in this world's actually less valuable. The original is always better. So we're just going to make him proud as much as we can as a side note and try to stay alive in Princes now. That wasn't a bad startup, but what we're looking for in Princes, you know, I was kind of forgetting to include them when I was talking about Dragon Slayer armor and how much you can leverage positioning and strafes. So like with just phase 1 Lorien, very, very crazy how much you can keep looping him in the same spot, with teleportation being the thing you're trying to avoid. Staggering's not going to come as often, but let's say teleportation is like basically blocking for Dragon Slayer armor. You can keep him in a loop not teleporting, just like Dragon Slayer is less likely to block. He's occupied with other things. But then like once they just decide to do it anyways right away, it can get out of hand with other attacks or other opportunities popping up out of that or opening up out of that. Like with phase 2, it's going to be missiles and the beads and stuff. When he respawns phase 2 transition, that's probably one of the worst. But I'm so lucky on this run particularly. Some of it could hit me and it's not a big deal. It's mainly just me not being wrapped up. So this missile right here is great because I'm on the backside. I get the fadeaway attack. And then see how he did a soft teleport. So there's ones he does that spawns an attack after he shows up, but the soft teleport means he's just basically idle when he pops up. And it actually is so confusing. It doesn't happen in a way that feels like, oh yeah, I'm ready to predict where he is. So that's where the highest likelihood of him doing phase 2 transition again happens. And I've got very lucky that there was none of that. Fight wasn't legendary fast, but it was fast enough. And the one thing holding it back a little bit is I don't have a homeward bone in the inventory, so I can't skip to Firelink immediately. Since this game has the amazing ability to let you go to Firelink from the bone, I think that was a feature they kind of went right with in this. Like, it's a really good one. I don't think the excessive bonfire checkpoints is a good idea. I think they should have made it spaced out to feel harder. But warp straight to Firelink's great. Please, somebody mod that into DS1 and also 2, please. Please and thank you. FromSoftware, maybe. I know that guy's doing a lot of stuff. He doesn't do features when it comes to like quality of life as much, from what I understand, rather than just visuals being amazing and everything as the priority. But if you can do quality of life to that level, or maybe just make an overhaul, maybe Convergence if you go and update it again or something else, I don't know. Crazy thing about this part, we did perfect throne skips for everything. There was no delay. There's a gradient of throne skips. So basically you can do it where you fail it and then you hang on the ledge and it doesn't work. You can do it in between where your foot slips off and it's like a little faster than normal, but it doesn't cut off the whole animation. It still hangs for a little bit. And then the perfect one, you actually fly. Like you basically, it looks like the resin skip I did in the beginning to grab the gold pine resin. You fly out the window completely, while also simultaneously something happening without you having to actually do the animation completely. So that's amazing. That I got all the cancels for it. First time in a while, I think. Just the cherry on top getting here at least, and also again the death rate being in our favor, just that micropixel close call moment, number 1 and 2, I think still being the biggest things. We had some other ones that were like maybe like less than 10% health, like the Dragonfire and all that. I think Yorm with that uppercut was about less than 10%, but not as scary as Magic Pixel. And now we're just going into an aggressive Cinder with bleed as well. Similar to Dancer, seeing if I can get big chunks of damage with the status on him. I don't know if this is smarter than Dark Resin. It heavily depends on the RNG. Like if I distribute the damage super fast like I am right now, it's looking good, but it also depends, does he do, for example, Magic Phase, which he did. Does he do Curve Sword and waste my time? I can't fight Curve Sword with bleed at all. It's not gonna give me anything. So he goes Javelin out of magic. That's great, and I'm not afraid to deal with the overhead soul mass at all. It's actually kind of convenient that even him thrusting with like the big scoop there lined me up to make them just completely track in a way that didn't hit me. So that's that was a okay phase 1 Cinder. I'm not gonna talk it up too much. It was pretty damn good though. Like there's nothing I could really critique there. And we're still in it. Now we switch to Dark Resin, and I'm gonna go maximum on this part when it comes to getting back into the explosion. I could have probably rolled in slightly sooner, but that was very good still. Got, what was that, like 5 or 6 hits into the first engagement out of phase 2. So Stagger's definitely building here. I'm not sure if we actually are able to pull off one. But now, see, first bit agreed with the trade there. That was an okay trade. That was more of like a everyone gets their one trade, not an intentional I'm going to kill you faster because of it. So poising through that's not bad. Trying to stay away from lightning. He does grab. Can't really be aggressive during that, but I do kill him as he starts lightning to interrupt, and that is the end of the run, dude. I got so excited right there. I did a little bit of a circle. Whenever you see victory spins, it's a good time. But camera shake, though. Camera shake after victory spins, man. I'm super hyped, for sure. That's like, you can't pretend. Camera shake I don't do unless something wild's happening. And it was like that little like circular motion camera shake. So you saw the little cheat sheet right there when I was quitting out of the actual time in game, but I'm going to show you it again right here. 1:12:43. So not bad. Just over an hour, just under 1 hour 15 in the save file time, level 66. Finishing off with Zero Lenny starring as Dex. And yeah, man, I can't believe we actually did that run the way we did. This is what actually inspired the other two to be pushed further. And believe me, if I had more time, I would have gotten them even better. But hopefully you guys enjoyed that. If you want to see more videos like this, let me know what kind of runs I should speedrun in combination with challenges or just other challenges you want to see. Make sure you're subscribed if you're not already, because a lot of you actually watching the videos aren't. And I will see you guys in the next video. Thank you so much for watching.